not to slander and libel, but with the frequency of these videos, yeah, I think they're hitting up Grok GPT.
They probably are, yeah.
And then like finding what honestly, I beg people for stock footage nowadays.
Give me the stock footage, I beg of you.
Stock footage.
Give me those fucking socks.
It's fucking suck. I think the
Show
thing is,
me
Laz,
them socks, dog.
your alert is Laz is back on their bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get a notification that just says, Twitch says Laz is back on their bullshit. Watch now.
Well, it's not a dishonest thing to say.
'Tis not a dishonesty.
'Tis not a dishonest sentiment, as they say.
Thou thee therefore therever too.
Most indubitably.
Has Woodman done anything new? Or other
Has-
sausages you want to
Oh, the wood guy? I don't know. I was gonna watch the I wanted to see the Dunkin' Donuts sausage, but then we can check out the
That's true. I don't believe it.
the wood guy.
It kinda
The woodsman.
there. Dunkin' Donut sausage.
Mm.
Hey there, folks.
Oh, he's got a
And,
wheel now. Sammy's got a wheel now. You see that?
What do you mean is a wheel?
Oh, I didn't screen share.
I see it with the delay.
Good time. Every time. How do I do this?
This happens every time.
Every the time.
It's a beast of our own making.
There you go. Now you can see.
Back?
Sam, which one of these are you having? Which one do you want?
Okay. Let me get the screens right and then I'll tell you. Give me the one with the little cream hat.
Yeah. That's fair. I wonder
Although,
what
is
the
that a hole cut in the middle? Or is it on top?
I see, I don't know.
Can I change my answer?
Yeah.
Because if it's a hole in the top, when you bite into it, it is going to splurt out the top like a Krakatoa of cum.
It is, yeah. That's a very good way of
But if it's
phrasing
just-
it, actually.
Thank you. I've been trying to expand my vocabulary recently.
Yeah.
And or it's just sitting on top and like you're gonna get to an awkward point where like you gotta bite extra big to get the middle bit, or just suck it off on its own.
Yeah, you have to
Yeah.
like eat the top part on its own.
Honestly, probably the one underneath that, just like the cakey type chocolate one under that. I want that in a coffee, and I'm set.
I'm quite fond of the chocolate icing with sprinkles one in the corner.
That is nice. Although the one to the left of it is, I think that probably has some sort of jelly or jam in the middle.
True. Yeah, that is enticing.
Well, like, okay, which one would you least like to have?
Probably the one with nothing on it.
Yeah, although I feel like that is, yet again, it looks like a cakey texture. It looks like the one on the top right is also kind of like that.
Yeah.
Because, to be honest, everything, well, maybe the pink one is just like sugar glaze, and it's like nothing, even though it looks nice.
Yeah, it could be.
Or just like the plain ass like chocolate glaze, like even like to the right, it looks like there's a caramel glaze one, and it's like, I don't know, like, I've had enough of those in my time. I want to do better. I want more interesting things.
I want better.
We have 12 assorted donuts here, and we're gonna make a sausage with them. One sausage to unite 12 different.
I guess we're gonna see the insides when you smash.
Yeah,
them
we're gonna
into the
find
machine.
out what they're made of.
Or
Then
maybe
you
not.
jam the long john right down the
That looks
center.
like jelly in that one, a little bit. You see that?
Yeah. Although the long donuts are nice, they usually have cream in them,
Then you
and are
jam the long
better fun
john
to eat than a whole.
Yeah, see that? The little jam hole.
right down the center of it.
They didn't even cover it up. They just, you know.
Unfucking believable. How could they?
Is it going back into the
Looking
donut box?
good. Well, it's kinda slow going. For only $17,
Looking good,
all
Joker.
this can be yours.
Mm.
I don't know
$17.
why, don't know why,
That's an
don't
obscene
know
amount of
why.
money.
Can't get enough of your
It's obscene.
sausage. Oh, crud, that went everywhere.
Plunged
donut
at me.
water in 3,
Donut
2,
water.
1. Let's sausage.
Icky, I don't like it.
Coming
kinda
out a lot
saucy at
easier
the
than
end
I
there.
imagined
Yeah.
it would've. That made
No, it
a whole
is.
lot more sausage than what I thought was needed. Just how much more was left?
Do you think this is gonna be good? Ooh, stop. Stop.
That's bad. Don't do that.
Okay, so about half. Hopefully the long, skinny nature of this sausage will
I don't
will
see
help
much
prevent
sauce
it from
in the-
bursting.
I guess the bready
With
bread
special
soaked it
thanks
up.
to today's
Yeah.
Boxalo box artist.
Oh, a
This
fetish
guy.
artist.
Spicy.
What the heck is going on? So will it blow? Dang it.
remember that
We
time he almost
missed the
passed out?
box. Barely got
I
it
do,
out of there.
yeah.
That stuff
I wish he would do that
will
more
gonna
often,
have to
honestly.
give that. Will it blow?
Blow to the point of
Zero, Mark Ruffalo.
serious harm?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Here we go.
True.
This is
Balls.
holding up incredibly well. You have beautiful.
I'm surprised it's not
What is it?
just-
Oh shoot! Did it just burst?
Oh,
it's
there you go.
Bursting.
There it is.
Wow, you were
That's what
doing
you're
so
expecting.
well. I even sang a song
I
about your
can't.
beauty. All right, that's enough. That's.
He did sing a song
Oh
about it.
my God! Okay. Like when a bunch of
Oh, it's
raccoons
all
got
over.
into the car. Half of it made it out of the pan.
It's everywhere.
Well, there, that's probably a better sized sausage. Okay, it looks, it's hot. Okay, it's cooked. in
Like, it's
there.
not gonna be great, but it's
Okay,
probably gonna be
here
okay,
we
right?
go. It tastes like hot donut mush. A plain donut mush.
Yeah.
It's not all that interesting with the amount of
How
frosting
surprising.
and jelly and creams that were on those donuts. You would think
No,
that
the
some of
jellies
that
seem
would
to have disappeared
translate
into the
into
mix.
sausage, but,
Yeah.
no. It's
Vanished.
like a little
Disappointing.
sweet, but not very. Mostly tastes like the dough in the donut, and it kind of has like a bean curd texture to it. So I'm gonna have to give
Curd.
this sausage here
beans.
The curd.
1 out of 5.
Bob. What the fuck? Oh, no, that's. I know who that is. It's Hilux.
Hopefully the long skinny nature
I thought it was
of
like a little
this
yellow
sausage
cat for a
will-
second, but
will
now it's the guy from Hilux.
Of
Dollar
course.
Tree has answered all of our prayers. 15 grams
I don't
of
think-
protein for only
Listen, I eat some slop,
$1.25.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Never felt obliged to spring for the dollar burger things because I know them bitches gonna be dry. I don't need to taste it.
Yeah, no,
You know,
they're gonna be dry as fuck. That's just how
dry
they be.
and bad.
That's how they are. It's in their nature.
It's like the
Yeah, that looks. Oh,
Mm.
like the frog and the scorpion.
The frog and the scorpion.
Burger, why were you dry? It is just in my nature, says the burger.
It's just in my nature. It's just how it is.
most normal size. What the? There it is.
Icky.
Stop meowing at the hamburgers. Well, it looks good.
Looks fucking
to me.
disgusting.
For $1.25, I'm quite happy with what
Amazing.
I'm looking at here. And as for the taste,
I think I'd rather be beaten
it
with a rock
tastes
than eat that.
exactly like a Jimmy John's frozen
We can arrange
breakfast
that.
sandwich. Someone look it up. Does it come out of the same facility?
God,
That's
finally.
Like a 2 out of 5 kind of a taste
Oh.
to it. Here we go.
Just what I wanted.
That's what I've always wanted.
Oh.
Okay, we're good.
Oh shit, I gave away. I was gonna get you
Our
a
suits
rock
usually
beating for your
take about
birthday.
2 to 4
Oh,
hours,
fuck.
But we'll be checking on it, you know, periodically.
Ruined.
All right, we're about 30 minutes in. We're an hour and a half in.
The
and
surprise
we're not
is
looking
ruined.
better, so I'm gonna use the immersion
Oh,
blender.
no,
Yeah,
this
why-
isn't a sausage, it's a soup.
Yeah, I know, he's making a soup. I don't know why.
Just helping
Like,
it along the way. There you go. Since Father
Mm,
Time was sitting on
bread
his
and
behind,
sausage
we
doesn't
had to
really-
take measures
it-
into our
it
own
just tastes like
hands.
bread.
Let that keep on going.
yeah, no, it does.
All right, we're into this soup for 2
Like,
and a half hours.
we've
and,
covered that territory. We know.
I'm
We know what's up.
not
Yeah.
Looking forward to it
Hey, Cheshire.
genuinely. Let's just slop
Oh,
it in.
welcome to soup.
A lot of slop.
You like the
Oh,
soup?
Welcome.
Okay, here
Like
we
the slop?
go. Oh, you know what? Give it a little bit of pepper.
Do you like spooky
give it a little
stories?
bit of salt. since, you know, we didn't do any of that when we actually cooked it. And
This is the type of shit they'd eat
it
in like
tastes like the
1892.
chicken gnocchi from Olive Garden.
Yeah.
It's delicious, and I'm only in
Nasty
this
shit.
for $2.50. So I'm gonna have to give this Dollar Tree soup here a 5 out
That's
of
actually very
5.
economic.
Bop, bop.
I mean, you're
Do you
not
believe him?
wrong.
I don't think I believe it.
You're not wrong.
You want another sausage? Okay, what actually? Because I haven't watched a lot of this stuff. Brussels sprout, salt, no. Habanero ice cream. Did we see that?
I believe we did, yeah.
Oh yeah, it was just spicy.
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Okay.
We done that one. Maybe it's time to
Course.
move on. Actually, what about show me the deep fried parmesan?
Everything's hinging on this
Heck
parmesan.
yeah, I saved the beef tallow, and I figured it would
If
be
it's
the
not
perfect
good,
time to deep fry some Parmesan cheese.
It's all over.
We've had some awful luck with our
Parmesan.
cheeses in the past. They just melt right back down into oil. However, with this
Jesus, Joel.
Parmesan cheese, I'm sure that
Jesus,
we're gonna get a
Joel.
nice crust. Trypophobia. All right, let's beef up this cheese. Wow. Oh my God, it's on fire. Fry on, you crazy
You think
guy.
Joel
You were
believes in
meant to
Jesus?
fry on the wings of angels. You know what? That's fine. I could fry it
Probably.
Like this. I'm
He sounds
kind
like
of
he
at
would.
the point
At least he
where
used to.
I'm gonna say that this is not
Yeah, he's
working.
from, like,
Although
Texas or
I
something, I
can't be
think.
sure. That
So.
looks kind of crispy. All right, we're smoking.
That's the Texas
It's
way.
time to get
He
out of
probably
there.
does.
Mostly.
Oh, jeez.
In general.
You know, it deep
Not
fried
everyone, of
so
course.
well with the Baby Bell cheese that I'm just having such a hard time coming to terms with other cheeses don't deep fry so well. But I'll tell you what, this has
Do they-
quite a
oh yeah, you
crust on
did. They
it.
got like a skin to them.
So let's open
That's
it up and
strange.
see how.
Oh
they
yeah,
do.
he did.
That's a crispy cheese.
Look
Here
at
we
this.
go. The crust to cheese ratio is way off. It's like 90% crust to like 10% cheese.
Although
The part
Parmesan
that did
is
have
not
cheese was nice and gooey, but I
the
think
cheese
letting
I'd
it
go
for
for.
less time is
No,
the key on
I
this
wouldn't
one.
either.
So all things being fair, I'm gonna have to
A
give
little
this
bit,
wedge
yeah,
of deep
like-
fried Parmesan cheese a 3
Oh,
out of 5.
Most of the Parmesan I've had is like
Bop,
the
bop,
powdered
bop.
jar kind, so.
Yeah, I've rarely had it in like a. I guess I've had it like shredded before.
Yeah, because I don't think I've had a proper Parmesan. Because like, oh yeah, like, like mozzarella, whatever. But then having like a good like actual wet mozzarella, you know, because I use that for the I make caprese sometimes with that.
Caprice.
And it's just it's light and tasty. I like it.
It's
I'll
just
put full snacks for me.
it's just tasty. Anyway, we have more important things to attend to, like very scary stories from this fucking guy who definitely isn't
California?
using any AI.
No. He reads the
Absolutely.
stories at least with his human mouth. Probably.
Maybe. We don't know for sure. Who can
is his
tell
heart
these
in it?
things? Who can tell these things? We just don't know.
No, we just don't know.
It's a fucking mystery. We just don't know. Yeah, no, the two that stood out to me were Craigslist and the California ones because I'm biased. Also, thank you, Sam.
Oh yes. Well, you've always wanted to go to California. That's true.
It's true. Yeah, I've really been hankering to go to California for the longest time.
Because like I hear they got some stuff down there.
I hear they got some crazy shit going on. I think I want to know what the deal is with that. Oh, Santa Monica Pier. So scary.
Whoa, you really know your stuff.
Yeah, I've researched a lot. Also, I'm putting this on 1.5 speed because we only have so much time.
Oh, okay. Wait, how long is this? Let me see.
It's about 27 minutes.
I was 26 when this
Oh.
happened, and it was my first time ever going to Coachella. My friend Alyssa and I had talked
Is
about
that-
going for years,
Is that Sabrina Carpenter? What the fuck?
but either
Is it-
money
well,
got in the
it's
way or
Coachella.
one of us couldn't get.
Do you want me to turn it down to like 1.25?
Can you do custom?
Yes.
1.30. That feels right to
time
me.
off work. That year, everything finally lined up. So we
Yeah,
actually
that's
committed
good.
to
This
it.
is legible.
We flew out to California, rented a little 2-bedroom Airbnb, and made a
Works
whole
for me.
trip out of it. We were both really excited
Airbnb.
because neither of us had ever been to a festival that big before. We had both been to smaller concerts and local stuff, but nothing on that level. The whole first day honestly felt like stepping into another world.
Been
Everywhere
crazy
you
like
looked, there were huge
Coachella.
crowds, weird
Oh,
outfits,
wait.
music
Oh
coming
my
from
god.
Sorry. Subtitles.
different directions, and people acting like they had no responsibilities at all. Best way to put it, it was a fairy tale world.
Subtitles.
It was kind of overwhelming at first, but in a good
A
way.
fairy tale.
We had a really
tale
good
world,
first 2
Sam.
days. Nothing
Yeah.
bad happened. We saw a bunch of artists we liked, took
Mhm.
pictures everywhere, ate overpriced food, and stayed
Fairy
out late.
tale world.
We were tired by the end of each night, but it was worth it. By the third day, we were exhausted, but it was that kind of exhausted where you know you just have to push through because it's the last day and you don't want to waste it. Before the trip,
course.
Alyssa had brought up the idea of
That's
bringing Molly.
an awful
I had
way to
only
go
done
about
it
a
one other
vacation,
time
but yeah.
years before, and it had been fine. So
I never
agreed.
understand that why
We
people
kept
will
saying
go
we'd
on a
save it for the last day,
vacation and
that's
they're
exactly
like,
what we did.
they're like, I need to do everything. I need to like be constantly doing something, and it's like, you can just do what you want. Like it's a vacation. You can just do what you want.
Yeah, because like the best things are the shit you like stumble into, you know?
It is, yeah. Just I don't know, like
Like that?
doing what you want.
That sort of deal, right?
Just having a good time. You don't have to like create a really strict itinerary and you know
Looking back, I wish more than anything I never touched it.
do shit.
I
I'd love
took it
to
in the
do
late
this.
afternoon before one of the sets we were really excited for. At first, I didn't feel much. We were walking around trying to get closer to one of the
Same, really.
stages, and I remember saying to Alyssa that I thought maybe it was weak or old because
So
it wasn't hitting
hashtag
me.
relatable.
She said the same thing because she wasn't feeling much
Anyone
either.
in weaker roles.
For a while, everything seemed normal. Then, out of nowhere, it started kicking in hard. At first, I actually liked it.
Oh.
I felt lighter, more social, and everything around me seemed brighter and more exciting. The music sounded amazing. I remember thinking that I understood why people did it at festivals. But after maybe an hour, something
Uh-huh.
started bothering me. I kept noticing the same person. At first, I thought I was imagining it. There were thousands of
Is
people
this person
there,
just
so of course
tweaking?
you're going to accidentally notice the same outfit. or
kinda
the same
sounds
face
like
more
it,
than
yeah.
once. But this wasn't like that. It was the
That
same
isn't-
actual
you're not-
guy.
That's not impressive.
The first time I really noticed him, he was maybe 20 feet away in the crowd. He looked older than most people around us, maybe around 35. He had dark hair, kind of scruffy facial hair, and was wearing a black shirt and boots, which already made him stand out because most people there were dressed way lighter and more colorful. He wasn't doing anything crazy. He was just standing there looking in our direction. I didn't let it bother me at first.
Okay.
Then later I saw him again near one of the drink stands. Then again when we were moving between stages. Then again when Alyssa and I were standing off to the side near a fence
Zam,
trying
he
to
was
decide where to
wearing
go next.
black, so he must have been up to something.
Oh my god. God help if they saw you walk by.
I know, honestly, they'd
At the
fucking
fourth or fifth time,
piss
I told
themselves
Alyssa
on
I
the
kept seeing the
spot.
same guy everywhere. She
In
laughed and
blood.
right away said it was probably just the Molly and that I was
Die
focusing too hard
instantly.
on random people. I remember laughing a little too
Probably just the
because I didn't
Molly.
want to sound too paranoid, but it was getting hard to brush off. It wasn't like I was just noticing him in the distance once in a while. It felt like every time I turned around, he was there. Not right next to me, but always somewhere in view. Hours went by like
It's
that.
very silly.
I was trying to still
What if he
enjoy myself,
lunges at him?
but the high had started feeling off.
This does feel
It
like a
stopped
real
being
story.
that
though.
warm, fun feeling and started turning into this
Yeah.
restless, overstimulated feeling.
Someone just
My
like
jaw tensed up, my heart
Has a
felt
bad
too
trip.
fast, and I couldn't seem to relax. I told myself I was probably dehydrated or tired. We had been doing a lot all
I mean,
weekend.
you
barely
probably
sleeping,
were,
walking
yeah.
around in the heat, drinking, everything.
Dude.
At one point, when we were
Oh,
packed into the
yeah,
crowd waiting for
that'll
another
get you.
set, that guy finally came right up to me. It happened so suddenly that I froze for a second. He came up on my side smiling and started trying to dance near me like he was just some random friendly festival guy. Then he leaned in and started saying stuff to me that I could barely hear over the music, but it was obvious he was flirting. I remember him saying I looked really good.
Oh. You look
Is
really
this
good.
is this the I got high and had a gay panic moment story?
Do you think that's what it is?
I got-
They kept,
I
oh
got
my God,
really-
I kept on seeing this one guy.
I
and,
got
like, kept
really
noticing
high,
him in
and
his
then this
black
guy
shirt.
flirted with me. Oh my god, fucking horrifying.
A fucking
And asking if I was there with
a
anyone.
goth, a baddie
I told him I
hunk
was there with my
like
friend
flirted
and tried
with
to be polite about it.
I
because
was
didn't-
I was so fucking high, and then this fucking dog came up to me, and I just couldn't fucking control myself.
want to set him off or make a scene.
Oh my
I
god.
kind of smiled and shook my head and said I was good. He kept hovering though. It wasn't aggressive yet, but it was
Hey,
pushy
Wolfie.
enough to make me uncomfortable.
I'll do
I
the
turned to
drink.
pull Alyssa closer to me so we could just move away, and that was when I realized she wasn't there anymore. I started turning in
Hello.
circles looking for her, thinking maybe she just moved a few feet away, but I couldn't see her anywhere. That made me panic way faster than it normally would.
Wolfie,
because
this is a gay panic story about how a guy flirted with him, and he was horrified.
how off I already
It
felt.
is.
The guy noticed right away that I was
Oh.
looking around and asked if I lost my friend. I said yes, and he said he could help me look for her. There was something about the way he said it that made me instantly not trust him at all. It was too eager, I just told him no thanks and started pushing my way out of the crowd. He didn't grab me or anything, but I could feel him watching me leave. I finally got away from that stage and found a patch of grass farther back where it was quieter and less packed. I sat down because I felt like my body was shutting down on me. My vision started getting weird in a way I never felt before. The best way I can describe it is that everything looked squiggly.
I
Not
think
blurry exactly.
I
but
think.
like
Hey, Nekia. Also, Nekia. This seems to be a story where a guy just went to Coachella and got really high, and then a dude flirted with him, and that's what the horror story is.
No, a kind of goth dude. Well, they took they took Molly, by the way.
The
right?
kind of
Is
goth
that
dude
what they took?
flirted with him, and he was like, "Oh my god, scariest shit that's ever happened
Nothing would
to
stay
me."
still.
I keep on
The
seeing them
lights,
everywhere, and they're
people,
following me,
even
and
the
then they
ground
talk
all
to
had
me.
this shaky
No.
look to them.
Oh my god.
It scared me because I knew then that I had taken too much or had some kind of bad reaction.
I keep
started calling Alyssa
I
up.
keep hallucinating men flirting with me
What?
all the
I
time.
keep on. I turned around, he wasn't there. Why am I hallucinating men, and why do I feel so wiggly?
Why do I
Squiggly?
feel so
Over and
wiggly?
over. The calls kept failing or not going through because the service there was
Alyssa.
terrible. I probably called her 10 times before one finally connected. When she picked up, I could barely hear her, but I just kept telling her where I was and that I needed her to come get me because something was wrong. It felt like forever. before she
Alyssa,
found
there's
me.
a gay
It was probably
goth.
only around
Help me.
15 minutes. She could tell right away I was not
Save
inside.
me.
I told her I
Alyssa,
needed to leave.
show
She didn't argue with
boob. I
me.
need to
We
reassert
ended up leaving the
myself.
festival way earlier than we planned because I was having such a bad high. The walk out felt endless. Every noise felt too loud, and every person brushing past me made me jump. I kept looking around, half expecting to
And
see
she
that same guy
jumped at
again, but I
She
didn't.
jumped. Yeah, she
Back
jumped
at the
at me.
Airbnb, both of us were completely drained. We had one more night
Oh.
there, and then we were flying home the next
Was the
evening.
guy there?
Alyssa started
Was he
talking
on the
about packing
airplane?
some of her stuff up that night so she wouldn't have
God,
to do
can
it
you
in the morning.
imagine?
But I told her I'd do mine tomorrow. I just wanted to lay down.
Hmm.
My body
I
was
would love
exhausted
that.
in a way that overpowered everything else. Even though I was still high, I felt so physically dead that I just crawled into bed, shut the light off, and laid there in the dark.
Did he
I didn't feel normal, but I felt too tired to care. I must have drifted off into this half-sleep state because I wasn't fully out, but I definitely lost track of time. Then at some point, I opened my eyes.
Oh,
I have no idea what
my
woke me
favorite.
up. Maybe a sound, maybe just my body being on edge. But the second I looked toward the bedroom doorway, I saw a figure standing there. It was
Oh,
tall,
hey there,
completely
buddy.
still, just inside the doorway, facing me.
He was
At first,
tall,
my brain
dark,
couldn't
and
even process what I was looking
handsome.
at. I thought maybe Alyssa was standing there for some reason, but it was too tall and broad. Then I focused on the face. Even in the dark, I could tell. It was the man from the festival. I know how insane that sounds, especially with the state I was in, but that's exactly what I saw.
my
He
god.
stood there looking at me from a few feet away from my bed. I remember this horrible, cold feeling going
Okay.
through my whole body. Then
Oh
I started screaming. Not just yelling, full-on screaming as loud as I could while throwing the covers over
Oh.
my head like I was going to do something. I kept screaming until Alyssa came into my room.
He threw the covers over his head.
Like he's the boogeyman.
Huh?
Just gonna-
The gay boogeyman.
Oh, the gay boogeyman came into my house and I threw the covers over my head to save me.
Second she turned on the light, there was
Oh,
nobody there. The doorway was empty.
Oh,
The room was empty.
and they
Alyssa
were
kept asking me
never
what happened,
there.
and I was crying so hard I could barely get the words out. I told her I saw the guy from the festival standing in my doorway. She looked freaked out by how serious I was, but she kept telling me that it had to be the drugs and that I was still having a bad high.
I did
I
sneak
honestly
it,
wanted to
Sid.
believe
I
her,
did.
because the other option was way worse. But what bothered me was how real it
Did you
looked.
snee it?
It didn't feel dreamlike at all. It
Did
felt
you
like waking
schmee
up
it?
and seeing an actual person in the room.
Okay.
I begged Alyssa to sleep in the bed with me that night, and she did.
Once the story ends, I got some.
Neither of us wanted-
Alyssa,
we were
Alyssa,
sleeping.
please, Alyssa, help reassert my heterosexuality, please. I'm in
Oh
danger.
yeah, shit.
Also,
Happy
yeah,
Trans Day.
happy Trans Day of Visibility, everybody.
Can we get a round of applause?
Can we
for,
get a big round of applause for all of us here?
for all the to half or more of the audience? But I got words for this story.
Yeah, yeah.
This is
Let's
not- I got
finish
some
it up,
data,
and then we
So
can.
we
I got
laid there
some
talking
stuff to
quietly
say.
for a while
You can
with the
give your
lights on in the
takes.
hallway. She kept trying to calm me down and make me on the conversation. Eventually, somehow, we both drifted off.
She kept trying to reassure me of my heterosexuality.
Yeah. But
The next morning,
Is
I
that-
woke
oh, no,
up
it's
to
not
Alyssa
over.
screaming
Wait,
my
there's
name
more.
and
Fuck.
shaking me. For a second, I thought maybe I was still
oh
dreaming.
no,
I
Alyssa's
sat up
here.
and saw her standing near my bedroom doorway, staring at the floor. I looked down
Oh.
and saw muddy boot prints on the hardwood. I still get chills thinking about it. They started near the front part of
Wow.
the house and came down the hall.
Muddy
They stopped
boot
right
prints,
at the
what are
doorway,
these?
Exactly where I had seen that
I'm
figure
tracking them. It
standing.
must be Demonica.
After that,
A
the prince
queer.
turned around and went back down the hall toward the front door. I
Isn't
remember
that the,
just staring
isn't
at
that the
them,
boots you
feeling
get?
this rush of sickness go through me.
Demonica?
Demonia.
Demonia. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
It was like my whole body
Demonia
dropped.
brand.
That was the moment I realized what I saw was not some Molly hallucination. Somebody had really been inside
Platform prints in my house. What could it be?
that house while we were sleeping,
Oh my
or
god.
while I was half asleep.
At least
Unless
6
there was some
inches.
impossible coincidence, it was him. Alyssa looked just as scared as I felt. We started checking everything right away.
Gender
We made sure
fluid.
the front
Thank
door was
you,
locked
Sid.
now.
I was
Checked the
waiting for that.
windows. Checked both bedrooms, the bathroom, every room. Nothing obvious was missing, which somehow
Every
made it
room,
creepier to me.
anywhere, in the
And
cabinet.
whoever came in wasn't just trying to steal something.
Oh.
We
Under
packed
the
faster
sink.
than I thought possible.
No, they're looking
Neither
to
of us
see if they
showered,
like
ate,
stole
or even really
anything,
talked
but-
much.
Yeah.
We just threw everything into our suitcases
they
and got
stink
out of there.
stinky.
Once we were out, we contacted the Airbnb host and told them someone had
No,
broken
he's
in
gonna
during the
smell
night.
you.
I remember sending pictures of the prints because I wanted proof that I wasn't crazy. The host sounded shocked and apologetic, but by then I didn't care. I just wanted to leave. We spent the rest of that day basically on edge until it was finally time to go to the airport. We made it home safely and nothing else happened, but that whole trip has stayed with me ever since.
See, that was a big mistake. I can smell boy smell from a mile away. He'd be fucked. He'd be in big trouble.
Maybe fucked.
What bothers
have
me
a
most
beacon on
is not
yourself
knowing
right
exactly
now.
how he found
Yeah.
us, assuming it really was him.
Yeah, I
Maybe
don't
he
know.
followed us when we left. Maybe he saw us call a ride.
Maybe
Maybe he watched from
followed
farther
us.
away than I realized. I don't
Top
know.
true
I just know
stories.
I saw that man at the festival over and over. Then I saw him in the doorway, and the boot prints proved someone had actually been there.
He was gay.
Ever since that happened, I've never touched Molly again or any drug like it. People joke about bad
I'll
trips.
never touch again.
That
I'll
experience
never touch a man
permanently changed
again.
how I think.
I'll never touch a
Even
man
now,
ever
just due to
again.
PTSD, I still glance at the bedroom doorway
Mhm.
first before anything else.
Picture of the prince.
All
What
right,
does this mean?
Zam, hit us with your takes.
Yeah.
Story 2
Up
by
until-
Alpha K9.
Oh fuck me.
What a
Okay,
fucking,
let
what a
me-
fucking. No, go ahead. I just.
I'll be
yeah.
quick. I'll be quick then.
No, no, take your
Uh,
time. I just thought it's
I
very
mean-
funny.
I do believe that story could have happened up until the point where I think they had. If this was a true story, I think the point where like, oh no, when we found Prince and he was really there, and like it all happened. I think that part was maybe embellished. If I'm giving this like
Yeah.
way too much credit than it deserves, but because I can see like, yeah, you took some drugs, and you're at a festival, and like maybe somebody was like peeping you out and like, looking to flirt because you're at a place.
Yeah.
And I can see like, yeah, tired as fuck, scared, half asleep in that like mid state, as well as being on drugs and stuff. Like, you can totally like have some sleep paralysis, like vision shit in that specific circumstance,
Yeah, most of this I think is actually pretty, because we used to, when we've done this before, we would like talk about like, do we think this is real or not? I think this hypothetically could be real, aside like, I feel like it's real but embellished.
Oh, the caption said.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it feels like it's real, and then like, oh, that doesn't really have an ending. That's not really a good story. So let's add a bit of sauce at the end. It's like, oh no, and it was real because maybe somebody else said you were on drugs and you were in that like waking up sleep state that people constantly have alien like sightings in.
Yeah.
Like,
Like I find a lot of that believable. Honestly, yeah, I don't know. It's a he
I don't know.
he had a bad trip and a man flirted with him and he was so fucking scared.
but like that wasn't scary enough. So they had to add a little bit on the end.
Well, no, because
Um,
then it would just be a gay panic story.
Yeah, which I mean, I'm not against having it,
Yeah.
but anyways, what's this Alpha K9 have to say about
Yeah,
that?
Alpha K9, hit us with your spin us a yarn. Tell us your story.
Wolfie, is that like a peeping
Over
the
summer,
furries in the
my girlfriend from
in the
college,
credits of like a
Valentina,
game?
invited me to come visit her family. Her family lives in San
Is Alpha
Diego,
Kurt-
California. My parents basically forced me to
Oh,
go
fuck,
because I
San
wasn't doing
Diego.
anything else that summer besides working and sleeping.
You.
It was a Friday afternoon.
Tablet.
I had just gotten off
Thank
my
you.
plane. The flight felt like forever since I was flying across the country. I got a text from Valentina telling me to come outside so she could pick me up. She and her dad came to pick me up in an old Toyota. I don't remember much from the car ride to her beach house though.
I love these
We
little
pulled up to a
details they
beautiful
put
villa
in.
on the beach.
Yeah.
Valentina's dad helped me get my
It was
suitcase
a
out and
Toyota.
escorted me to my room. My room was on
Very
the lower level,
important. Thank you,
separated
dear.
from everyone else upstairs. For a guest room, however, it had a great view of the beach. I could also see the side stairs that led to the front door on the second floor. I unpacked my clothes and toiletries, trying to get settled into my room. Then I heard
This is a very California, bougie California beach house. This one right here.
knocking on my door. It
Yeah.
was Valentina.
It's got all the
She wanted me
trappings
to
of
meet her
one.
siblings, but I'm not going to talk about them much, as they're irrelevant to the story.
I'll take your word for it.
However, she introduced me to her mom.
I
Her
know.
mom was a nice older woman.
I know these
She made me feel
things.
welcomed. Valentina ended the conversation when she said she was taking me to the beach. She went upstairs to change.
Oh,
I went
Dogman
to my room
stories
to do the
about
same.
pissing?
We got on the beach, and the sun was setting.
Any links?
She told me
Oh
it's a great-
yeah, Wolfie, do you have any Dogman stories? If you can link the Dogman stories, we can read
time
some
to
of
take
those
some
with
pictures for my
the
Instagram.
where they're
Being the
always
nice and
talking
helpful
about
person I am,
piss.
I agreed I would take her pictures.
Tell about the smell.
The beach was crowded, so I
smell
knew
of
this
the
would be
dog man.
difficult.
Yeah.
I probably took 100 pictures
The
before
dog
she
man's
was
very
finally
smelly.
satisfied. I looked back at the pictures, and something was off about them. I noticed a man in the background of every picture, sometimes staring at Valentina from behind or
He
staring
was
at
wearing
me.
a pride
I looked at
shirt.
the general direction he was standing in the most recent
Oh,
picture,
fuck.
but he was gone.
And black
I
boots.
muttered to myself.
Fuck me, look at that.
I tried telling Valentina,
Look
but
at
she
that.
just shrugged it off. I started to feel very paranoid. I always had the fear of someone stalking me. I knew I had to be a man and hide this fear. Later, Valentina and I went back out to the beach. It was around midnight. and one of her best friends was having
Valentina's a
bonfire.
crazy name.
We walked
Yeah.
down to
I
the
gotta
beach for the
say.
gathering. After being a social butterfly for a while, my boss called me. He was pretty chill, so I told him about my trip and when I would be back. As I was talking to him, I saw a black figure on the beach, just staring at me. I pretended not to see him and just turned the other
Just looked at
direction.
me.
I guess my boss noticed my sudden pause because he asked, "Are you okay?" I responded quickly, saying, "Yeah, I was just a little surprised by what I just saw." He didn't question it and immediately got back on
God,
topic.
I hate when people
The
perceive
party
me.
started to die down. People were finishing up their
Awful.
drinks and getting into their Ubers. I
Can't
asked
stand that
Valentina's
shit.
best friend, who was
honestly.
sober, if she could drive us home. She agreed to take us home since we were a 2-minute drive away. In the car, Valentina asked me, why didn't we just walk back on the beach? I was debating whether I should tell her the truth or if I should just make something up. I told her, "You're absolutely plastered right now. There's no way you're walking." She rolled her eyes. We got home and I helped her upstairs because I needed her to be quiet. I slept in her room that night because I didn't feel safe being alone
Needed
downstairs
her
at
to
the
be
beach.
quiet.
The next day came. I woke up with a feeling
I
of
need
having
you
to
to
throw
shut
up.
the fuck up.
I stayed in bed all
I needed
day.
my woman
I
to
told
be
Valentina
quiet.
and her parents that I just needed rest for a day. Then I would be able to function for the rest of the week. I woke up around 7 p.m. to Valentina knocking on my door. She told me they're going to downtown San Diego for dinner,
hear that?
but would be back before midnight. I nodded my head in
Oh.
agreement, then went back to sleep.
The knocking.
I started to have a dream of someone tapping on a glass table rapidly. It was getting so annoying that I woke up. The tapping stopped.
Glass table.
I turned on my side to face the exterior stairs.
Well,
That was when
Freud. I've been reading Freud recently. He said if you dream about tapping a glass table, it means you want to fuck your dad.
Yeah. Because everybody knows that dream
That's-
symbolism for glass table is a fatherly figure.
Yeah,
So it's
no,
like
it
you
is.
wanting to tap said figure, you know? It's
Exactly.
symbolic.
See, yeah, no, it all makes sense.
With the fragile balance of pietas, filial relation.
Yeah, exactly that kind of thing. It is actually really funny that he compares like, because
Oh,
he
you have actually been reading Freud. That's
yeah,
all.
yeah, no, I have. I do find it very funny that he compares like the relationship between like, because he does the whole like id, ego, and super ego thing in terms of like
Naturally.
mental stuff, and he compares the dynamic between the ego and the super ego to that of like a child and their father. But then in like
Yeah, of course
in the revision stuff, because this is like a like second or third edition or something, he's like, oh well, you could just say a parent, not specifically a father, and it's like, okay, buddy, yeah, sure. I know what you are, okay? You're not fucking fooling anybody.
You aren't slick with that. Like we
I
all-
know what you are.
when I saw it.
Anyway.
I saw the guy from the
We all
pictures
know,
at the beach
right?
at my window, waving at me.
Ooh.
He had a black hood on. He went running up the stairs, where I heard the front door open. I nearly screamed. But the
Zero
front door
creativity.
locked.
I guess
How was he in the house?
that's the thing about these.
went to
Like
my door
it
and
has to
put
be
my
real
weight on it.
stories. They can have
He
a
wasn't
critter.
getting in.
It's always just like a guy in
I-
black.
Okay, I know it's meant to be scary,
Going
but
going down the stairs.
the mental image of him waving at him and then running away up the stairs is really funny.
Hi. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just like you play any like PvP game with other people. Like
Yeah.
it's like a Helldivers maneuver to be like, oh, wave and then fucking take off in a direction.
Yeah.
Or anything.
Zooming
And
off.
I heard someone on the other side of the door jerking the door handle. He was trying to put his weight into the door, but nothing was coming through that door. I heard him back away from the door.
I heard someone on the other
That's
side
when I
of the
grabbed my
door.
phone and called 911.
Jerking.
It took 5 minutes before I
Oh,
heard the police
God.
opening the front door. I
Oh,
decided it was
God.
safe to leave my room, and I booked it upstairs. But of course, the creep had left long before the cops showed up. Shortly behind the cops, Valentina's family showed up worried. They asked me if I was okay, but that wasn't what was important. I needed to make sure he didn't take or do anything. I heard a scream from Valentina as she went to her room.
And this is the
Followed
yet
her
again
in.
this story
She
too.
pointed to a camera
Like,
in the
oh,
corner of
we
the room.
check. We
The
have
police
to
took it
add
for
in. We
investigation.
check the house
The
to
creep
make
also
sure they
took
didn't steal
Valentina's clothes
anything.
and bathing suits.
We
I
scampered
stayed
all
for the rest of
around.
the
He
week,
took-
but I'm still
He
scared from
did
that
take stuff.
experience
He
2
took the
months later.
clothes
I don't know how that guy found us,
because
or
they're
what
like
his
a
intentions
sex
were.
pest, I guess.
I didn't know if he wanted
Yeah, he
me
wanted to huff them because he's a little creature.
or Valentina. But most frightening, what would he have done if he did get into my room?
He wanted that
Oh.
good boy smell.
Oh my god.
My girlfriend and
Thank
I
you,
took a
Alpha
trip to Palm
K9.
Springs last year because we both
Yeah,
wanted
Alpha
to break from
K9
the
out
dark
here
and
with
just
some
wanted
great
somewhere
stuff.
quiet where we could sit by
Hey,
a pool and
Tempest.
relax.
Story 3. Story
We
3.
found a
huh?
modern-looking Airbnb that was about 15 minutes outside the main
Also,
part
thank
of the
you,
city,
Wolfie.
kind of on the edge where the houses
would
start
love
getting more
that.
spaced apart and the desert starts taking over. It was a one-story house with big glass doors facing the backyard and a decent-sized pool. The listing said it was very private and good for couples. That was exactly what we wanted. We booked
Oh,
it for
climber
4
rack
nights.
time.
When we arrived, the place looked exactly like the photos.
Mm.
It was clean, modern, had white walls,
Hi,
concrete
camera.
floors, basic furniture. The backyard had a pool, some lounge
Story
chairs, and one of
E.
those small storage sheds off to the side that I
I
assumed
fucking hate these houses. The like modern looking all glass flat roof shit. I fucking
Square
hate.
was
shack.
just for pool equipment.
I-
There was desert all
What if
around
I
the
wanna
back
be
fence,
fucking
and
naked
you
in
couldn't
my
really
house,
see
huh?
any neighbors from the yard. The host never met
Well,
us in person.
you can still do that. It's just
Yeah, but people can see in through the windows.
I will
Like
lucky
glass
them.
house. The glass houses are also like. You don't really have to give a shit because you have a bunch of land out here away from everybody else to have your little palace. So like, it's okay. Like like on top of a mountain with like trees and shit, and you just have like a thing. In the Terror Channel. I don't know. I want closed doors. I want privacy. I want a more grungy aesthetic than whatever the fuck this is. If maybe this is made out of brick, then we'd be doing something. But
I
Oh,
have it,
okay.
Wolfie.
I was. Hold up. This channel. This is a subscription right here.
This
This might be a gold mine.
Tales of the Supernatural. Subscribe already.
What's their most popular? Hold up.
Popular. Are werewolves real? 7 Dogman stories to give you chills.
Why is it specifically Dogman and not Werewolf? Dogman Town?
Wait, where's Dogman Town? Dogman Town.
Yeah. This what is this?
Yeah.
Other scary stories. Stalked by Dogman. I can't read that font against the background. Ohio is full of Dogman encounters.
Of course
Plus
it
a
is.
sneak peek at my book.
Yeah,
is Dogman-
it's not the same. Like I'm not a dog man. Because I'm
what's the difference
I'm not
between,
a
like-
man. So
But there's like Wolfman. is
yeah,
what I expect.
the way that I differentiate them is like Wolfman is like the more human looking one and werewolf is the more like dog looking one. Like the canine looking one.
I suppose so.
Like I would call this over here, I would call this one episode 68. I would call that a Wolfman. I would call
Episode
any
33 there.
any of these I would call yeah like these ones up here I would call
Those are
all
more
of
werewolves.
these are werewolves.
So then what's Dogman? Is it like even lamer than like Wolfman?
I don't know. It's
Is it like
good- it's good
A guy with
question.
only like slight features? Like, you know, it's like, oh, he has sharp teeth and he might have a big beard or something.
It's just a slightly hairy
Gotcha.
man,
Yeah, kinda.
kinda. But we have to finish these
uh,
California story first. We gotta,
Oh,
gotta
yeah, no.
pace
I'm
ourselves.
sorry.
We just got a door code.
It's true, it's true.
Everything felt normal the first day. We went out to dinner, came back, watched TV, and went to sleep. The first weird thing happened the first night, but it was small. Around maybe
Oh.
1 or 2 in the morning, I woke up because I thought I heard something outside.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded like maybe a light thump or something hitting the side of the house.
Oh, thump.
I just assumed it was the house
House.
settling or maybe wind. Desert areas get weird temperature changes at night, so I figured it was that. I went back to sleep. The second day, we mostly stayed by the pool. At one point, while we were laying on the chairs, I thought I heard what sounded like
Imagine
a
having
voice
a
somewhere
pool.
far away.
My God.
Not like someone talking normally, more like someone calling something out. I even asked my girlfriend if she heard it. She said she thought she heard something, but we both kind of laughed it off because there was basically nothing around us. There was no sidewalks, there was no foot traffic, it was just sand and scattered houses way off in the distance. We even joked it was probably
Sand
just something
houses.
dragging lightly against the outside wall near the
Sand
bedroom.
houses.
I got up and
Sand
looked through the glass
castles.
door, but didn't see anything.
Would you live in a
The
sand
backyard
house?
lights weren't on, and everything looked normal.
No.
I told her it was probably just branches or
I
some
don't think I
animal.
would either.
There were lizards and stuff around, so we didn't think
I don't
much
like
of it.
them.
Night 2, we again
I would
heard
love
a
to
couple
have lizards
sounds,
and
but
stuff.
nothing that made us think someone was actually there. Just random ticks and small impacts that you could easily explain away. Night 3 was when everything changed. We had gone to bed around midnight.
This
and I
is
was
like Sam. It's
Three.
like Sam. It's like Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh my God.
Night
You think
3.
they're gonna do 5 nights?
I hope so.
still awake
No.
scrolling on my phone.
They
What if
should.
it? What if that's what it's Fetty? He's outside. The whole gang is here.
What's Fetty's hole? No.
No.
Say
All
it.
the holes. They're all here.
Say it ain't. Have you seen Custom Night? There's a lot of them.
No, I meant like the main 4 or whatever. Not like all of them.
Fetty, Chica, Foxy, Bonnie. What
Yeah.
about Golden Fetty? Is he here?
He's busy. He has stuff to do. He's a busy man.
Light coming through the sides of the blinds. At
What's he busy
first, I
doing?
thought maybe a car drove by. But then it stayed on.
Venture
I got up and
capitalism.
looked through the edge of the blinds and saw one of the motion
Now,
lights
is he
on in the
day trading?
backyard. I stood there
Yes,
for maybe
he
20
is.
seconds, and then it shut off. About maybe 10 seconds later, another one turned on further down along the side of the house. That immediately made my stomach drop because it didn't feel random. It felt like something was triggering them in a path. My girlfriend asked what I was doing, and I told her I thought someone might be outside. She immediately sat up and got scared. We both watched as another light turned on near the back fence, then another closer to the pool. It really looked like someone walking around the outside of the house. She started telling me to
Tablet.
close the
Tablet.
blinds
Very
fully. She
talkative
kept saying,
today.
shut them, shut them. I closed them completely, and we both just sat there quietly.
Shut them, shut them.
I could tell she was genuinely scared.
These sort
I
of
was
home
too, but I
invasion
was trying
stories
not
in
to
like the
show
big
it. Part of
fancy
being a man in a
houses. It's just like
relationship, I guess.
yeah, somebody homeless was
She kept
outside.
saying we should just ignore
And
it.
we got
and
really
stay
scared.
inside.
There's a homeless
My brain kept
person
going to the idea
outside.
that
Oh,
someone could be
God.
trying to break in. I said I was going to go check
Police?
outside just to make sure. She kept telling me
God,
not
especially
to. She actually
California
grabbed my
horror
arm and
story.
told me that
Yeah,
was a stupid
no,
idea.
absolutely.
I told her I would just step out for a minute.
Officer,
I went into the kitchen.
officer, there's a homeless man outside. There's a poor outside. Get rid of him.
There's a poor. I thought your benches were supposed to kill them with those spikes.
Gavin Newsom, I thought you were gonna kill them with the spikes. They're still alive.
One survived, and it wants revenge.
This was supposed to solve the problem. Oh my god.
It's like
Jim
a
and grabbed one of the
mouse
bigger-
trap.
God.
I don't know. You'd know better about the galley situation than I do, but they're pretty.
Yeah,
fucking
no.
nasty.
They love to put those fucking
yeah.
the armrests in the middle of them to just
By
make it.
I don't mean
impossible.
the homeless population. I mean the treatment of the homeless population.
Yeah,
That should
yeah,
be-
no, I know what you mean.
No, but like for them.
It's just you know, they're just. It's definitely not because they're trying to make things harder for the unhoused people here. Definitely not that.
Your knife from the knife block. I didn't tell her this though. I didn't want to freak her
Trying
out.
to say it
I
isn't.
remember my hands actually shaking a little, which isn't normal for me. I opened the back sliding door slowly and stepped outside. It was dead quiet out there. I stood there for maybe a minute just
Dead
listening.
quiet.
Then I walked slowly around the pool area, looking around the fence line and the corners of the house. I didn't see anyone. After
But it was
maybe
just like a
5
deer.
minutes, I started thinking maybe I was just being
A
paranoid
queer.
and that maybe an animal had triggered the lights.
A queer.
Then I noticed
What if
footprints
it's
in
just a gay
sand near
man?
the side of the house.
Yeah.
They were very clear.
All the stories. It's just gay men around.
I mean, listen. When we get to those dogmen,
Yeah, no,
Two
actually,
prints,
good point.
Not animal tracks. This is when my heart started pounding. The prints went from the side of the yard toward the small shed that was next to the house. I followed them slowly, trying to be quiet.
shed.
I remember thinking if someone was hiding, I didn't want to surprise them, but I also didn't want them surprising me. The footprints went straight to the shed
What
door.
does that even
When I
mean?
got there,
You're
the doors were
surprise each
completely
other. You're gonna
closed.
jump out.
The footprints
Go
just
boo.
ended right in front of me. That
Go
was the
boo.
moment
What
I
happens
felt
if two
actual
people
fear.
lunge at each
Not just
other at the same
nervousness,
time?
real fear.
Uh,
I stood there, maybe 3 or 4 feet from
Okay,
the door, just staring
that's a
at it.
fucking.
I couldn't hear anything at first.
Somebody submitted
I
this,
took
right?
another step.
mm-hmm.
Like, not just blank, but blank. I swear to God, I feel like not just something, but real fear. I've heard that exact line in
Well,
other
it's
stories we've done.
that's an AI thing.
They kiss. Oh. Kissing on the dirt
AI
and sand.
AI likes to do that. The not just blank but blank thing.
You're
It's
not
one of
just
those-
a baby genius. You're the smartest
You're
baby.
the smartest baby of 1996.
When I got there, the doors were completely closed. The footprints just ended right in front of me. That was the moment I felt
Naturally,
actual
naturally.
fear, not just nervousness.
I love when he gets he buys a fucking Deadpool hat and it like glazes him so hard. Like it gives this description that is just the cringiest thing I've ever heard. It's fucking awful.
Listen, we like to, you know, we like to beseech the AI bros, but that would work on me. If it told me my hat looked nice, I'd be like,
Yeah, but it's a Deadpool hat, Sam. It's different.
maybe I'd be swayed.
I
Real
For
fear.
the path of the pool.
I stood there, maybe 3 or 4 feet
Out
from the
of the
door, just
pool.
staring at it. I couldn't hear
Path of
anything
the
at
pool.
first.
I walked the
I
path.
took another step closer.
I'm a
and just
pool
listened.
practitioner, you know.
I was trying to hear
I
breathing or
traversed the
movement.
path.
For maybe 5 seconds,
We
there
call
was
each other
nothing.
pool sharks.
Then, very clearly from inside, I heard a man's voice say in a normal,
We call
calm
each
tone,
other pool toys.
"Could you open the door, please?"
We call each other
Froze
pool toys
completely.
and try to pop
I
each other.
didn't say
Yeah,
anything.
we do.
Then right after that, the same voice did this quiet, creepy laugh. A small laugh.
We take
like he
turns
thought
seeing how
something
many
was
pumps of
funny.
air we can fit
I
into
didn't wait
each
another
other.
second.
Yeah, we
Turned
do.
and
Is
ran
Shay
straight
here?
back to the house.
Shay, are you here?
I slammed the sliding door
Sure.
shut and locked it. My girlfriend was already standing there asking what happened, and I
The
was
true
honestly
test of
struggling to
power
get the words
is
out because I was
whose
so freaked
nozzle
out.
is where.
I told her
Because
there was
like if
someone
it's
in the
just
shed
like
and that he asked me to open the door.
on the
She immediately
arm,
became hysterical,
like you're
asking
not
if
as
I was
strong of a
serious.
pool toy
I
as
told
if
her
it's like
yes.
I
Unfortunately,
mean,
anywhere else.
why? How can you put the nozzle on the arm? I mean, you know where that bad boy's going.
Yeah, no. I mean, there might be one like the one on the belly button for like some freaks, but you know.
Yeah. I mean,
unfortunately,
I guess
am.
for, like-
I grabbed my phone.
Because the big and round, there's like the belly button that's like a little like like orb with like an X on it. That's very cartoon stylized. I can see that being like a nozzle.
yeah.
You know,
No, it's true. You make a good point.
you know what I mean.
I
I have
know
not
what
been
you
paying
mean.
attention to this story.
No, I
So-
haven't
phone
either.
and
Where
called
did he
911.
go back?
All
What did he
laughed
say?
like he thought something was funny. I didn't wait another second. I turned and ran straight back to the house.
Oh, they're laughing. They're
I slammed
laughing
the
at
sliding
him.
door shut and locked it. My girlfriend was already standing there asking what happened.
They
I
did
was
a little,
honestly struggling to get the words out because I was
Was it
so
Neighbors?
freaked out.
What was that home
I told
invasion
her there
movie
was
we
someone in the
watched?
shed.
The
and he
Strangers?
asked me to open the door.
It's
She
very
immediately
Stranger
became
Things.
hysterical, asking if I was serious.
Yeah.
I told her, yes, unfortunately I am, and I grabbed my phone and called 911. While I was on the phone explaining everything, we saw the outside lights turn off again. Then about 15 seconds later, one of them turned back on. Then another, again like someone moving around the house. But now we couldn't see anything because the blinds were
Scampering,
completely shut.
skittering around.
That almost made it worse because we knew
No
someone
less
was
than
out there,
15
but couldn't
seconds.
see where. The dispatcher told us to stay inside and keep everything locked. It took about 20 minutes for police to get there because of how far out the house was. Those 20 minutes honestly felt like hours. Every little sound made us jump. When the police finally arrived, they knocked and announced themselves. I've never felt more relieved to see the police, coming from someone who hates the cops.
Oh,
Gross.
I will.
I don't believe
Clearly, you don't hate them enough then.
They checked the backyard
I was
first and
gonna
then the shed.
say.
One of the officers told me to stay
More.
inside while they opened it. After a few minutes, they came back and
Then
said
I
nobody was
I
inside.
lunged him.
They asked me a bunch of questions about what exactly I heard
Cops?
and saw. I told them everything, including the voice and the footprints.
What did he say?
They
Voice in
opened
the
it.
footprints.
After a few minutes, they came back and said nobody was inside anymore. They asked me a bunch of questions about what exactly I
That's the
heard
man
and
behind
saw.
the terror.
I told them
The
everything,
man
including
behind
the
the
voice and the
slaughter.
footprints. They said it
Man
looked like
behind
someone
the
may have been
slaughter.
staying in there temporarily. They found some empty water bottles and food wrappers.
That car
One
would be
officer
nice
told
if
us
it wasn't
sometimes
police.
people hide at vacant properties
Yeah.
or rental properties, especially in more
It's
isolated
sad.
areas.
It's like seeing a police
He said
dog.
the
It
person
needs
probably
better
left
home.
once they realized they
Yeah.
had called the police. They recommended we not stay there that night, and probably not the rest of the trip either. Before we finished packing,
I don't
one of
know,
the
I like-
It's a
officers
good thing they recommended that to you. You couldn't have figured that out yourself. Not to stay in the house that
What?
was weird shit going on. Good thing they told you.
asked if either of us owned a dirty baseball hat he found pushed behind the couch. We both immediately said no. We went through the whole Airbnb multiple times.
There
What
was
scene
a-
do they like?
There's a dirty Deadpool hat behind the couch.
Oh
What
my
could have
god.
happened here?
I could barely tell. The colors were so faded.
Yeah.
We both knew for a fact that hat was not there before. The officer just kind of nodded and said it was
He was
possible the guy
standing
had gotten
outside
inside
with
of
two
something,
katanas
but we'd have no
and two
real way of
pistols,
knowing
lass.
when. That
Oh my
honestly shook
God.
me almost more than the shed did, because it meant he might have been inside while we
Isn't
were
that-
there, maybe even
isn't
while we
that what
slept.
Deadpool
He had a fedora.
Oh fuck! A Deadpool fedora. Oh my! I need to send you something. I saw somebody's fit at work today.
Was it fucking
don't take-
horrifying?
I don't take pictures of people lightly.
Okay.
I am not that type of person.
I feel like
However-
I need to see this then, yeah.
That was enough for us. We packed
I
everything
got sleeper
immediately.
cells.
While we were packing, I tried messaging the Airbnb host multiple times explaining what happened and asking if they knew anything about someone accessing the shed. Every message showed as read.
Before you
He
ask,
never responded.
uh,
That honestly made
yes,
it
that
even
is a
creepier.
feather in the
No
hat.
response. Not even
And
concern.
yes, those are
We
tattoo
left and
sleeves.
drove back toward the city and ended up staying at a
I-
cheap hotel because it was the only thing available last minute. The next day, I contacted Airbnb support for
Sorry.
rent.
Sam, this looks like the CCTV footage that you get when you're like investigating a murder.
Hold on, give me a second. I can like put a vignette and like a black and white filter on it.
Yeah, do it all up like that. Do it good.
Okay. But no, it's like leather, like very cheap pleather vests. A big, like thick, like Catholic cross necklace. It seems like same type of pleather, like fedora with a feather in it, by the way, a black feather.
It's very
Uh,
they're doing something. I mean, that's undeniable.
black bowling shoes with red on the side.
Yeah, what the
Tattoo
fuck is that all
sleeves?
about?
Sleeves, not well fitting. They're kind of loose, which is how I noticed, and not to the skin color of them, but tattoo sleeves. And to
Yeah.
top it all off, black, navy blue, and white marine urban camo pants.
It's very strange.
Like, this person came with their kids. They had a family. I don't want to, like, speak ill of them, but I got whiplash. I was like, holy fuck. And they were nice. They stayed for a while. But
It
like,
made like the fucking whip crack sound.
Anyways. Oh, yeah, I need
and
to...
explained everything and gave them the
talk to
police
this.
report number. It took about a day of arguing, but they did refund us for the last unused night. We never heard from the host again. No apology or explanation or anything. We tried to still enjoy
Wow,
the rest
your Airbnb host was an asshole. It's a very unique
of the trip and
experience.
did some normal tourist stuff, but honestly, it kind of stuck with us the whole time.
Nobody's ever
The worst
had
part
that
for
happen
me
before.
was just knowing someone had been right outside where we were sleeping for multiple nights, and we probably just kept dismissing the sounds as normal house noises. And I think about how calm that voice sounded when he asked me to open the door, like it was some joke to him, like he expected me to actually do it. And honestly, knowing now there was proof he had been inside the house at some point makes it even harder not to think about.
Okay,
House.
that's all well and good, but Dogman. What
Dogman.
Dogman do we want?
Yeah, you all decide while I do this.
They've got Dogman Town is very enticing. Yeah,
Like a
yeah.
Like a
that's-
village of it?
That's what I was thinking. The Dogman Village.
I'm just saying that Lovecraft story would be better if, like, it wasn't fish people, you know?
Innsmouth.
Innsmouth. If the shadow of Innsmouth was dog people and not fish people, I think it would have done better. Also, I sent you.
I sent you.
I sent you.
That is, yeah.
Smile.
That's exactly what you'd see in a fucking a fucking true crime documentary.
Wolfie, are you posting right now?
Wolfie, are you?
I just saw.
Oh, you know what? No, Wolfie, continue. Yeah.
You're posting furry Leon. Oh,
No, Wolfie, you're doing the good stuff. Keep doing what you're doing.
so true.
Keep doing what you have my seal of approval to keep doing what you're doing. Anyway, tell me about Dogman Town. It's just a fire. Do we need some fucking Subway surfers or something?
Do we?
I don't know. I don't know if a fire can hold their
We're
attention.
7 seconds in.
Yeah, but Sam, it's only a
Oh, is it
fire.
fire?
It's only a fire. It's not going to hold their attention. They need something.
Can you get like a video of like?
Do you want some Minecraft parkour? You want Minecraft parkour?
There's probably like a long video on YouTube of just like werewolves, like a werewolf baby sensory video or something. That you can like set to mute and have as the visual.
Yeah. Can you,
I know that's very
can you,
specific, but I will.
yeah,
Yes,
look
thank
for
you.
that.
werewolf sensory video.
My town has a secret. A big one.
Oh, big one.
It's not something we talk about much to outsiders, and I'm only emailing you this confession because you promised you wouldn't share my name or location.
Dogman in your area.
All the names I'm giving you are not the real names of the people in my town. We don't want any trouble. You see, my town
No,
has
this
a
place
problem.
is just like a lot of children.
A dogman problem. You used the word
Dogman problem.
infested. That's a good word.
Fest-
My town is
Infested.
infested with dogmen.
That's a good word.
I'll give you one piece of information. I do not live in Mississippi. You have 49
Yeah.
What a weird fucking piece of information to give. I'll give you one hint. I don't live in Mississippi. Like, sure. If anything, it just makes it seem more like he lives in Mississippi. Like, why are you ruling that one out specifically? God. Anyway.
other states to choose from.
Yes. Fuck yes.
Everyone here knows the rules.
YouTube kids.
You don't go into the forest alone.
You're one good
And at night,
thing.
you stay out of the
You're
forest
just
altogether.
creating some bullshit.
You keep your pets inside once the sun goes down.
Yeah, Tempest, find the
You
dog
don't
man.
go investigating any weird noises outside. And never shoot one of them.
There's also
Because it
ninja
just makes them
exercises for
mad.
kids, by the way.
Everyone here knows that, especially in the late summer and early fall months,
Everybody
is when they're
knows.
most active. Some people I know here call it monster season. I call it Dogman September. Yeah. The infestation is that
Hashtag Dogman September.
bad.
Hang on. Hit me with that again. Do that again.
Some people I know here call it monster season. I call it Dogman September. Yeah.
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 Uh-huh.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Oh,
get
so I
it.
got some visuals for you, by the way.
Oh, okay, great. What the fuck is this?
It is what it is.
Sam? What the fuck is this?
You wanted visuals. You know how much I had to scrape to find
Hello.
anything remotely
I'm so
werewolf
happy
is
you're
crazy.
here.
There was one like
Yeah.
werewolf hunting song, but there was no werewolves in it. It was all bullshit.
You guys wanna, y'all wanna see what Zam sent me?
Well, because I typed in werewolf sensory videos, I'm sure.
Help me? Yes! Great. We need to be
Wait,
very
go
careful.
back. Go to the point where she
because
gets
the
chased by a
forest
giant
is
troll.
full of monsters.
Where?
Don't worry. All you need to do is be
You will
brave
see.
and do exactly what I do.
You say troll, I see, oh,
There's a
wait.
ghost above us.
Is this right? Yeah, there you go.
Quick, run! As fast as you can! As fast as you can! Don't stop!
This is like it's like a fucking quick time event.
We can do this! Keep running!
I think this is awakening something in me.
You know, Zam, I'm really happy for you.
And stop.
There you go, she got away.
There you
The
go.
infestation is that bad. A little bit about me before we get into it. I moved here when I was 20 years old. I was pregnant, scared, and out of options. My boyfriend and I rented a house from a relative of his. We lived about 2 hours away from there at the time. We both started working at restaurants to help save money and prepare for the baby. The house was small, but
Baby.
it worked.
Baby.
It had a room for us and one for the kid. We put every
And the
last
dog
penny
man.
we could into fixing that place up and turning it into our home.
I think this
Eventually,
is
she was
literally just a
born.
fetish video.
Ella.
It fucking
little
looks like one,
princess.
yeah.
James and I both got better jobs, and eventually we were
And then
able
she
to
turns
buy
into
the
a-
house from the relative.
Pregnant
Our
with
loan
the
was
dog
pretty
man.
fierce, though.
Yeah.
Maybe we were a little hasty in settling for this house and this town. I guess it's too late for that now. I remember the first time I heard a story about the dog man. It was from one of our close neighbors. He came by and told us he saw a big wolf in the woods while he was hunting.
Big wolf.
Yes, I thought
think
you
it
wanted
was one of them,
visuals.
he said.
Well,
I was confused. I had no idea what he was talking about.
What kind?
Legitimately,
Oh,
I skimmed through this. I
Lesbel,
think you
thank
should use
you.
this. Oh,
Much
I
appreciated.
think you should use this.
I hope you're
this playlist.
enjoying the peak not Wolfman, Dogman content.
Oh, specifically Dogman, yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
But also, these videos are very silly if you want to, like, use these.
Okay.
Can't believe today's ended like this. Me transforming into a werewolf.
This is very Elsa Gate, you know?
A little bit, yeah.
It's
Like I
got
said, you
that.
just need visuals.
It's got that
you know?
vibe. Okay. Here, we'll mute it,
Mm.
and we'll just have this playing.
I just assumed he meant some random species of wolf, until he elaborated. He told us both that another townie lost his dog a few nights ago. A big lab. He was all torn up.
A big lab. Also,
I
this
asked
hello,
if
Lizbel.
the wolves
I was
around
in
here
the
were
hole.
afraid of people, but he just laughed at me. He told us that the wolves around
Scary.
here, and he used finger quotations during that part, are not like normal wolves at all. He told us
Not
they
like
could
normal
walk around on
wolves.
2 legs.
Different.
My turn to laugh. He looked at me like I just
that's-
called him a liar, and told me to listen
My
to the
turn to
stories of the rest of the people
Oh.
that have been here a while. I just smiled and said I
Oh.
would, even though I had no intentions
This looks
of doing
great
so.
with the. Oh wait, I was gonna say this
I
is
was
great
a
with the
blimp.
filter. I forgot I turned your stream down to
Irritable.
like 1060p.
I had to pee all the time.
160p. What?
Oh, they're
Why would I
talking.
ask a bunch of strangers to tell
Hang
me
on.
flights
Hold
of
up, I'm
Sorry.
paying
fantasy about a
attention.
wolf,
Go back about the piss. Go back.
Okay.
What's this about the
and
piss?
told me to listen to the stories of the rest of the people that have been here a while.
People.
I just smiled and said I would, even though I had no intentions of doing so. I was a blimp. Irritable. I had to pee all the time. Why would I ask a bunch of strangers to tell me flights of fancy about
Yeah.
wolves walking around on 2 legs? I mean, what are we talking about here?
Whoa.
Werewolves? I think not.
No.
I think.
Soon after that, though, I
I
made
think
my first
not.
friend. Nancy. A stay-at-home
wait, go
mom with
back.
3 little children. I was
Zoom.
definitely...
Enhance. Wait, she already has like 3 other kids too. Those haven't come up yet, have they? I thought she just
Oh,
had like a baby on the way.
Taz, is that what you walked in on? The wait, go back to the piss.
Yes.
Yeah, Taz, you missed earlier.
Maybe.
They were talking about Dogman September.
I think not.
Some say werewolf season. For
Soon
me,
after that, though, I
it's
made my
Dogman
first friend.
September.
Dogman September.
Nancy. A stay-at-home mom to 3 little children. I was definitely grateful
Oh,
to
no,
meet
Nancy.
her and to talk to her
Nancy.
about childbirth and raising a baby. My mom had
Danger.
split when I was a kid, and I didn't really have any other positive female role models to talk to. One day, Nancy and her kids and I were having lunch at my house, and I asked her about the wolves. She got really quiet and looked down. Did you see
Uh-huh.
one of them? She asked me. Just the
You
way
see
she reacted and the tone of her voice sent chills down my spine, which of course made me have to pee. So I went to the bathroom, stared at myself in the mirror for a moment, and asked myself
Wolfie, I
if
like
I
the
really
arrow that
wanted
says
to hear
stinky
what
on
she
that
had to
picture,
say
by the
about
way.
this
It's fun.
special species of wolf.
I was just looking at that, yeah.
But I admit curiosity got the better of
Pay
me.
attention to the story.
No, I am.
came
Yeah,
back
no,
and sat down.
I'm not looking at
Nancy was staring at me.
anything.
I told her about what Richard
Where are the
had said,
visuals?
and
I
she nodded.
heartfelt.
Oh,
crafted
sorry.
for?
I'll
She
put them
told
back
me
on.
he's seen them a lot. I told her to be straight with me. This is what she told me in a nutshell.
Oh, look.
There are creatures out in the forest that look like wolves, but really aren't. They look just like werewolves. She was sure that they were something different, though. She didn't think they turned into these things when
Do you like
the
the
moon was
tail?
full. And she didn't think they were sometimes
Wait, they just
people.
pulled it out off camera. yeah.
Mhm.
She said they were
Yeah.
enormous, strong, fast, smart, even smart enough to know what a doorknob is. Most of the time they stay in the forest or the
Lined
fields
up
and the back
perfectly.
roads, but sometimes they come into town late at night
That's perfect.
when there aren't
That's
many
great.
people out. Nancy's mom saw one looking in her window one night when she got up to get some water. I guess it snarled at her and took off. The only thing is, the window that this thing was looking in was about 6 feet off the ground. Nancy said she's seen one on one of our roads twice. both times around 11 p.m.
Oh my god.
The first
Wow.
time it was sniffing around the side of the road and was on all fours. When her headlights hit it, it looked up at her and walked back into the forest.
Whoa.
She said the scariest part was the size and how unafraid that thing seemed.
Is this supposed to be
The second time she saw it, though,
Christmas
it was
themed?
on 2 legs and ran across the road right in front of her. She said
They
it was
got a-
fast as
they got
hell
a
and
tree.
only took 2 or 3 steps to clear the entire road.
I do think this is like
She said it was probably
part
7 or 8
of their
feet tall
role play, though.
and as
these
muscular
two.
as an
Yeah,
Olympic
no, it
weightlifter.
seems like it.
It had a tail.
Alright,
and
there's
big
no more
pointy
werewolf
ears,
here.
But she couldn't see the whole face this time. Just the side of it. Apparently, after that,
They're all
she
gonna be like
requested to have
this.
her shift switched to
Wait,
days,
werewolf beast
and
attacked
when
my
they said
car.
No,
Here you go.
she put in her notice. After that is
Oh, do you
when
think
she
they're gonna
just
throw
stayed at home
the
with her
puppet
kids.
against the car and have it
I
fall over?
really hope so.
As she was telling me this, my eyes teared up because I was so creeped out. I didn't even know what
I
to
also
believe.
cry when I get
mean,
creeped
how
out.
could any of this even be possible?
Me too.
How could something like this exist
Oh,
without
she
the
hit it.
public knowing?
She hit it.
Or a zoologist or the FBI. I asked her if she was
No,
pulling
that's
my
the guy.
leg, but she shook her
They hit
head
a
no.
person.
She swore on her own life that
Oh,
she
they
was
they
telling
sped
me
it
the
out.
truth.
Okay, I see. And add some shake.
As time went on, I learned more and more about these encounters. And the more and more people I met, I found out the
Uh-huh.
more people had seen them. A woman named Marianne heard
Put-
something
put on,
large
like,
attacking
times
her
2
cat, but
speed
was
and then,
too
like,
afraid
just
to
click
go
it
out
off.
and look at what was going on.
That was my
She told me
plan.
about the death cries her cat was making and the snarls she heard from whatever was killing him.
Uh-huh.
The next morning, she went to look for her cat, but all she found was some
Yeah.
blood. A man named Matt also lost his pet, a Rottweiler mix that he called Montana.
Oh.
He found the carcass of Montana at the edge of his property. He'd been chewed
This
up.
reminds me of
and
Roadside
half-eaten.
Romeo.
Another man,
You
named
know,
Eric,
it
and
kind
his
of
wife
does,
Kate,
yeah.
had
It's kind of
several
the
run-ins
Can you
with
vibe.
frame by
these
frame
things.
it?
They live closer to the woods than I do, so I guess that's why. Once they heard something large moving around their patio. They didn't look, but described the noises as heavy footsteps and these deep growling, breathing noises. They caught an odor that night too, and said it smelled like old,
the smell,
dirty
like the
animal
smell.
fur. They also heard something equally as heavy walking around on the
Was the
rooftop one
smell?
night. They called the police,
smelled like
but
old, dirty
by the time they
animal fur.
arrived, whatever it
Oh.
was,
Look,
was
it's a
gone.
suspicious smell. You're not listening to the story?
They were both in the car
I was
when they saw the
distracted a
dog man
little
for the
bit,
first
just
time.
a smidge.
They were on their way home from a faculty meeting
Yeah, the
one
fire
time
is to keep
too,
us locked down.
around 7
Yeah.
p.m. The sun was already low, but it was still light enough outside to see clearly. They saw this thing run.
Here. I'll make...
Oh,
Can I change the,
what you looking for?
There you go. Fucking massive subtitles, then you can
Oh.
read it better.
There
See?
you go.
I know what to do.
Only if we're on this page, though.
Yeah.
Unless you can pop the... I'm thinking you can pop those out to other tabs, though.
No.
running across the road right in front of them with what looked like a dead raccoon in one of its hands.
Oh.
And they described it clearly to me. It was no less than 7 feet tall, muscular but slim,
It's no less than...
No
covered
less,
in brown
yeah.
hair, but at the shoulders and
No
back
less than
had a
7 feet
darker
tall.
shade of brown, like a mane.
No less than 30 seconds.
It had a long tail, long arms that moved back and forth while it ran, and strong
Uh-huh,
muscular
that's how
legs.
that works.
They described the legs, just like we had talked
Uh-huh.
about. Digitigrade,
Uh-huh.
so walking on its toes.
On its... That,
It was
that's
upright
not
like a
what that-
man,
okay.
but kind of slouched over when it ran.
Digigrade.
They said it looked perfectly in its
Digigrade.
element, being on 2
Very
legs. though.
strong,
On its
muscular
toes.
legs.
The head was enormous, wolf-like with a
It
long
sounds like a
snout
wolf,
and big
but just
ears.
standing up.
They said it looked
Yeah, it does.
remarkably like the werewolf from Van Helsing with Hugh Jackman.
Oh, it's the werewolf with
They
Hugh
got home,
Jackman.
ran inside, locked the doors, and stayed up with their guns all night
Zam,
long.
can you get me
Oh,
a
really?
Zam? Can you get me a transparent PNG of the werewolf from Van Helsing?
I don't think I've ever actually seen this.
I remember that Fern was watching it one time, and I said that he's not actually that sexy, and Fern said, "Fuck you."
Which one's the Hugh Jackman?
It's the 041, I believe.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Damn. No, I'm seeing the person version now. It's like a whatever.
Yeah.
The worst part about werewolf is they're gonna turn back into a person eventually, and they're not gonna be as good.
That's why I didn't do
like
that.
cryptid game.
Yeah, that's why I didn't do that. I'm just always wolf.
Wow,
Always
That-
wolfing.
worked wonderfully. I almost sent that to General. I mean, it wasn't fine, but you know.
You almost sent that to the general?
It's hashtag exclusive, General chat. There you go.
Hashtag exclusive. Oh, there he is, yeah.
Do you like this?
This is great.
Like, you put it up there. Like, to say, like, it looked exactly like this werewolf. Dogs with drip. We're fucking dripping all over the place.
I'm dripping mist.
Hmm. Dripper drowns, Spider-Man.
I'm dripping most times, yeah. It's true.
We're listening to definitely not machine-made spooky stories.
Sorry, let me find that.
Hashtag
Find that fucking picture.
Dogman September, y'all.
Dogman September, here we come.
Here we come, and here we go.
Here we come and here we go.
It's been years since they've had that encounter, and he still gets eerie and sick to his stomach when he has to drive down that road at night. They're both certain that it was the same type of creature that they heard on their property. Another woman named Erin heard footsteps on her roof. She said they sounded heavy.
This,
Then she heard a loud howl,
On the roof.
the sound of something landing on the ground,
on the roof.
grunting, and then heavy footfalls running through her grass. She called the cops, but they found nothing. A brother and a sister
Nothing.
who are friends of mine, Elijah and Marissa,
Creature.
saw a dogman that chased their
Creature.
car when they were teenagers. It took place about 5 years prior to me hearing the story. They were driving down a
Forged by the
road
machine.
out of the forest, and it came out of nowhere through the trees and ran after them for about half a mile.
And it lunged at me.
He said it
It
was doing
lunged
50
at
miles an
me.
hour, and it was keeping up with them,
I-
running behind
do
the
people,
car.
okay.
Not
Do y'all
going
know what
50
we
miles
mean
an
when
hour
we keep on
itself,
saying, like,
just
and it lunged at
able
me?
to keep up with stamina chasing this car for such a long
Stamina.
distance. This
Also,
one
yeah, it
was
was chasing
gray,
the car.
on all fours,
Oh,
and
that's nice,
powerful
honey.
looking. They said as it ran, it was snapping at their car until it lost the distance.
There we go.
Even though it wasn't close enough to actually bite it, it was
Also,
still
yeah,
trying
hey,
to get to the
hey,
car.
hey, gun puppy.
They felt like it was telling them that they were in the wrong place and they needed to leave. Several other people that I know
Oh, he's having some snacks.
confess to seeing the dogman run across the roads around here, but not all of them have given me the same description. Sometimes the dogman is muscular and sleek, and other times
Okay,
it
yeah.
looks like a giant.
Tempest doesn't know
There's
either.
also different pelt colors too.
We did another spooky
I've heard
stories
dark
like this.
brown,
It's
light
probably
brown,
up on the.
black, tan, gray.
It's,
which one did we find the Pringles horror stories?
I
Because you
want
do
to
keep a
say,
good
want to
VOD like
say
history.
it's scary stories to tell in the bark. One
Was it the second one? The
Maybe
first
it
one was
was-
Chuck E. Cheese, I think.
Yeah, I forget. It's one of them.
And the scary stories to tell in the park. If you skim through the video till you see like, literally like they had weird AI visuals or just Pringles. It was all
Yeah.
Pringles horror stories about like people either craving specifically sour cream and onion Pringles or like fighting each other for them, or a creature haunting the chip aisle. It's a lot of like, oh, I went to reach for the chips, and then the woman standing in the aisle, she lunged at me.
Yeah, they were like fighting over the last can of sour cream and onion.
There was like 4 or 5 stories that just had like, and then she lunged at me.
Then she lunged at me.
Maybe I'm misremembering, but it happened more than once.
It was
Yeah, I know.
yeah, once you pop, you just don't stop.
It's either like the Pringle man is a monster physically who attacks me, or someone's going crazy for them, or they're made of people. Oh, which I'm gay.
Personally, I think that I think that the Dogmen. Look, if we're dividing up months, the Dogmen can have September. I would like to have April, and it is my birthday. So
Werewolf April.
yeah, I think I deserve to have that. That's my birthday gift. I get April. So
Yeah, no. See, a lot of writing like what Wolfie did, right there.
yeah, like that. That was the vibe.
No. Also, that channel had not just Pringles, but I think every day they uploaded literally any type of fucking horror story. There's like 12 KFC horror story collections.
Yeah, no, there
Denny's,
were.
Parking lot, basement, Appalachian, a lot of Appalachia,
Appaloosan.
Chuck E. Cheese. That's what the Chuck E. Cheese like. It was like something fart, right? What was the weird Chuck E. Cheese image?
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. I forget what it is, but I know what you're talking about.
I'll be looking forward to the meantime. But yeah.
I know the one. Anyway.
Hey, this definitely proves to me that there's more than one of these things lurking about. I think they're getting more
God.
ballsy too. By that I mean, I think they're coming out more so in the daytime.
Talking about balls.
Last summer, I lost 2 different dogs in the middle of the day. Sure, you can say they got out
What does
and
that
just
mean?
ran off, but around here, that's nobody's first reaction. Pets go missing around here all the damn time. The first
All
dog I
the
lost
damn
was
time.
Arrow.
All
He was
the
a border
damn
collie.
time.
I just left him in the fenced-in area of our backyard to run to the store with Ella. I thought it would be okay since it was
Who's
1
Ella?
p.m., middle of the day, not a cloud in the sky.
Fucking...
When I got back, Arrow was gone.
It's not their kid.
We looked everywhere for him and put up signs, but we never saw him again.
Allah.
Another thing
No,
about
they
my
have a
town,
baby on the way.
because of the amount
But
of
they're
missing
hanging out with
pets
someone
here,
else who has like 3
most
kids.
people are extremely
Yeah, something
helpful
like
in
that.
getting lost pets reunited with their owners. So if Arrow was around somewhere in town and someone saw him, they most definitely would have called us, since our number was on his tag. Andy has a registered microchip. After
Can't
we
you
lost
find him
Arrow,
with
we
the
got
microchip?
another
Yeah,
dog,
whatever.
a pit bull mix. His name was Flash. Are you sensing a theme
What a
here with
great
my husband?
name.
Laugh out loud. Well,
Oh,
Flash
Arrow,
didn't-
Flash, laugh out loud. They're both dead, by the way.
Lol.
last long at all. He went missing too.
So then
Again,
we got
we
another
never even
dog
found a
named
trace
Iron
of him.
Man.
This isn't uncommon. This thing happens around here, unfortunately. After Flash went missing, we kind of just gave up on having a dog. I'd feel too bad if another one
It would have been
missing.
silly if they went the 3rd round.
A man named Paul and his son Ryan were
They
hunting
should have done another
weekend
one.
and encountered the Dogman too. Paul said that the
Over
first thing they
2/3,
noticed
baby.
was a weird silence of the forest around them. Nothing was making a sound.
Hmm.
Not a bird, not the bugs, nothing. Then they got
Bird,
hit with that
bugs.
nasty, dirty smell so many of us had been
Oh.
accustomed to now. He used a word to
Yeah.
describe it
Can
that
you,
I've
can you hit me with that again?
not the
Oh,
bugs.
that nasty,
nothing.
dirty smell.
Then they got hit with that nasty, dirty smell so many of us had been accustomed to now. He used a word to describe it that I've always kept in the back of my head.
It's the word.
Repulsive. When they
Oh, well,
finally
that-
saw the dog, it came out on
that's
all
a little
fours and
offensive,
slowly started
actually.
approaching them. Mouth open, tongue
that
hanging
extreme.
out. He said he fired at the dog man, even though all of us knew by now that you weren't supposed to. But he said he knew he hit it. He could hear the noise. But it didn't do anything to this thing.
That's true, I'm
The
bulletproof.
dogman just growled at them and stood up. Paul said his only priority then and there was to get his son out of the forest and back into town. It didn't follow them, but it did stand its ground. Paul said it puffed up its chest and roared at them so loud that he was afraid his ears would blow out. They
Yeah,
backed
no,
out of the area,
I
guns
killed
still drawn
Planet
on the
I found this
dogman.
though.
They didn't turn around until they were almost to their truck. And
Oh,
Paul said
woo.
the dogman stared at them the whole time and never broke eye contact. About a month after Ella's first birthday, we had an encounter of our own. The first of several, actually. We were lying in bed, but still awake at this point, and we heard
Should I put this on
Yeah?
stream?
Which one?
The what you just sent me. The
Guppy?
yeah.
Yeah, 1 second. I can process this for you.
Okay.
this loud bang. We both
Bang.
popped up and listened.
Heard loud
Then we heard
banging.
more banging. I immediately ran to Ella's room
They were
and scooped her
banging.
up.
They were banging.
Luckily, she was still asleep.
They banged
The
at
three
me.
of us were in the master bedroom, and we heard
And then
more
they banged
banging.
at me.
It sounded like it was coming from our shed in the backyard. like someone was rummaging through it.
Goopy.
That shed is about 40 feet from our bedroom window, so this was happening pretty close.
There you go.
It went on for about 10 minutes.
Thank
James
you.
wanted to go out with his gun and see what was going on, but I begged him not to. At this point, I think I was already a believer about all the crazy shit that happens here.
Shut up. Ooh.
He eventually
wrong
came to my way of
story.
thinking too. Maybe it was hearing that bark that thing in the shed made. It sounded
Think.
almost like a human-like bark, but angry and wild.
Ooh.
It's actually kind of hard to describe. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. We just stayed up
So where's this
listening for it to
creature
come
going?
back, but it never did. We went to the shed in the morning to have a look around, but only after 3 of our friends came over to go in there with us. We found it in shambles. Boxes were knocked over, the
Oh.
lawn equipment was scattered around, the shovel handle was broken in half. The thing that really got me though was that
I noticed
smell.
I'm blocking the
It
subtitles
smelled
a bit
like
too.
a wild animal.
Oh,
Stale blood and dirty fur and musk. It
The subtitles
was
themselves can be moved.
repulsive.
Maybe up top, actually.
At this point, I
You're
now
right.
refused to be anywhere at
It's
night
getting a bit
under
busy
any
down below.
circumstances. I didn't care. I wasn't
There you
going
go.
anywhere. We had an alarm put in too, just to be safe.
Looking good.
I don't know if it would stop a monster
Thank
that was
you.
breaking in, but I had hopes that the noise of the alarm would drive it off at least. I remember taking a vacation shortly after this, visiting my grandma.
Here.
We stayed with her for
Werewolf
a week,
needs to go
and
away
it
for
felt
a
so
second so
refreshing
Guppy can be
to be
here.
away from all the craziness of our town.
Really?
I still had trouble being outside at night though, but
We
I
can-
at least
I mean, you
got
could probably
to enjoy
flip.
a few
You
nights
can
out
probably
there.
mirror Guppy.
But it was just
No.
a temporary thing, and we had to
She
go
has
back.
to be
You
there.
can probably mirror the werewolf.
Nothing really happened for
I
a
can
few
mirror the
months after
werewolf,
that,
yeah.
and that was also a huge relief. But then the animals started
I think
coming
you'd
up
like this
missing
in
again.
general.
A few dogs, several cats. There was a horse that was found with a wound on its rear end that resembled claws.
The
And
horse
then a
with-
woman
What's
named
it got,
Danielle
Bubble?
heard something
rear
loud
end?
moving
Fuzzy's
around on
there.
her porch one night,
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
and this thing actually jiggling the handle of her front door.
Jiggling.
Jiggling?
Can you believe that?
Whoa.
The jiggling.
They know what
Here.
doorknobs
No.
are for.
That's the
Danielle
second
called the
time.
police and they came out, investigating
They
a
even know
potential home
what
invasion,
doorknobs
but
are.
they didn't find
Can
anything.
you believe that? They even
She
know
was
what
unnerved
doorknobs
enough
were.
though to start staying at her boyfriend's house and ended up staying there for a few weeks.
Bears know what doorknobs are. Like,
Throughout that year,
know?
as the activity started up again and
It's not that
Dogman
special.
September came to pass, there were more
fuck, I know what a
encounters.
doorknob is. Dogman said.
A man named Bobby crashed his car into a tree because he saw one cross the road and tried to swerve. He came out of it without any serious injuries, but he swears what he saw was the absolute truth. He passed a field sobriety test, but just kept talking about seeing a werewolf. Another guy named Wade had his
There, I was
second-story
true.
bedroom window opened and smelled that same nasty
It's
funk that
it's
we did.
there. It's there. I was true. Yeah.
It's there. I was true. I smelled that nasty funk.
Yeah.
He didn't see or hear anything, but he
Got me
described the smell as rotted meat and dog piss.
Hey now.
Our second
Hey, oh,
encounter
damn it.
with one of these things came when we heard
Where
these
is the guppy?
unearthly howls late one night. It was so loud we could hear
She's
them
in
plain
the
as day
corner.
through our shut windows.
Mm,
You sent me a link to a clip of the howl from an American werewolf in London. It sent
Oh,
chills
there
down
she
my
is. I
spine.
see.
Yeah.
It sounded almost exactly like
She's
that,
big.
but longer
She is,
and
yeah.
angrier and deeper. Kind of like that sound mixed with the
Longer
lion's
and
roar.
angrier and deeper.
Those howls went on
I-
for so long, I'm not even sure how long it was.
That's what they say
Probably
about
over
me.
an hour. They'd be quiet sometimes, but then it was like this thing got mad or worked up or something, and then they'd get loud again.
Mhm.
It sounded to both
This
of
is
us
Long,
like
angry, and
there was
Can we
more
go
than
to the-
one.
Well, no, they
Mhm.
do talk
That was
about
another
Dogman
sleepless night.
September.
About 2 years after that,
Is this the
in September
Dogman
again,
town?
a hunter went missing.
Yes.
No, this is Dogman on the road. This is Dogman on the road.
No, this is Dogman Town. You want me to prove
This
it
is
to you?
Dogman Eyewitness Tell All. Dogman on road. Dogman stalks people.
You want me
Dogman in my
to-
yard.
you want me to fucking prove it to you? I'll fucking show you.
No, the
Look, hang on. See,
oh, what?
Dogman Town.
Oh,
That is, it is.
gotcha.
See, I told you.
On the thumbnail, not the title. Ugh.
Yeah. Do you wanna check the Pringles channel?
I do not remember the Pringles channel. I will hunt for the Pringles channel. Because like you look up Pringle, I think the Pringles horror stories actually caught on a slight bit because there's people doing like animatics of the Pringles horror stories.
Oh yeah.
Like, which have caught on. Oh, here it is. Is it Horror Shorts Party? I don't think that. No, that's
don't
the
think
person who
it's
did the
that
animated version.
one.
Yeah. No, people have been like animating three true Pringle tales though.
I think it's this
No,
one. Hang
I
on.
think it is.
I-
It's Spirit Assembly. This is absolutely what it is. Did you know they have Cheetos horror stories?
Do they? Or is it this one? Can you send me
Horror
the
Shorts Party.
Send me the link
Oh.
to the actual like channel for the stuff.
I'm trying to find. Okay, I think the Cheetos ones, I think they voiced themselves because they have links for like that. But the Spirit Assembly here. This is definitely, I think this is the Pringles person, of which we watched. Because they got Burger King horror stories, the Dairy Queen horror stories, Costco. Like you see what I mean? Denny's, Dollar Tree. You know.
I don't think this was them.
No, because there's like another Burger King horror story. McDonald's. They might have changed their. Because you scroll down long enough, you start to see like, oh yeah, they fucked up like 7-Eleven. I think because these are all recent, by the way. Like I'm scrolling. We're still at 2 weeks. I think they just changed up how they like do their thumbnails. Unless nope, the oldest one is 3 weeks.
Yeah,
am I
no,
just in
see,
the latest tab?
we've lost the. Hang on.
Oh, got taken down. I mean, they do have, as of 2 weeks ago, 7 true Pringles horror stories. If you want to do more.
Let me check something real quick.
Because here's specifically Pringles horror stories.
Pringles.
That channel might have gotten taken down for being a stupid little robot thing.
You know. I'm looking to see if. Okay. Yeah.
You're trying to find it yourself?
I think that channel.
Probably.
But this is the good shit.
Last
I've never been one for routines, but there are a few
Yeah.
things in life that always bring me comfort.
Shop
One
Nard?
of them is cracking open a cold beer after a long, miserable shift at work. The other, a can of Pringles, specifically sour cream and onion.
Here we go.
Something about
Here
that
we
perfect
go.
blend of salt, crunch, and artificial flavoring just made the world feel a little less shitty, at least for a while. That's why,
Hashtag USA.
on this particular night, I found myself pulling into the parking lot of Shop Smart Grocery a little after 9.
If he says the only thing that makes me happy, that's how we know. Because I
'Cause
remember him.
This is the
I
channel.
remember him saying that.
p.m. I'd had one of those days where every single customer at work seemed to be out for my blood. You know the type. People who think minimum wage workers exist solely to absorb their rage over expired coupons, long lines, or some other meaningless inconvenience. By the time my shift
The
ended,
backgrounds are also
my
very good.
patience had been completely eroded.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I just wanted to grab my chips, get home, and let the weight of the day fade into the background. This was my usual
Yeah,
stop.
Sure.
Shop Smart stayed open late, and it was close enough that I wouldn't have to go too far out of my way.
Shop Nart Grocery.
The store wasn't particularly crowded at this hour, which was another plus. Or at least, that's what I thought.
Oh.
The moment I walked into the snack aisle, I noticed him. A man stood directly in front of the Pringles display, blocking almost the entire shelf. At first
Is
glance,
this-
there was nothing immediately.
Is this the same story, but instead of a woman, it's a man?
It literally
Alarming about him.
I think it might
Just
be.
another late night shopper. But something felt off. His clothes were formal, dress slacks, a white button-up shirt, and a tie. But they didn't look right. They were wrinkled and slightly damp, clinging to his skin like he'd been sweating profusely. His shirt was untucked on one side and the sleeves were unevenly rolled up, one higher than the other. His posture is what unsettled me the most.
He must be a
He wasn't
serial killer.
browsing.
My God.
He wasn't reaching for anything. He was staring, just standing there, motionless, with his eyes locked onto the Pringles cans like they held the secrets of the universe. His lips were moving ever so slightly, but no sound came out. From where I stood, I could see his fingers twitching at his sides. His breathing was shallow and rapid, like he was barely holding something in. I hesitated. Some deep,
Does this
instinctive
sound
part of me
familiar?
whispered,
It does.
just
yeah.
leave. Grab something else and go.
Just leave.
But I wasn't about to let some weirdo keep me from getting the snack I wanted. I took a deep breath and
so
started pushing
dedicated.
my cart forward, making my approach as non-threatening as possible. When I got within 15 feet of him, he reacted. His head snapped toward me, not gradually. Not in a way that a normal person might notice someone else approaching.
No.
It was an
Lunge.
instantaneous
Lunge.
movement,
It's
like
crazy.
a marionette being jerked by unseen strings. For the first time, I got a good look at his face. His eyes were wrong. His pupils were so dilated that they nearly swallowed the whites, making his eyes look completely black. His skin was slick with sweat, giving him a sickly, fevered appearance.
Wow.
And his mouth. His mouth was stretched into a grin that was too wide, too forced, like he was trying to mimic a normal expression but didn't quite understand how. He was staring.
Zam,
didn't
should I
know.
put that one on stream?
Maybe I should remember the background
I-
first.
I
Here, let me process this real quick. Okay, what about
Staring
this one?
directly at me
That one
now.
can go on screen.
I tried to keep my composure, forcing my face into a neutral expression.
I forgot about that. I forgot about the Cheryl persona painting. Oh
Hold
man,
up.
God. You
Because I'm
there's
trying to find-
so many insane things happen in Riverdale. You forget about some of them.
It's painted too.
Oh man. God, that's so
Oh, there's Pop
funny.
hate. Because he should have fucking killed those stupid little teenagers.
Yeah.
I'm also seeing some of the animations.
I didn't want to provoke him. I took a step closer, then another. When I was within arm's length of the shelf, I reached out for a can of Pringles. And that's
when I
when he
used to-
lunged, not at me, at the
Yes.
shelf. In a single violent
right.
motion, he swept every
Wait.
single.
He said it.
Yeah, that's when he
I
lunged.
said
reached
it.
out for a can of Pringles. And that's when he lunged,
He did it.
not at me,
Yes.
at the shelf.
No, but not
In
at
a
him.
single violent motion, he swept every single can
At
of
the
Pringles
shelf.
into his cart. The sound was deafening in the otherwise quiet aisle. Metal rattling, plastic clattering against the cart's frame.
Oh, God,
He
it's
took
so
all of
loud,
them.
Too.
Except
Oh.
one.
He took all of them.
Oh,
A single can. A single untouched can. Sitting alone on the shelf like it had been left there deliberately. I swallowed hard, my heart hammering against my
Tell me
ribs.
about it.
I hesitated for just a
where's the credit
second.
card?
Then I reached for it. The second my fingers brushed against the can, I braced myself for some kind of reaction. A scream, a lunge, anything. But he did nothing.
Lunch.
Oh.
Fuck
Hello.
yes.
Hello.
Wait, no.
Hello, Raiders. Is it Prios Fox?
Oh.
Is that right?
Oh,
Hi,
I
gang.
think so. Prius Fox sounds right. To my heart of hearts.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Is it Nikki? Is that right? Nikki Uwu.
And then they lunged at me.
They lunged at me.
Yeah, and Nikki Lou. The U is silent.
Ah, okay. I'm glad I got it right. People always get my name wrong, so I understand.
Yeah. Oh God. No. Yeah. The amount of like lazy lichens we've gotten.
I get a whole lot of lazy lichen or Lasley can, which
Hello, Lasley can.
Lasley can. Oh, thank you. I prefer Lasley can if it's out of the two of them. You know,
Hello. Welcome to the Pingles quest.
it's true. We're watching some wonderful stories tonight.
Oh, naturally. I don't know how we got. We started on the
Lezilkin. That's
werewolves.
right. That's right, Sid. Oh,
Okay,
thank
but weren't we
you.
trying to do the thing where like we go, is this story real or fake?
Yeah, so we've done this before a couple times.
Oh fuck! I have to hold on.
Looking at like YouTube true horror story videos, and initially it was like we watch them and talk about, is this real or did they make this shit up? Which we did some of that earlier, and then we moved on to stuff like Dogman stories where they were talking about Dogman September, and now we've moved on to Pringles because we we watched a good Pringles one before, but
I mean, we're watching it again. I think
I
it seems like they changed the story slightly.
it's very similar. I don't think it's the exact video because the channel I think is gone, but
It is. It got blasted.
yeah.
But no, because the Dogman is like, oh, they know how to use doorknobs. You won't believe that they know how to use doorknobs.
They know how to use
And they
doorknobs.
smell, they stink. They're foul, they're smelly, they smell like fur and dirt and piss.
Yeah. I
They
find
describe
it
it as a funk.
I find it a little offensive personally, but you know.
I mean, I know some people are into smells.
I mean I'm into smells, but
I didn't want to call you out, but sure.
no, you can call me out.
Hashtag Dogman. Werewolf infestation story had so much room to improve.
Yeah, they really
Werewolf infestation?
so much potential there and they just wasted it. It's honestly fucking tragic.
Imagine like a Gremlins like mass like mischief scene, but with like Helsing werewolves being all kind of like vaguely homoerotic. That'd be great. Right?
Yeah, it's like
Top
that's
Gun, but like throwing stuff on the ground.
that's what we wanted and they
werewolf.
just didn't give it to us. It's very sad.
No.
But you know, that's it's just how it is sometimes.
I guess. Are we
Tragically.
gonna learn more about Pringle?
We are, yes. One moment. I'm just doing a thing.
I'll be searching this channel to see if they have anything else cool.
I'm just doing something very sneaky.
Oh. Okay, because I've sent you more stuff. It's true.
Yeah, you sent me credit
I don't know
card.
Credit card.
Credit card.
Credit card. Lasley can April. No, no, you wanted a werewolf April.
Yeah, I want Laz April because it's my birthday, so I deserve it.
No, it's your birthday in 9 days? It's not
Yeah, the 9th. The 9th is Laz's birthday.
I heard this is true.
I heard this is true. I heard the legends.
Legends.
Sorry, I'm just doing something very important.
I'm curious. I should probably look at the stream to see what mischief
No,
you're making
don't
over
look.
there.
Don't look at the stream.
Okay, I won't look.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Can I look now?
No. Let's see. That. It's almost the right size. There we go.
Nothing's happening.
No, nothing's happening at all.
There is no credit card in Bossing Say.
Yeah. Not at all. Not even a little bit.
Is it better or worse than Rusty Vor?
I
mean,
I
you
don't
know
know.
what I'm talking about, but
Rusty Vor was so peak. Like, we're never coming back to that kind of quality.
that was like a one-off from that art. Like, I don't think they did any other Armored Core stuff.
Yeah, no, I don't think they did. Very unfortunately.
They just had like a, weirdly enough, I feel like a lot of people were like that with Armored Core. Everybody got it, they played it, they liked it, they enjoyed it, and then they like finished it and moved on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess you mean like they kind of
Okay.
lost interest in it after that.
I mean, kind of, because like I 100%ed it, and by that time I was like, I'm happy, I'm full, I'm done.
I am feeling so full.
You know? Not unlike when Rusty.
Yeah, exactly. But, Zam, a scream and a lunge.
Fuck.
Thing. He just
Both?
started laughing. I left the store
Oh, no, he
as fast as
didn't. He didn't scream or lunge. He just started laughing.
nothing. He just
I love
started
the beginning
laughing.
of these with how
I
sad
left
they
the store
are
as fast
until
as
they
I
get to
could,
Pringles.
checking over my shoulder every few steps. By the time I reached my car, my nerves had mostly settled. I had my snack. I had my beer waiting at home. I could forget this entire bizarre encounter ever happened.
The
But
beer.
then
12 beers
I saw
at
his
once.
car, parked directly next to mine. Out of the entire empty lot, he had to be right there. I stopped in my tracks. He was already there, standing next to his car. His back was turned to me, but his head was slightly tilted downward, hands clenched at his sides. Something was wrong. I didn't want to load my groceries next to him. I didn't even want to breathe near him. I decided to
Did they
move
get
my car
groceries, or did they
first.
just get Pringles?
No way was I interacting with this guy again.
Yeah, that's,
I walked around to the drive.
I think that's an inconsistency. Also, I just realized I forgot to move the subtitles up here.
What? Inconsistent? With this type of story
Inconsistency
writing?
with this story that definitely wasn't written by AI.
Driver's side, pretending not to notice him.
Whoa.
That's when I heard the sound, a wet, disgusting squelch.
Excuse me?
I turned and froze. He had pulled his pants down. He was squatting next to his car. At first, my brain refused to process what I was seeing. Then,
Did he poop
I
in the
saw the
Pringles?
Pringles can, a fresh one,
We
unopened.
we've heard this story before, haven't we?
Yeah, I forgot the twist.
Yeah.
I forgot the twist.
And that's when I
How did you not
realized what he
realize
was
that?
doing. He was shitting into the can, right next to my car. I gagged, stumbling
Next to my
backward.
salad?
What the fuck are you doing? He didn't react, didn't even acknowledge me. He just kept going. The sound of wet, slopping feces
going.
filling the can made my stomach churn. I looked around in horror. People were walking in and out of the store. Nobody noticed. Nobody was paying attention. Then he looked up at
Nobody
me
cared.
and grinned. It was the same horrible, too-wide grin he'd given me in the store. And then he reached for another can. I ran. I left my groceries. I didn't care.
Yeah.
I ran back inside, frantically trying to find someone, anyone, to tell them what was happening outside.
So it's
By
like
the
he's
time
putting them
security
back?
came out, he
I
was
don't-
gone. All that remained was an open...
That's the thing. I mean, what is he going to tell them? He's just going to tell them there's a guy shitting in Pringles cans outside? Like,
Like, a Pringles can
know.
is pretty big. He's reaching for another one. How much?
yeah, how much has he got in there? You know?
But like,
Pringles can sitting next to my...
because like, oh, I've been eating Pringles all this time. It's like you would know if you opened up Pringles. There's not that much space in those cans.
I mean, no,
The
Sam,
logistics
you would
don't
have
check
no
out.
idea. I mean, how would you know?
The perfect crime.
The perfect crime, getting away with it every
my
time.
car, and I knew exactly what was inside. 2 days later, the cops found him. Turns out this wasn't the first time. He was a lawyer, a respected one, had a wife, a house, a career. And yet, for the past several months, he had been driving around the city, defecating into Pringles cans and leaving them in random locations.
What a fucking story.
His reasoning?
Yeah.
Stress relief. I haven't touched a can of Pringles since.
Sam, it ruined his life.
I used to love Pringles, the way they stack so neatly in the can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pringies.
Stack ups.
Pringies.
Pringies.
And the satisfying
Pringies
crunch.
fancy.
Something about them was comforting. That was before everything changed. Before I learned what they were really made of.
Oh, yeah. of
My
course.
mom, Diane, worked at the Pringles plant on the outskirts of town. She had been there for over 10 years, working long shifts to support us. Ever since Dad left, it was just the two of
You'll
us.
never guess where this one's going.
I didn't mind being
No.
alone at home most nights, though. I was used to it.
Human written creepypasta.
Mom always said the
and, like,
factory was
horror
boring,
stories also has
just
that problem,
rows of
where, like,
conveyor.
What'd you say?
human written stories also have that problem. I feel like a lot of people just go like, and it was made of people, and like,
Yeah, It Was Made of People is a very popular twist in so much horror shit.
which I feel like, oh, they're doing something spooky, but then like you hear it like a million times, and it's like, oh,
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Wolfie, they stack so neatly in the can.
also, good night, Tempest.
Oh,
Sweet
yeah.
dreams.
Good night, Tempest.
Do not dream of Pringles defecation.
No, don't dream of Pringles defecation. If whatever you do, don't do that.
Would it be someone else doing it, or would it be you doing it?
I don't want to do that personally, so probably someone else.
Probably someone else, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because that would make it even worse nightmare if you're the one doing it.
It would, yeah. That would be. I don't know, but I do agree with you though. I think it's a very common trope of like the thing is made of people, and it's like you can do it well, but
Okay, it's the point where like, if food is brought up in like a internet horror story, and it's like they're kind of like being cagey and be like, oh, what's it made of? It's like, I know what it's made of. It's made of people. Like, because like the mystery of like what's the thing made of is like kind of what you dance around and something like that.
yeah.
I think sometimes like it's made of specific parts of people, or like oh,
Yeah,
it's
I
made of
mean,
like babies or something.
You
but, like,
can there's ways you can do it that's effective. It's just like oftentimes it's very obvious, like you're saying.
I guess when it's the central like part of the story and the central mystery, but like I know where you're going, it kind of
Yeah. It's
one of them there things.
it's one of those things that can be done. It's a trope that can be done well. I think there's a lot of stuff in like elevated horror that I feel that way about, like concepts that can be done well but get really overused, and I don't like them.
I feel like it probably better as like a side dish instead of the main course.
Yeah. I would agree with that. Also, do we want to take a little break real quick, since we've been going for a little while?
Yeah, sure, and maybe get to some Burger King horror or something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's true. I'd be curious to see what...
Because we've already listened to these TBH. I mean, they're still like pretty banging, but
I'm assuming the rest of these are probably the same stories.
I think they are.
Yeah. But yeah,
'Cause, like this is the one where their mom's the Pingles.
Yeah, where she's the
Their belts.
Pringles. I wonder if they have the You're stronger than I looked. You looked. Anyway. Yeah, we'll do a little
At least just
break and then probably check out a different one.
oh yes.
Alright, I'll do some ads while we're gone, but I'll be back in just a minute. All right.
Did you just point at me?
I did, yeah. I'm glad you noticed. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Hang on. How silly of me. Let's see what else have they got?
They have a lot. They've only been around for 3 weeks, apparently.
Dairy
So,
Queen horror
right in the window.
stories.
I was looking at that.
Denny's is
'cause
pretty scary.
From what I remember, when it focuses more on a place, it's just like a spooky thing happens and we so happen to be in like a Burger King or a Dairy Queen. Although maybe they'll incorporate the food items. Or if there's a mascot, they will appear, you know? I feel like when they handed off this shit to ChatGPT, I feel like it had so little to work with when with something just like Pringles, it had to incorporate them heavily.
Yeah.
We can try like Dairy Queen or something to see like, oh, is this something?
I mean, I think you're right.
Like what is a Dollar Tree? I don't think it knows what to do with Dollar Tree.
Yeah, we
Like
need
7-Eleven
like
just turns to like I was at a gas station.
we need like object focused ones or like something like that.
Babysitter. What about the Taco Bell horror stories? They got Wendy's, of course. They got McDonald's, another Taco Bell, another Burger King. Chick-fil-A horror stories might have some legs. It might have some legs.
It's true, yeah.
Target horror stories? Don't you love Target? Only I mean you go there.
I do sometimes, yes. It's true.
I don't know. They seem to have a thing for Burger King though. There's like 4 Burger King videos already.
McDonald's.
McDonald's. Well, the clown might appear. You think they're going to talk about
Actually, didn't you have an idea earlier that was like creepypasta related?
God, what? Oh, I was just like, yeah, just read creepypasta. That's and be like, is this real? Is this fake?
Hmm.
Did Eyeless Jacker really eat his kidney?
Oh yeah, he did that, didn't he?
He does. It's true.
It's so true.
I mean, because like, you could just like head up the creepypasta wiki, and like, just hit random and fucking go. But then you'd have to read it.
Yeah.
I do that for fun sometimes. Although I don't think the random button was worked, so I did like a draw. Okay, there's this many pages. Draw this many, and then look.
Actually, there was a video that was like the creepypasta you've never heard of.
There is plenty of creepypasta reading videos.
Yeah.
Creepypasta you've never heard of. I remember watching these videos. They're like, it's like you can't do shit in creepypasta world.
Yes.
And it was like, they were watching like SFM like creepypasta narration videos and like going through like, okay, what did this person do wrong to get like creeped on by this pasta? And trying to decide like, what was the mistake? What's the rule set we should take away from this?
Zam, I've just found a video that might be worth our time.
Oh, let me.
Fortnite creepypastas you've never heard.
Cheer team captain. Oh my god, I got the new cheer king cheer captain skin, and her ass was flat. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's the pink bear.
Yeah, yeah.
Lift up that arm, boy.
Lift it up, I know you've got it.
I know you've got it. I can't wait to play a video game in this creepypasta universe. I hope nothing bad happens to me.
I hope nothing bad happens to me. I can't find the one I was thinking of, although do we want to watch the Fortnite one?
Oh, I thought that's what you were wanting to do. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We need to know.
The whole vibe here is very weird.
Cutscene.
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 So this story involves a player who logged in to play some Fortnite, and when they logged in, a cutscene started that was unrecognized by the player.
Of
This
course.
cutscene started with some screams, and they noticed
She's
the
moving like a
Recon
robot.
Expert skin with
Yeah, she
Jonesy
is.
beside her. So it all started when a player logged in to play some Fortnite. The game started
Is
up
this a
with
real
a new
person?
cutscene that was unrecognized.
4 years ago, so like, I don't think AI was that far along. I think they're just moving.
No, I
different.
don't think they were doing AI people much like 4 years ago.
No, I don't think so.
Recognized by the player. The cutscene
They
started with
might have been.
screams. Next, the player noticed that they
Maybe.
saw the Recon Expert skin with
Scream.
Jonesy beside her. This was followed by the Skull Trooper skin
Who?
torturing a Warpaint skin.
Oh.
Renegade Raider then appeared with the player themselves in handcuffs on screen. They announced that they would be punished for not being OG,
What?
and that the punishment for this would
Mm-hmm.
This feels like someone like gave a script to somebody on Fiverr to like report. You know the videos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I do.
be death. Next, the player saw Renegade Raider pick up the scythe pickaxe and come down with it, covering the screen in blood. Since then, the player decided to switch to
my God.
Minecraft and has had nightmares about the event. Every time the player wakes up from one of these nightmares, they notice a pain in their neck. The player actually suggests if you're playing Fortnite and there is a new cutscene
Oh,
without
here
a
it
new
is.
season of the game coming out, that you uninstall the game, or you could become the next
There
of
he
the
is.
OG's victims. Number 4, Dead Bear.
Oh my
This story
God.
starts with a sunny
Dead
day
Bear.
outside.
Team
captain.
This player jumped onto
Dead
Fortnite to
Bear.
play a solo match. They started the game as they normally do, mining trees, and in the distance
Also,
noticed
Zam,
a
I
little
like this
wooden
Doctor
house.
Who's
They entered the
backpack.
house thinking hopefully there'll be some weapons in here,
That's
and
very
fortunately
nice.
did find a submachine gun. When they turned, they noticed there was someone standing there in a pink bear skin under the username Dead Bear, and they killed them. As soon as they had killed them, the
If
screen
I get
turned
a
static
house
for
that I can
5
modify,
minutes.
I
After
want
that, the
one
game
of
turned
these,
back
I
on,
want
and
to
the player
nail
saw
its
their
arms to the
character. They
wall.
watched as they could not control the
And then you
avatar
just
and it
dangle
ran
there.
to the edge of the map and jumped off a cliff, eliminating themselves. The screen then turned
Passion
off,
of
and when
the
it came back
hooves.
up, there was a poem on it that read, "Roses are red, violets are blue, one is dead, and so are you." Freaked out, they decided just to
Oh my
go to
God.
bed. However, on their way to bed, what they noticed
This
as they
would
looked
scare
out
the
the
shit out
window
of me when I was
You
nine.
love when they do something and they make a poem, like just to be
The most
extra about it.
basic ass
Also,
fucking default poem.
high teeth, by the way.
Hello. Monka ass. Monka ass.
Yes.
Monka ass.
Also, they have the scariest gaming creepypastas.
That one might be up next. Some video game creepypastas have this weird air of like playground story around them every the time. They never
Zam-
not.
Why did you send me this during a stream?
I'm sorry. I should. I should.
You should have known better.
Should have known better.
You should have known better than to send me such scandalous material.
Such Wolfie's been fucking posted in the server.
Yeah, Wolfie's
There's
been
more out there.
posting sexy Victor Gideon lizard.
Victor Gideon's
Was Dead Bear was standing outside
Mostly lizard,
holding a
usually
knife.
snake.
Number 3,
Yeah.
not a noob. This player decided to play some
Not a
Fortnite because
noob.
he was bored. Spoiler alert, a lot of these creepypastas start with people playing Fortnite, obviously. The player themselves
no
was level
shit.
41 at tier 34,
No.
so they were not really considered a noob, though they were known for being a camper, which in and of itself kind of makes you a bit of a noob when it comes to gaming. As they logged on, they looked to see if any of their friends were online, but unfortunately they were not. Just then, their
Who the
cell phone
fuck is
rang. They noticed
using-
it was a random number, and
This
so
was
they
what,
ignored
4
it and
years
didn't
ago?
answer it. As
Who the fuck is using the word noob past like 2016, if that?
Kids who play Roblox. They used to
Yeah,
use that
well,
in the game, I think.
exactly. I mean,
As they're playing the game, they ended up to get to a pretty impressive 13 kill streak. But the weird thing that they noticed was the last player they had killed in the game matched the random
Oh
number on the phone that had been calling them. The other weird thing about this last character that they had
Damn,
killed in the game was that
that's
they had
crazy.
a creepy
That's a-
smiling man
that's
scan
a
that they
str-
weren't familiar
that's a
with, which was
new
also
detail.
wearing the same outfit as the player was wearing in real life. Just then, their phone rang again with the same number. The person was obviously freaked out, but decided to answer it. When they answered it and said hello, the response they got was, "I'm not a noob, I'm not a noob, I'm not a noob, I'm not a noob, you hear me." Obviously freaked out, they decided to hang up. When they looked back to their screen, they
that's
noticed they had been killed by
nothing about that is scary. Nothing
that's just
about
like-
that is even remotely scary. That's so funny.
That's just the shit you hear in like a god lobby when you make someone mad. Like,
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
They were called by a teenager, the ghost of a teenager on Xbox Live, with their fucking toaster
Yeah.
microphone, calling them slurs.
You can hear it. You can hear it.
a player named I'm Not a Noob.
Can
At
you
this
feel it?
point, they were so scared that they decided to just turn off the game and hide under their covers. Just then, their phone
they
rang
even call them
again.
a
They
noob?
tried to ignore the phone ringing, but it would not stop. They reached out from under the covers, grabbed their
They-
phone, and
why-
answered it. The same
This is the second time today that we've had somebody hiding under the covers from something that would not solve the problem.
I mean, it works.
It just works. It just does.
True classic never goes out of style.
No, it's true.
random
The
number that had been
covers
calling them
never
before
stop
had
working.
called
They
them
always
again.
work
And when
as
they
a
answered the phone, they said
wonderful
frustratedly, "What do you want?"
solution.
And the person answered with, "I want you to look out the window." When this player came out from underneath the covers and looked out the bedroom window, they noticed the same character from the game in real life. The same creepy, disturbing
Oh
smile
my
and wearing literally what they
God.
were wearing. Hesitantly, they asked into the phone,
They cranked some 90s and built up all the way up to your second story bedroom.
"What do you want?" And the person
Hang on. The subtitles are too big now.
Well, you know.
Too big.
It's just one of those things.
150 is fine. Okay, go ahead.
answered
You
with,
think that's enough?
"All I want is to play Fortnite with you. And if you don't, I will be here, watching you, killing you." Freaked out, the player decided to
Watching
call the
you.
police.
Killing
but when the
you,
police came,
just
they
so you didn't
apologized,
know.
saying there was nothing wrong and that their brother had just played a trick on them. This player then went back online to play Fortnite, but repeated the phrase throughout the game, "I'm not a noob, I'm not a noob, I'm not a noob." You hear? Did that player become the other person? Who knows? Number 2, last one standing. While this player was waiting for the
Who knows?
babysitter to show up at their house after their parents went out, they decided to go up to the room and play Fortnite. When they got into the match, they noticed that everyone had the Dark Knight
God.
skin. All of a sudden, all of the lights turned off in the house. Looking around in the dark, confused, they noticed a notification pop up on their screen
think they
with
have
a message from an
top
anonymous
10
user
Helldivers
that read,
first stories?
"Why'd you do that?" Understandably scared,
Maybe.
the player
Is that
decided to go
one?
downstairs to lock
Fortnite's
the
pretty
door.
popular
As soon as they
these
locked the door, there was a knock at it. For some reason, they decided to answer the door. I wouldn't, but that's how the story goes. So they answered the door, but there was
I
no one
wouldn't.
there. There was, however, a letter. They took the
Okay.
letter, opened it, and read it. It
What's with all the
said, "Don't
sass?
lock, don't look, don't lock, don't look, don't lock, don't look," over and
Don't
over
lock,
and
don't
over,
look,
with the
don't lock.
last word on the letter being hide. At this point, completely freaked out, they decided to run upstairs and
Oh.
hide under their bed. All of a sudden, they felt a breath on the back of their neck.
Oh.
When they turned around to look behind them,
Oh.
they were greeted by a bunch of pairs of red eyes. This player's parents came
What?
home to realize that their child had disappeared and was never heard from again. Dun dun dun. Number 1, last
Dun,
rank.
dun,
Okay,
dun.
prepare yourself, guys, because this one is really,
Dun,
really
dun,
scary. This
dun.
player expressed that they decided to try Fortnite randomly
Listen,
one
you
day
gotta
and
do
became
something.
completely obsessed. They put all of their money into the game, which, when you think about it, is strange because Fortnite is a free game. So how would they do that? Well, they confessed that they became obsessed with Digital Sweat,
Oh,
spending
fuck, right.
tons and tons of money on digital swag. All of their money to
Digital
the point that
swag.
they actually
Swag.
maxed out thousands of dollars on credit cards.
Digital
Wanting to
swag.
focus on Fortnite 100% of
What
the
the
time,
fuck?
they also decided to quit their part-time job and quit college. At this point, they were the leader of a guild with over 100 members that was called the Masons. One of the members on the team, who was actually known as being one of their elite players, was
Masons.
Dr. Gruesome 666. The player in this story expressed that they were a little bit weirded out by DG, as they call him, short form
This
for
this sounds like fucking nonsense.
I think I'm done with these.
You're done with the Fortnite horror stories?
Yeah. Do you want to hear about Dr. Gruesome 666?
Yeah, you know what? I'll let her finish this
Dr.
one.
Gruesome 666, but they obviously overlooked a lot of the weird interactions they tended to have with them because they were such an amazing player on the guild. One of the things that they expressed concern over is sometimes when they were playing the game with DG, they noticed instead of saying anything, there would just be a lot of heavy breathing over the mic. But the player was really, really good, so they just wrote it off as being kind of weird. One day, DG told the player that they actually were going to leave Fortnite. Being one of the best members on the guild, the player was obviously concerned about DG leaving and asked why they were thinking about leaving Fortnite. DG told them that they had this new game that they had heard about, which was on the dark web, called Last Rite. Last Rite was apparently a Fortnite copy.
I think I've heard of this. Wait, I think I've heard this story.
The game itself
Have
involved
you?
parallel locations and maps, but ones
Yeah.
that were spun as being a lot more dark, including
Last
a parallel
Rite.
version of
I'm
Greasy
playing
Road,
Last
which was
Rite, not
actually called
Fortnite.
in Last Rite Disemboweled Drive. The player also said that they were super excited to be playing with a new avatar in the Last Rite game, which was called the Abortionist. They described this avatar as looking like a zombie with a
Yeah. No, I've heard of this. It's like, what if, okay, a kid went and said, what is the edgiest things I can make a Fortnite out of for Last Rite? I'm going to play a class that's the abortionist. And I'm going to do this and
Is
that.
this a real thing?
It's a real creepypasta. It's not a real game.
Oh, I was like, can we play this?
Fucking wish. No.
It's bloody
Can
small,
I play Last
and
Rite?
for their back bling having a dead fetus. Pretty gross, right?
That's
the
their
player at
back
this point
bling.
said that they did
It's
not
so
believe
weird to use the
DG
same,
and
like,
called them out as
Hulk for
being a
it too.
liar.
Because they
DG
called
then
it like
got
back
super
bling,
impassioned
but also made it spooky.
Yeah.
and said that they had actually only brought it up because they thought the player would be interested, and if they weren't interested, obviously they weren't as hardcore of a Fortnite player as they thought they were. Unable to pass up on anything
Yeah.
Fortnite at this point due to their addiction, the player then agreed to actually play
This
the
is so
dark web
rad.
version Last Rite.
Bling
DG
is
helped them
back.
out, sending them messages and getting them all the things they would need
Bling
to
is so
start
back,
playing.
you
Once they were
guys.
ready to download the game themselves, DG sent them to a random numbered website, which if you're familiar with the dark web, this is how it
Whoa.
works, a bunch of anonymous URLs. It started
The
to
dark
load,
web.
and the player was greeted with a screen that asked them if they would like a male or female avatar. They decided, I guess I'll select male, clicked that, and as soon as they clicked that, they noticed
Male?
the game start. They thought, wow, the graphics here are really good. It must be like 1080p or something like that. There was a naked man strapped to a table. All of a sudden, DG's avatar, which looked pretty real at this point, greeted the player with their real world name. DG then went on to list where they lived and all of these
What?
personal details that they knew about them. At this point, the player was pretty concerned and pretty confused, but it
He's
got
pretty
worse.
confused.
DG
I got-
actually showed
I'm
them
getting
their
doxxed,
back
though.
bling, which
Oh my God.
appeared to be a real world dead fetus. And from there, they grabbed a sharpened knife off of an operating
What does
table on
that
screen.
what does that mean? Like a picture of one?
I guess like someone did a really detailed model of a real dead baby.
I guess so, yeah.
They then used the knife to cut off the
'Cause, like, the
naked man's
backpack
face,
is very
put it on
big.
their own face themselves, and proceeded to ask if the player enjoyed their new avatar. Certainly,
This just sounds like Outlast Trials.
They were just playing Outlast Trials.
Yeah.
and they were
freaked
too-
out. The player
they didn't-
said,
they
I'm
didn't
done with
get it,
this.
you know?
I'm going to call the police on you. This is not okay. And was actually just traumatized. However, DG told them that they might want to think that through as they were already on their way to grab a new avatar. They also confessed that the new avatar that they were about to go
You're gonna
get
be my new
was
avatar.
someone that the player may know, and revealed that the name of the avatar they were getting was Brad. Brad was actually the name of the
Oh,
player's
Brad.
brother. So obviously at this point, they're freaking
Hey,
out.
Cackle.
They decided to check their phone and started
Hello,
to dial
EP.
Brad's number when they noticed they had a new video from him. They checked out the video sent
I
through
like how the-
text and saw
the
Brad
text-
with
the
tape over his
subtitles
mouth
go
and a
across your
black
eyes
eye.
like a
At
censor
this
bar or
point,
something.
DG
That's
asked the
what I
player
was
to
going
send
for,
a message
yeah.
along to Brad. The player asked
That was
what
my
message
aim.
it was that DG wanted them to send, and
Horrible
DG responded
secret
with
knowledge she
that they
must
should
be
tell
protected
Brad
to be.
goodbye.
In at number 5, Game Over. This scary Fortnite creepypasta you've never heard
God.
of is based on a story written
Who the
by a
fuck are
user
you?
named I'm X Shy on Reddit's creepypasta page. The protagonist says about a
default
month and 2
Andy,
weeks ago, his
default
friend had
skin Andy.
completely disappeared. He was no longer at school and hadn't logged in to play.
Do we wanna
I-
do we wanna see
Do we have any
the
other people?
any other
Just a quick
guests
scrub
that show
through.
up?
Is it,
Oh, there's a new one here.
is it just the girl again? Well, she's in Gamer Gear. She's in Team Rocket.
for about a week in the game in Season
No,
0.
that's just
The
her
player
again.
claims that the location
Is that the same person? Oh no, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, same person.
You can't tell because the identity hiding subtitles, but
What is chicken about?
or left, and the player really felt like they were going to win. There was lots of good loot in the game, so they went to a nearby house in
chicken.
Salty Springs to loot it. They went down to the basement for
Salty
Springs.
Spring.
oh my god, we went to the.
That's a great
Tilt-
fucking name.
what they saw
It's a
was
great
something the
look.
player
There's a
had
second
never seen
airplane
in
that's hit
game
the
before.
tilted
They found a
towers.
secret room in the basement with a chicken suit. The chicken suit was lying in the center of what looked like a ritualistic symbol painted on the ground in blood. The suit itself was also covered in blood and surrounded by bloody buckets of chicken. The buckets looked as though they had been left there by worshippers of the suit, an offering of some twisted kind. The two friends were a little alarmed by this. It didn't seem like it was something that was supposed to be in the game at all. They left the house and continued searching houses in the nearby area. All the other houses appeared to have the same secret room. They decided to leave Salty Springs for Retail Row, now starting to get pretty freaked out. The player at this time felt like someone was following them in game, but shook it off as they didn't notice any other players doing so. The game was now down to 10 players. The pair took out another duo group, but at great cost to their health. They didn't have any medkits on them, but used a couple minis to patch up as best they could. As they started moving toward higher ground, the player noticed that in front of them was the chicken suit. It was holding one of the bloody buckets in one hand and a
Oh,
That's fucking
gun
great
in the
cut
other. The chickens
from,
didn't have any medkits on them, but used a couple minis to patch up
I
as
know.
best they could. As they started
Jump
moving
scare.
toward higher ground, the player noticed that in front of them was the chicken suit. It was holding one of the bloody buckets in one
Horrifying.
hand and a gun in the other. The chicken suit shot at Alex, and his friend just disappeared from the game. He called out into his mic, "Hey Alex, are you still here?" but heard no answer from him.
Hey,
the player
Alex.
shot again and again at the chicken suit, but none of his hits seemed to take any effect. The player decided to exit the game and just turned off his Xbox. Just then he heard a knock at the front door. He opened the door to see the chicken suit standing before him.
An
Number
ancient-
3, the unknown player. It was 12 a.m. when
ancient
this player
device Xbox no longer around because of the horrible
ancient-
things they brought.
The ancient eldritch device known as the Xbox.
Marion, would you still love me?
Do we?
Ancient Eldritch Mountain Dew Xbox. Marion.
What is that video called?
I would you still love me if I was a worm? Robin Hood? That's what I would Google.
There it is.
Marion.
Life itself, Marion. I do love you. I love you more than life itself. Oh, Robin. Would you
Robin.
still love me if I were a worm? Yes, Marion. I would. I would still love you if you were a worm. Oh,
I like them
Oh, Robin.
struggling not to laugh.
Would you trade me in if in a hypothetical situation there was a laser ray pointed to the rest of the earth and you had to
Animating the
choose
flubs
me
too. It's
or
great.
either
Yeah.
the lives of everyone? Well, that's a pretty tricky one, Madigan, but I guess my love for you is stronger than every living innocent person.
Oh, Robin.
Would you still love me if is your love stronger than me than if you had one of those rare Xbox Mountain Dew
Xbox.
limited edition Mountain Dew Xboxes and you had to give it up or you had to give up me? Which one would it be? I'd give up the Mountain Dew Xbox, Marion. For my
Oh.
Oh.
Actually, can we
Marion.
can we get a picture of the Mountain Dew Xbox?
I can.
I realize I'm making a lot of demands tonight.
No, I'm in the hot seat. You know. No, you're in the hot seat. I'm just chilling.
Yeah, you're on assistant duty or
Support.
whatever the fuck.
Mountain Dew Xbox. What you looking for? 360 classic. The Duke is like just Mountain Dew green.
I just want the Mountain Dew Xbox, Madigan.
Marion. Marion.
I'd give
don't
up
think
the
they had a
Mountain Dew
360.
Xbox, Madigan.
They're talking about an OG like Duke.
Is that what it is? Also, do we want to watch the scariest gaming creepypastas? Because I only know like Oh no, I guess there's like the Sonic EXE one and then Ben Drowned. I don't know any others really.
Yes. I almost posted the Xbox right under Renekton.
Uplifting yumminess, thank you.
Uplifting yumminess.
I hope you're enjoying the
limited edition Mountain Dew Xbox.
yeah, the limited edition Mountain Dew Xbox.
Hating the sound of the narrator. Which you mean the Mountain Dew or the Fortnite creepypasta you've never heard?
Mountain Dew Xbox, Marion.
Sid, who do you hate?
Here you go.
Oh wait, Laz, the
There it
comments
is.
on the Fortnite creepypasta.
What? What about them?
Awesome vid. I was scared. Why do I feel like I have most of these stories? I know.
There you go. It's front and center right there.
I want to see what the children say to the Fortnite creepypastas.
Where did they go? Yeah. Is this
so
real?
Tuies?
Chad, is this real?
First,
Croc, is
Is
this
real?
real?
what's that? There's 13 replies to this person who said first. Why did they dogpile?
What are they saying? Oh my god, like I care.
Oh, they're fighting.
Oh my god, like I asked.
Oh, no, it's just these two people.
Yeah, it's just them having a fight. Oh, and also Happy
they-
New Year.
Happy New Year, too.
That's good shit.
They made up at the end.
Did they?
Yeah, Happy New Year, too.
Oh, they did. Look at that. It's a whole little story.
What's that? Thanks
Hmm?
and good luck. I hope you have a good year. Peace.
What a heartwarming story. As I like to call it, April. Yeah.
Yeah. What was that poop only video? Can you scroll down?
The Dark Souls one, yeah, I saw that.
Poop only Dark Souls 2.
Do you want to see what this is?
Maybe later.
I am so lonely.
Okay. Oh, it's probably them trying to use only dung pies.
Mhm. Also, this is an invincible line. I can tell already.
Wow.
There was one scene in Invincible where they just let it rip.
Do they?
A villain character gives a weird, like, a little aside during a fight. I don't think it was in the comics. I think it was OG, and it adds so much to the character. Anyways, like, I am so lonely.
And attend the orb.
Oh, it's these people again.
Zam the Orb.
What's the orb?
I have no idea. I've never actually heard of
The
it.
following creepypasta is based on the game The Forest, and an orb that you can
Forest.
unlock
Is
at the
it?
very end of the game. This orb allows you to have 2 modes.
You're a little too... Turn you up to 1.3.
Blue, where monsters don't spawn, and red, where they spawn more and are attracted to the orb. This author got this orb and left it on red at all
Orb.
times. He made a farm that would collect him bones, creepy armor, and skulls for decorating,
Sure.
you know? Well, after logging out of his game and leaving the orb on, he started hearing scratching. He looked out the window and laid eyes on what was scratching. Every monster from the game was coming for the orb.
This video.
Even though it was in the game.
Yeah.
And at 9, Death at you. My name is Death, and I choose you.
What is this picture?
What?
What are you talking about?
Death at you? My name is Death, and I choose you.
It's the polar opposite to Sonichu. They're gonna
There's
do
a
battle.
Sonichu video in your recommendations.
I did see that. I think it's not just about Sonichu though. I think it said like, what was it? Autism versus the internet. Yeah. Sorry.
You're my friend, and I love you. When I rise, your life will end, and all this because you're my friend.
Yeah, the
Gotta
pastors
love the
warned
poem
us.
ones, right? Like, why
Oh.
is Death at you trying to kill me? Why is his name Death at you?
I actually,
Like, why-
I actually like that. Actually, this fucking, it's very Smile Dog.
Typical.
This one.
Is Pikachu satanic?
Yeah. No, totally.
Oh my god.
Also, hang on. I want to ignite some discourse for a minute.
Okay. What are you doing?
So, do we all agree that this is the better Smile Dog picture?
Oh, of the two of them.
Yeah, because I don't like this one. Well, compared to I think this one is a lot better than this one.
Yeah, no, the Smile Dog JPEG creepypasta web horror thing wasn't based on that one. It was based on the other one with the hands.
Oh, Guppy's
OG.
blocking the view.
Guppy's blocking the view. Oh, Guppy. Oh, Guppy. You silly.
Yeah, I think that I like the non-red one a lot more than the red one. It just, I think it doesn't... The darker one with the teeth feels a lot more, like, subtly creepy.
Yeah, the top one is closer to like your Jeff the Killers and stuff.
Yeah, I just realized the Mountain Dew Xbox is in the way. Sorry.
Marion.
Take
the Mountain Dew Xbox back, Marion.
There you go, yeah.
There you go. You have too much bullshit on this.
I know. Yeah, I do.
Or just enough. Maybe. Okay. Oh no! Now the My Little Pony Internet Arguments 1 board is in the way. Oh.
Well, we can't get rid of that. That's a fucking essential part of this set. We can't lose that or the featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series badge.
Can't lose your centerpiece.
But no, yeah, I've always liked the bottom one more than the top one.
No,
I just think it's a lot more like subtly creepy than.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really find either of them scared. I didn't see this as a kid and get scared by it.
No, I didn't either. But I mean, like, of the two of them, I find this one a lot more like if I had to say which one is more unsettling, I would say this one.
And the spookiest.
Because it looks more realistic in a way. Like the red one just looks like a kind of like a general demon thing, whereas this one I feel like the way the teeth are put in, it feels a lot more unnerving in that way.
Oh, wait. They made orange GameCubes? Oh, move the fuck over.
No fucking way.
It's my orange GameCube now.
Also, I like this art. It's very good.
Is that the Smile Dog? What is that?
Yeah, Smile Dog.
Guppy's in the way. I'm watching yours. I need to not watch your stream because Guppy will be.
Nobody's allowed to see anything because Guppy's in the way. Hang on. Let me...
Guppy was in the way and I thought it was Sync Dog for a second. There.
No.
Oh, no, that is good. I like that.
Hang on. I'm going to make Guppy smaller.
It's a good Smile Dog.
There you go. It's very nice.
Guppy gets to be in the way.
What if you had an orange GameCube and you had to give it up to your orange GameCube for me?
For me?
For me.
Oh, Robin.
Oh, what a Robin.
Gotta love the poem ones, right? Like, why is Death True trying to kill me?
Okay, I don't
He
care.
begins by saying, "Dear Nick, remember last month how you let me
It was
whip
like
your
fucking bootleg MatPat.
game collection before your family moved? First of all, thanks. You've
Oh,
always
I
been a really
I
awesome
called it a
friend.
default
Now I'm not
Fortnite
really
skin.
sure how to start this, but I don't think we're going to get to talk
Yeah.
too much after this.
You're
Our
not
protagonist
wrong.
proceeds to tell his friend Nick that some important stuff was about to happen and that he
What do we
Is this
think
still
about
Death True?
what do we think about? No, I skipped that because it was like very short and you didn't really say anything.
Oh.
What do we think about the Fortnite furries? Are they nasty? I don't really know what they look like.
I mean, aesthetically, some of them are okay, but they're also corporate, like furry bait, and
Yeah.
I'm stronger than that.
There's one that's like a werewolf looking, which is okay. I don't know. I'm not like enthralled by them. They're very like, well, like you said, they're like furry.
Sure if they would have another opportunity to talk. He goes on to say that he had issues trying to copy
little
some of the
basic,
games
but
because
they're
of the
fine.
copy protection.
Yeah.
So in search for answers, he scoured the internet looking for
Yeah, no, they're
programs to
fine.
help. He came across a
They're
torrent
fine.
site that had a Japanese program called Shikami no Tengen. The description said that it meant 4 gods in heaven. Although upon researching that, it doesn't, and he even admits to that as well in the letter. What mattered more though was this was a program that answered his prayers. The directions for the installation seemed rather straightforward. Switch the computer to Japanese Unicode, run the installer, switch back to English, and apply a crack to make it work. Things got a little bizarre though. While the program was installing, it began playing a slideshow of various colors with static noise coming from his speakers. Perplexed by this, he searched the README
fuck
file
yes, I
in the
love
installation
colors.
folder to find a message that read, "Files will be in unknown format. Rename .iso and mount external. Do not try to run." This made sense that the files would come out in an unknown
Mount
format. I mean,
external.
it was a Japanese program. He checked the games and they all seemed to run just fine. No errors or copy fail that he could see. And he writes, "So I did the rest of them.
And
It took a
when
while and I
jimbering
got
with it-
tired,
oh,
but
yeah,
you know
no.
that. I had them back to you the next day." He goes on to tell his friend Nick about all the games he played and that he, in a platonic way, missed him. And after working his way through all of the converted game files,
I love that. We just gotta make sure it's not gay, you know? In the platonic way.
In a platonic way.
And this creepypasta, you gotta make sure, you know, it's not gay. You can't have gay people in horror,
No.
you know? Or like, yeah, it is like, yeah, platonic relationships. Those are valid too.
There's
I don't think
nothing
we get-
there's nothing gay in horror ever.
No. No.
Nothing at all.
Have you seen a horror movie? I don't think you have. They're all straight as nails.
Also, Zam, I've just realized that the video I was thinking about is called The Scariest Creepypasta Ever Made, and it's by that one guy who was like, I just really have like such a deep emotional connection with Springtrap.
Can we watch that guy? I haven't watched that guy.
Yes we can. Do you want to... Are they doing anything else here? Probably not.
What do you think? Not to be mean about it, but
No, I know they're not.
If someone
but-
smashes the disc inside of a case, the expression of the ticket taker will actually change.
I mean, they might
with his
do
face
something
looking back at you
unintentionally
angrily.
silly,
Other
like,
than the
no,
ticket taker,
well.
nothing else is said to be on the case. No title, no dev logos, nothing. Just the ticket taker. Some people who got
Their socks
Just
were
the
on, it's not
ticket
gay.
taker.
Yeah, no, it's true. If you're wearing socks while you have gay sex, it's not gay.
yeah. If you wear socks on your tongues and kiss, it's not gay.
Mm-hmm. It's true. There's also no room for gay shit in my elevated horror. No, it's true.
And my elevator horror?
My elevator horror. Did you never watch this guy, Zam? I thought I sent you this guy.
I skimmed through it and I was like, eh.
Okay, I'm gonna try really hard not to be mean to this guy, but he says a lot of shit that irritates me.
Yeah, I didn't hear any of the takes. I just saw like, oh yeah, I get what you mean with like the vibe of this person.
Yeah. The extremely milquetoast nature is what elevates it, yeah. No, it's true. Honestly,
I love milk and
that is one of my problems actually with elevated horrors, like, well, not that it's not gay, but like I feel like there's a specific set of tropes they really like using, and they're tropes that I don't like very much. The chief among those being, is the woman crazy? Is it all in her head, or is it real? And it's like, we've done this about 700 times, and I wish you'd stop doing it. It's
What was that
fucking annoying.
Dog shit. What was that dog shit movie? Like not even a peep or something? Not even a mouse? It was like, it had a Christmas title, but
it was like a creature
stuck in
was
the
stirring,
house, yeah. A creature was stirring, yeah.
and it was
That-
like a
that movie didn't
hedgehog.
have anything to do with Christmas, actually. It was a hedgehog movie.
Yeah, it was a hedgehog movie. Yeah.
Not that type of hedgehog movie. The other type.
No, yeah, I know.
They're different flavors of hedgehog movie.
Yeah, I know. Well, because like we were talking about this a little bit off stream, that like I feel like part of the reason that I didn't like one of the tropes that I feel like is I don't like an elevated horror, that being the whole like, is it in your head or is it real thing. I kind of feel like that's a little bit in Silent Hill F, and I feel like that's part of what I didn't quite like about it.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't gone back to it because I was mostly going through the story through your streams.
Yeah.
I did play a bit of it, but it also does not run well on my computer. So, would be excited to see the other endings. I feel like that's the most basic ending you can get. I don't think they'd go that direction with the other ones, but that is literally just a hunch. They could still do that shit.
Yeah. Also, Sid, it's interesting you say that. I actually started reading the other day. I'm blanking on the author's name, but it's
Freud.
no, it's not Freud.
Could be.
No, it's called House of Psychotic Women. It's basically about like women in horror and stuff like that. And the author made this point that like it feels like people generally have more patience and understanding and empathy for women in horror who are struggling with like mental health and mental illness than they do for women and people in real life who are actually struggling with these things. And I don't necessarily disagree with her. I think she's it's a fair point, you know? Like,
I feel like people sympathize with like characters in media more than real people in general. Most of the time, like, you are kind of geared to see all the little parts of their lives and like, you know, empathize with them. And in general, they are like little constructed, crafted things. Unless you mean just like people in the same situations, but like, I don't know. You don't get someone's sad backstory whenever you see them like having a bad day on the street. You just see the bad day, you know?
Or just them having like a you know, kind of unstable emotional episode or something like that. Like, I feel like there's a lot of people who will show more understanding for a fictional character, but then if it's someone in their life who has mental health issues having like a bad time or a bad moment, it feels like they don't really extend that same level of understanding to that actual person. I think a little while ago, I think Nekia and Sophie were talking about this on Nekia's stream about that kind of stuff with like mental health and how even people who claim to be kind of like mental health advocates will sometimes not really like the support is there until somebody does something that is a result of their mental health issues, and then it's like there's a very intense level of criticism aimed at them, you know.
Also, Teeth, do you mean like a documentary for like the book Les is talking about, or like another one?
I assume it's for that one.
Okay. Assumedly. One would think.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a documentary
yeah.
that just came out, but it's one of those things that has been on my list for a while to read. And since I finished Freud, I was like, yeah.
Well, you have a Freud-shaped hole in your schedule.
Yeah. That's a way of putting it.
We all know what a Freud-shaped hole is shaped like, right?
Yeah, no, we do.
Naturally.
Anyway, do we want to watch this video by this guy? And I'm gonna be really nice and not mean.
Yeah, I want to hear the takes, because is this gonna be like that that other person you watched, like the live service video?
No, it's not. They've never said this person has never said anything that gets me like. They're not condescending in the way that person is, like condescending and talking out of their ass and very smug.
Well, I mean,
it's a very specific type of person who earns that kind of like ire from me.
Fair.
Namely, that YouTuber and Julia Serrano. The two main people.
On the same tier.
Yeah, it's the two big people who I have like, they're in my little black book.
Little book of grudges.
I was watching a video the other day, and out of nowhere they were like, oh yeah, according to friend of the channel, Julia Serrano, and I was like, the fuck did you just say?
Is that like ironic?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, they were
Maybe
talking
not.
about what she was saying in a positive light, but like...
okay.
I mean, granted, I'll give her this. The points that were being made were about, like, the bullshit statistics that J.K. Rowling throws around, which in this case, she is correct. The problem is that she's Julia Serrano. So
I think people have a bias to like they read literature or like theory and something like that, and if it's something they agree with, they tend to like only take away the parts they agree with, and like maybe like either they don't understand or they don't really care for the stuff that they don't agree with as much or have no opinion on,
yeah.
and so they just remember like the good stuff they agreed with and not like the other bullshit you might be able to extrapolate into maybe not great ideas, and you walk away going like, oh, that was a good resource I can recommend to others, not realizing all these other harmful ideals are in there as well.
Yeah, because, like, I mean, I've said this before, and I won't go on my whole tirade about it again, but, like, I don't understand how you can read her book and not see how fucking transphobic it is, because it's right there. Like,
But
it's
you
not
know.
it's not subtle at all. Honestly, part of me does want to read. I do and I don't want to read some of her more recent stuff just because I kind of want to see what she's saying, if like what her points are have changed at all. But to me, I've said this before, the fact that she's not condemning Whipping Girl and not acknowledging how fucking awful it is kind of tells me everything I need to know. You know what I mean? Like,
it did sound like he's not really like going against that.
yeah, it
Still out
doesn't.
there.
Nothing indicates to me that she really has meaningfully changed her arguments. So, like, I don't know that I need to fucking waste my time with that. You know.
Mhm.
Anyway, the scariest creepypasta.
Oh, what's the scariest?
Happy Trans
creepypasta?
Day of Visibility, everybody.
Wait, did they say what the creepypasta is up front?
No, they don't. So we're gonna find out.
Story that has always haunted me. I was exposed to it at an extremely young age back when internet horror was becoming a more popular genre. And being a child that grew
Also,
up
I think that I think that they're like at a certain age where they're very yeah, no, I kind of like their design. I kind of like their character design. It's interesting.
A lot of their faces in the more expressive category have the same vibe of like big smile, hell of a bus type stuff. You can tell that's kind of an inspiration, which I think the base design, yeah, I think their expressions, while cool, are very similar.
Yeah,
Too-
no,
too
I
cool,
wouldn't
you know?
I wouldn't disagree. And like I'm not
But anyways,
I'm not bringing this video up to like rag on this person. I'm actually just genuinely curious what they have to say, you know.
a strong
what's the
love for
pasta?
Mickey Mouse and any
Yeah,
media
it's the pasta.
associated with him, it was essentially a recipe for disaster. I
is
distinctly
it
remember the
the
week
abandoned
after I
Mickey
learned
Mouse
about
one?
Is this I think it was a Mickey Mouse thing on the thumbnail.
Were they like inverted colors, white face?
Yeah, that kind of thing. White
It's that one.
face.
It's that one. Yeah. Okay. That's the scary. Okay.
Look, let's hear them out. Let's hear them out. Also,
like,
subtitles were
that original story.
dude.
I couldn't look at anything that had the
You know, there's like pen pals and stuff. That one's pretty creepy.
character's face on it because I was just reminded of
struggling?
those visceral descriptions of gore and surreal horror. But oddly enough, despite the fact that it scared me so badly, I kept finding
You know,
myself
Baraska?
drawn back to it. Call it
That one's
morbid
pretty fucked up.
curiosity or the early stages of what would be
Well,
my
no,
horror obsession I have
Baraska isn't actually
nowadays.
that good.
But whatever it was, I couldn't get this
Which one?
story off my mind.
It's like, I was trying to think like, what's the scariest creepypasta? I still think it's pen pals. I still think it's pen pals.
Which one is that?
It is about. It's more of like a short story than it is a creepypasta, but it's about a kid who like, for a school trip, like ties a photo of himself to a balloon and gets a new stalker friend.
Oh, yeah. No, I vaguely remember that. That from back in the day.
And like details that. But anywho,
That's a very good impression, Teeth. You are correct.
What the fucking balls?
What the fucking
Mine. The
balls?
pig poop
Cock?
on
I would listen to
balls?
different narrations of it, explore fan art and other fan works like the Treasure Island series, and every time they would terrify me, but I always found myself going back for more. And that leads me to this video.
I will say, I'm very fond of this pose where they like get all coiled up.
The huggy wuggy.
Yeah, the like coiled up around themselves thing.
And
Always
It's
found
nice.
myself going back for more.
Sting of Flynn.
And that leads me to this
Sting
video.
of Flynn.
To this day, I find myself drawn to this story, to the twisted version of an old beloved character that it created, to the commentary on Disney as a whole and the corruption seen behind closed doors. As an adult, I find myself even more fascinated by
The
this
deep
story
commentary.
because
So
now I can understand all the
You're saying
elements
like they're
at
at an
play that
age
make it
where-
one of.
Oh,
if
I think that they're like that kind of age where they grew up, and like I get the sense that they're that kind of age where FNAF was like very seminal and like foundational to them.
Very seminal. I think it was like a year or two. If I was born like 1 or 2 years earlier, I think I would have been part of that. Because I do remember being into Five Nights at Freddy's, but like it wasn't the scariest shit to me.
Yeah.
I think I was more like spooked out by like Amnesia Let's Plays, you know.
Yeah, I feel like my main thing with FNAF was mainly just like I like the character designs. I don't really care for the game.
Like when did FNAF 1?
It's 2014, isn't it?
Yeah, so I would have been like 15 at the time.
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, like it's not scaring the shit out of me, but I still like it.
Yeah.
You know? Like 2011 though, 12-year-old me. Ooh.
Yeah, Sid, not horror
I was scared of
concepts. Yeah. No, I think I know what you mean.
You know, I wasn't really that. I mean, like, I think like stuff like Amnesia like got me into like, yeah, Amnesia and like watching like YouTube like Let's Plays of like RPG Maker horror games like Mad Father and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, I want a spooky story that has like some deeper stuff and like something fucked up happens, not because like, oh, it's so fucked up, but like I want to know what this mystery is, and I know it's probably gonna have a bad end, and I'm not used to that.
Yeah. Also, Teeth, I think I wouldn't call FNAF elevated horror. I think mainly because well, two reasons. One, I think it's too like okay.
What?
How do I put this? Like
William Afton.
FNAF could be very easily like an 80s schlocky movie. If it was like more explicit, I think, in like the actual horror elements of it and not just like concealing most things. The other part of it I would say is that I don't think that it's not to say that you can't read into deeper meaning behind the FNAF games, but like I don't think that Scott Cawthon really put much into the games that there is to be interpreted in a lot of ways. Like I'm sure there's stuff there, but like I really don't think that there's a lot of intentionality behind it on a deeper level. I think it really is just here are these animatronics and these dead kids, and there's the killer, and then here's a bunch of lore.
Scott
Also,
is-
yes,
Scott is
Scott
cool.
Scott is a ghoul. Yeah.
Because like elevated horror is usually very like slow burn. Like Five Nights at Freddy's is like, it's got like it's mascot horror. The characters like, I mean they're spooky, but they are more accessible because they are mascots. Like I like those designs a lot.
Yeah.
The OG ones at least. I'm not as familiar with like post numbered games. You know, aside from like art I've seen floating around.
I will
and, like,
say, I will admit something.
Monty.
Oh, no, I mean, Roxy. No, but
Wow.
but no, I was gonna say I was really curious about like I know we joke about it a lot, but I genuinely was curious about Secret of the Mimic.
Bad job, Sue. I don't know anything about that game actually.
Well, that's the thing.
I haven't seen Waves.
I didn't either, and but it was when I was watching something that Markiplier was doing. I forget what it was, but I saw that he had a.
You've fallen off. You've fallen.
You were watching the fucking Markiplier FNAF videos. Don't you come at me, Samuel.
But that's classic. That's for like, what's this internet?
Yeah, it's
history?
classic
You're like,
when
I'm
he was
watching
like screaming all the time.
I don't know. Yeah, I know you had to be an ADHD child to like that. I see exactly why I enjoyed those.
You can't come at
Listen,
me.
I watched
about this.
PewDiePie. Okay.
Yeah, you
I watched
did.
Cryotic. Do you know what that means?
Do you know what that means? No,
I
look.
was Jacksepticeye
But
playing
hear
Happy
me.
Wheels.
Hear
in the
me out
trenches.
though. Hear me out though.
Okay.
Because in my defense, he is kind of like the FNAF guy in a lot of ways. Like I feel like
he is militant.
I feel like people associate Markiplier with FNAF the same way they associate like the Yogscast with Minecraft. You know what I mean? Like even if they're not responsible for the success of the thing that they're associated with, they are associated with it in a very significant capacity. You know?
Yeah.
But
like if something like Devil May Cry or like something like that came out, I go to like well, I guess not the Super Best Friends anymore, but I guess Castle Super Beast Crew now, because they were like talking about that shit way back before I even played them, you know?
yeah. But
Cutting edge.
The reason I bring this up is what I thought was interesting was this one observation that Mark made that I actually agree with, and I think it's a very interesting point, is how a lot of the things in Secret of the Mimic, like the character designs and the sequences and stuff, feel like they're drawing inspiration from the other, like the things that took inspiration from the original FNAF content. Like, apparently there's a lot of stuff in it that's very, like, taking stuff from, like, Ban and, like, Poppy Playtime. But also, a lot of the character designs really reminded me of, like, the Walton Files and stuff like that. Like, the things that we watched on the Analog Horror Nights and stuff like that. Like, very similar visual stuff where I thought, like, it is really interesting to see this kind of thing where you see the things that took inspiration from the original FNAF content, and now it feels like it's being... The new FNAF content is taking inspiration from the things that it, like, took inspiration from its original stuff. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think Scott has anything to do with those newer... Well,
No, he
he's
doesn't.
not hands-on with them anymore. So technically, it is inspired stuff. And also, I'll go up to bat. I don't think you were saying this, but, you know, the Walton Files, they got some good designs for those critters.
Yeah, no, I
think
yeah.
that's the closest I think that a lot of them have gotten to, like, the feel of, like, they're still a bit more on the cute side, but, like, the closest, like, OG, like, mascot, besides, like, maybe, Broadside Beach, I think, but that's, like, a different flavor. That's less, like, that's more, like, Billy's Wonderland stuff, you know? Like...
Yeah.
But, no, yeah, it is gone full, because technically it is people making fan content. It just happens to be official. I don't know if Scott Cawthon's on the design team or anything like that, but, like, it's kind of gone full circle to be like, okay, we're making a mascot horror thing, even though it's Five Nights at Freddy's who, like, pushed that genre to where it is. It's people going back in retrospect and making a new one from what the genre is to this day. Not like... Because, yeah, it's probably, like, more than just Five Nights at Freddy now that they're drawing from, but, like, lots of other things that have been in the same sphere. I imagine.
Yeah. Well, it's also like it also made me think hearing him talk about this, like it's part of the reason that I do kind of want to actually like see what the deal is with like the Poppy Playtime bullshit, because
Yeah, I mean, besides like
I've
Dogtooth
heard
and,
that it's like actually kind of like what I've heard is the actual narrative is actually like belongs in a better medium. Like if it was a movie, it would be better, but like the gameplay is kind of shit.
well, because like what I've like heard through the grapevine, the general vibe and consensus is like, yeah, besides the like NFT stuff they tried to pull, it is kind of like of the mascot horror games in the same genre, like it is kind of like one of the better, if not the best one. You know, like
Yeah.
I mean, of the time at least, I know like people are looking at now at what's the one with the little raccoon? You all know. I know you know.
Indigo Park. Is that right?
Indigo Park seems to have like potential. I'm sure there's some very good indie stuff too, but like of the big ones that like broke out of containment and like hit the fucking masses, I think it does beat like the band crowd out. And I think Bendy and the Ink Machine had a lot of very serious problems too, so yeah, it's probably above that too. Aesthetics aside, you know.
Yeah. Well, cause like Zam,
Yeah.
I was showing you this the other day, like a little while ago. Like Yarnaby.
Yeah, the
that's a
little
that's a
creature.
great fucking design. But the problem is that you have things like the blue thing that you always see associated with Poppy Playtime, but then you see something like this. Like I love this thing. That's a great creature. Like I love this creature. Look at that. Wonderful creature.
Subliminal, huh? I'll have to check that out later. But no, because like Yarnaby is good. Like the Critter Crew, is that a T-shirt for Yarnaby below that one?
Oh, I kind of fuck with that actually. That's pretty good.
I gotta fuck with that. I gotta fuck with that. $24. Yeah, that's fair. Whatever.
Hang on.
I will say, I will give Indigo Park some knocks for having like a little demo thing to play and instantly having a link to merch at the end of it. Like you haven't even released the game yet. Okay.
Yeah.
It makes it very transparent what some people are trying to do in the genre.
Yeah.
I'm sure like
no, it is.
there are creatives on the team wanting to make a proper game and, you know, a story and a narrative, but there is a very big vibe of like people getting into mascot horde. At least for a bit there. I'm not too sure nowadays, but for a bit it was like everyone wants to be the next band and make something they can sell some fucking bullshit shirts at, you know?
Yeah. No, you're very much right. And I think that's part of the problem is like, because like with like Five Nights at Freddy's, it feels like they're at a point in their stuff where like it's kind of the same thing that we were talking about earlier with the combat in Cryptid Crush, where like in FNAF nowadays it feels like they make they make fun of the whole like merch thing, like how much merch is produced about like FNAF, but at the same time it's like, okay, but you're making the joke. That doesn't change the fact that like you make an obscene amount of money by making merch for this series. Like
it's weird because as Five Nights at Freddy's, like both the games and like the internal lore of like the pizza chain, like, you know, Freddy Fazbear Pizza, got a lot more corporate as it went along.
Yeah.
And, like the money came rolling. Because like a couple things on my mind right now. Scroll down a little bit more. Paw. Far left. Oh, that one's good. But I mean the one, yes. Hell yes. Oh, that's a custom cursor, by the way.
oh my god.
Holy shit. Sorry, let me not get distracted real quick for like one fucking second. I think Five Nights at Freddy's one was just like a pizza restaurant, maybe like a chain. But then as like the stakes were low. It was one place. But now we got like warehouses and like superplexes and like advanced AI and all this other bullshit. And the designs started to, well, they've moved back to being cute with like, you know, Roxy and stuff like that. But
Mhm.
the OG like Five Nights at Freddy's was like, the designs are believable animatronics. They are a little uncanny, just like by nature of what they are. But it's only when they're in the dark that it's a believable mascot. And I feel like a lot of this, like, you know, mascot horror stuff, I feel like they try to focus on making them scary and not like a believable thing. Like you look at something like some of the Poppy Playtime stuff is like, how could this ever be a children's mascot? It is immediately freaky.
Yeah.
Like off the rip. It's got sharp teeth and stuff everywhere. Because like Yarnaby is a cute design that opens up to be like a nasty thing. I
Yeah.
feel like weirdly enough, leaning more into the mascot of the design
Yeah.
actually helps. Like it needs to be a little bit believable to hit that uncanny valley to be like, oh, there's this dark side to this children's thing in the right light, instead of just like, this is a big monster with teeth, but it's like purple. So, you know,
Yeah. No, I
it's
agree.
kind of a mascot, I guess. 'Cause,
I also think
some
that
of these Yarnabies are cute.
I also think that
Love
part of the
Yarnaby.
problem with like Five Nights at Freddy's, just on a base level, is like it feels like post the first game, it really feels like they're struggling to come up with how to make this premise more like how to change the premise when like there's not that much you can like it becomes repetitive very quickly.
I don't know. I think they scaled themselves out. I think they made it like each one has to be scarier, has to have more characters, a deeper, wider story to investigate. It's got to get bigger and like bigger and bigger. And like, you can't just get used to like the Five Nights at Freddy's 1 stuff. It has to be like better, have more, be like more scary, more tense. And that's when
Yeah.
you get all the RNG, open layout stuff, you know.
And I think
I
like
think there was a,
oh sorry, go ahead.
there was a little bit of a step back with 3 where it's just the one animatronic, but I think it was like too far at that point. Like they just kind of kept barreling forward,
Yeah.
you know.
Because I've
The little ones in 4 are like a nightmare. So like, that
yeah.
makes
Well,
sense,
those are
sorry.
the no, go ahead.
Those are like mental manifestations or some shit. I don't fucking know.
Yeah. But no, all I was gonna say was like I think the problem is that there's only so much you can do with the premise of like you sit in office and look at cameras thing. And like I've heard people talk about like, oh, the games are bad now because you're not sitting in an office. It's like they've changed the way that you play the game. It's not that structure, but like there's only so much you can do with that structure. Like it's kind of the way I feel about it is kind of the same way I feel about something like weird comparison, but like Friday the 13th. Like I like some of the later movies in that series, not because they're good, but because they're at least trying something different. You know what I
He
mean?
goes to Manhattan, you know.
Yeah, or like when it's like you have the girl with like psychic powers, it's basically just Carrie. Or like in Jason Goes to Hell, where like he's like a weird body snatching, possessing thing. Like
Is he?
it's, you know, yeah, Jason Goes to Hell is fucking insane, but it's like I actually kind of like it just because they are doing something different.
Because I feel like some people see stuff like that and go like, "Oh wow, they're really running out of ideas, huh?" And like, yeah, kind of. That happens. Sometimes you got to do something fresh, and oftentimes it gets kind of fucking silly. It
Yeah.
is a bit of a swing and a miss, but like, the vibe might change. But you know, you still like it when Jason Goes to Hell, right? So
Well, like, I think my thing is
I don't. Sorry. I don't think any of FNAF is elevated horror. I think it has a
No.
very I think it tries to be, but it has a very basic story to it, and the delivery mechanism is not like slow burn cinematic. What if it's all in your head or like all this shit? I don't think it. I think it wants to be. I don't think it comes close. You know more about like genre specification than I do, but that's how I feel.
well, again, I think that part of the problem is that usually with elevated horror, there's a very specific kind of intentionality behind it where they're trying to put forth very specific ideas or a very specific message. I don't think that Scott is trying to put any message forward. I think he literally just, and I'm pretty sure he's even said this himself, like, it's just, there's the animatronics, there's the dead kids, etc. There's, like, all the lore, but, like, I don't think he's actually interested in having a conversation about any of these things. Like, they could go into stuff like talking about, you know, like, consumerist stuff and shit like that, but, like, they don't want to. They totally could, but they don't want to.
No, I think we've talked about this before, but I don't think he writes his mysteries for the answer. I think he writes his mysteries to be worked on, not solved. Because I think because he realized, like, the fandom wanted a mystery to, like, they want to lore hunt, they want to, like, dig through stuff and theorize. They want to theorize more than they want an answer.
Yeah.
You know, and so you give them all these little pieces, but at the end of the day, they do have to lead towards something. I think the chase was designed more for than the destination, and that ended up catching up with them over games and games, you know?
And I think the issue is, like, because, you know, you can look to something like, because I think putting a question out there and not giving an answer is not inherently a bad thing. Like, you could look at something like David Lynch. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff in Twin Peaks where, like, there's no real direct answer given, and that's fine. The problem is that I would compare the way that FNAF poses, like, the questions that FNAF poses and then doesn't answer are ones that I would compare to something like how J.J. Abrams describes the mystery box format, where it's like, you put a question out there and then you don't answer it, but you leave it there and you let people talk about it, and then maybe someday you'll give the answer to it. But, like, the fundamental issue with most of the way that he uses that format is that the questions that are being posed do not have interesting answers. And I would say the same thing with FNAF. Like, most of the questions that are being posed by the Five Nights at Freddy's lore do not have interesting answers. Like, you know, you can reveal some kind of, like, fucking, oh, so-and-so is actually related to so-and-so, but, like, okay, what do we actually get from that? Like, what on a deeper level do we actually get from that information? Nothing. It doesn't actually matter. Like, sure, I guess it's interesting, but, like, you're not really doing anything that's actually very interesting with, like, there's no answer to be found that actually is worth finding, in my opinion. That's my problem with it. Like, it's totally fine to give a question and not answer it, or, like, leave things open-ended. The issue is that the answer isn't interesting. Like, I don't find the lore isn't interesting to me, because the questions that everyone is obsessed with, I just don't care. Like, you know?
Yeah, no, it feels Michael. It feels more like, less like a David Lynchian thing, and more like we put a light in the suitcase in Pulp Fiction to, like, make it look cool, and then everyone got upset with the box, and now we have to make 4 more movies teasing the box.
Yeah, it feels like it's just a constant thing where it's like trying to keep people engaged by just throwing questions out there that don't have interesting answers, and then just dragging them on for ages and never giving
like
an explanation.
Initially, that isn't really a bad thing. More like the you know, the people really enjoy this aspect, and so you lean into it, even if that may not be your forte. I think, like, yeah, I don't know, building the tracks as you roll down that train highway. I didn't want to say tracks twice. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know, it led to some problems. And, like, I don't know. I don't know if those get addressed or fixed, or if we just dive further and further into what mascot horror has become in the later games. If, like, Five Nights at Freddy's becomes like, oh, it's like a big superplex into like the fucking world power or something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
Government ordinated FNAF. Oh fuck.
Government mandated FNAF, yeah.
Anyways, how far do we get into that video?
Very little. Anyway, Roxy is hot. Let's go.
If not the scariest
A minute
creepypasta
20.
I have ever read.
Yeah.
It is a genuinely
It wasn't even about
well-crafted
the
experience that
creepypasta.
achieves
It was
what it
just
sets
FNAF.
No,
out
we
to do
we got totally sidetracked.
perfectly.
How did this
And I'd like
happen?
to show you why.
We were talking about how he seems like someone where FNAF was a very formative thing for him, and then we just
Well, didn't you say they said that though? Like,
well, yeah, because they said they
relate
like
to Springtrap.
they were like Springtrap kin or whatever the. They didn't say that, but it was very much that kind of vibe.
I haven't. Maybe I'm just in the wrong corners. I haven't seen a lot of kidding recently. Not since,
No,
like,
I
in
haven't
my
either.
Like
Yeah.
Tumblr times.
It feels like it was
Like, during-
mainly a Tumblr thing.
Yeah, I left Tumblr during the mass porn exodus.
Yeah, no, me too.
Because all the cool people I followed left, and I was like, oh damn, not even for like the porn.
Yeah.
And that's where I'd see the kidding stuff. I haven't seen much of that as of late. I guess it is a much more fandom-oriented thing, and I'm not quite in fandom spaces.
No, I'm not either.
Spooky Newgrounds.
Spooky Newgrounds.
What you mean? Who's it? Oh, wait, hold up. I got a timeout, Faye.
Hey, Faye.
You said the word of the day, kitty. You get timed up for 60 seconds. Just kidding.
Faye walks in and Sam
Wait.
immediately turns on a Tesla coil.
Hold up. We should have a word of the day. If anyone says the word or types it, they get timed out for a minute.
It would make things interesting. I can't deny.
I should start doing that.
Yeah, you should. No,
I
you know
don't
what you
know,
should do?
take
You
that
should
down.
make a redeem where people can change the word of the day. That'd be funny.
Is it? Can we say the word of the day, or is it if somebody types it in chat?
No, we can say it. It's if people say it in chat.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
Okay. Yeah, directed towards you all. Okay, I see.
Yeah. Anyway.
In this
let
video,
him
I
talk.
want to explore this classic story, analyzing the tactics it uses to scare the reader and discussing how it uses them very effectively. And I feel to best explain this, we should use the story's most iconic scene as our prime example. That scene being the moment where our protagonist comes face to
So
face
iconic.
with an inverted Mickey Mouse costume.
You say Newgrounds.
Now, before I can explore this scene in length,
I'm
I
saying-
feel like I should very briefly
Vivzy,
provide
it
some
gives me Vivzy
context
vibes. It
as
gives
to
me
the events
Alistair
leading to
specifically
it for
with
those
the,
of you who either aren't familiar with
the single like big smile that doesn't really change. Well, it does change. They're more expressive than Alistair.
I mean, I'll give them this.
I'm done.
I like their design more than most of the Hell of a Boss designs.
That's true. I'd say that, yeah, I like their design more than like a lot of like the imps and stuff, you know. There might be a cool bird or two I haven't seen, but
I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum, I swear, but like I don't understand how people find her characters hot. It confuses me.
you don't like Luna Paws gulping with the hat on?
I'll be honest, okay. I'm not really into Luna Hell of a Boss, but I will say she's the one where I can actually understand why people are horny for her. The other ones, I don't understand. It
I
confuses
don't
me.
understand Blitzo.
No, I don't either. It's really confusing to me. I don't understand why people think they're hot.
Hold up, I have something for you to put on.
Like
screen.
with Luna, at least I'm like, okay, I get it. Like Wolf Girl, fair, but like, you know. Also, hey Noelle.
I have to find the picture for Andrew of Luna eating a cheese, and like there's a very obvious cheese shape in her throat, like a cheese wedge.
Gastro Undertale. Is that the guy?
Can I be controversial real quick?
Yeah, Zam, throw some controversial shit.
I'm not as into the Deltarune crit, like the TV, like Spamton and like the TV head thing. I'm not I'm not as into them. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm more of a Gaster. Who's the fuck another one? No, not Spamton. What am I talking about? No, is it Spamton? Mediton. I'm more into like Mediton EX. And
Yeah,
like,
when they
Gaster and stuff.
when they start serving. Yeah,
Yeah, when they start serving.
I agree.
I don't know, cause like the big nose like Spamton thing, and like I get they like talk like a spam email, but it kind of I don't find it charming.
No, I
personally.
don't either, honestly. I don't know. I know people are really into Deltarune. It doesn't hit for me. But also, I mean, Undertale doesn't really hit for me either. So
Well, cause I liked what I saw of Deltarune. It's just the big famous critters. I'm like,
yeah,
and then other people try to like type like them too, and it's like, oh, please stop that.
we had enough of that with Homestuck.
Yeah, we had enough.
Anyway,
the story or
I
simply
know
need
there
a
was a big
refresher.
cheese.
Abandoned by Disney is a story about our blog writer and protagonist exploring an
look,
abandoned
it's Five Nights at Freddy's. It took him like 2 minutes to get here.
Disney
Oh my God.
resort known as
Well,
Mowgli's Palace.
That's not
much
fair,
was
though.
known about why the place was
Imagine
abandoned.
opening up like a last
The only
video and being
evidence
like,
the
oh,
writer
2
could
minutes till we
scrounge
get
up
some
being the
Silent Hill
massive
soundtrack.
controversy surrounding it upon its opening.
Yeah, I
But that-
think Sid. I think that's the thing. I think Toby Fox's specific like stuff. I just don't quite vibe with. Like,
Like,
it,
you don't like
and it,
whimsy.
it's. I hate whimsy. No, it's just like there's some people's stuff I just don't really vibe with as much, and I feel like Toby Fox, his vibe, I just don't really doesn't hit for me. It's not that it's bad; it just doesn't hit for me.
Oh wait, a newbie. Noel wants a warrior.
What is it, Noel?
You cannot force it, but it will be counseled upon.
Oh, the bathtub Sharpie. Yeah, no, I remember that.
What's the bathtub Sharpie?
People would they'd put like Sharpie ink in a bathtub and they'd soak in it to like make their skin look like gray like the trolls.
Oh, did it work?
I guess a little bit.
That worked enough. You know? Only one person. Multiple people did this. Every day.
Every fucking day.
Yes.
I more remember the bucket that people were spitting in.
Oh yeah, I know. I remember hearing like buckets got banned at cons because they would throw them at each other and someone got a concussion.
Yeah. The best part of Homestuck for me was when Jack Noir turned into a sexy dog. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, no, that was the best part.
That was my favorite part. I think he's kind of a bad bitch.
Jack Noir.
Yeah.
I also sent a PNG. Let's have them duel. Flight.
I'm not really ragging on Homestuck. I'm just being. If anything, I'm more ragging on the fandom, which I think is justified.
You know, I got pulled over. There was a disturbance at my house, and the cop. We were being Homestuck updated. We're being so loud, we got a noise disturbance, and the cop was like, "Why are you making all this noise?" I'm like, "Homestuck updated," and he was like, "Oh shit, really?" And we sat on the porch and read Homestuck the update with the cop as we drank our apple juices.
Yeah, and he had like a shock blanket on or whatever. That story.
He had a shock collar on, and his partner was in the car getting impatient.
There's a guy who I watch who he does Dark Souls runs, and he's done basically every time I die, I take a shot, or every time I die, I what am I trying to fucking what
Like shocks themselves? Oh my.
No,
I
like
just did a whistle.
they take a little puff off their like pen for weed.
Oh, they're Pinjamin, yeah.
Yeah, but apparently they said they want to do runs of the series where every time they die they get shocked by a shock collar, and I really hope they do because I want to see that.
You want to see them get hurt?
I do, yeah. I think it'll be funny. Also, yeah, Noel, I'll put this on screen. Sam, you
I
wanted...
sent you my PNG.
I
Please
know.
respond.
I know you did. I know you did.
Yeah, I got him up there. And Knuckles. There we go.
Yeah, Noel wanted that, so I'll put it there.
Oh. Yeah, add it to the badge.
Hang on.
PFP.
Not that.
Can we even see the PFP?
Is this the end, Knuckles? Yeah.
Small.
It's okay if it's small.
I think it's average actually, like, you know, statistically.
Yeah, statistically, I agree.
You know, it's like average. But no, blow that up a little bit. Let's see that wonderful cheese triangle outline of the throat. I know she ate a cheese. I know it.
Yeah, she did.
Okay, that's enough. I grow tired of her.
I grow tired of her. Get her out of here. Banish her to the Shadow Realm.
On Discord? Oh, we gotta fucking look on Discord?
I have to go all the way to Discord.
Oh, so high maintenance.
You're asking too much of us. Going all the way to Discord. How am I supposed to get there? Oh, I see.
That's a Homestuck troll.
Yeah, no, they're nice. I that's the thing. I like I like a decent number of the Homestuck designs. My main beef with Homestuck is not really Homestuck, it's the fandom.
What was your favorite? What was your favorite design and what was your favorite character of the trolls?
God, I don't remember what they are.
Yeah. I remember I liked Tavros. They did him dirty.
Yeah, no, they did. Honestly,
Design
they
though?
don't do a lot with a lot of them, TBH.
Gamesy's fun for clown. Nepeta's fun because that's like a cat.
Yes, I
I
agree.
don't remember their grandparents when they doubled the already 12 count characters. I lost count.
It's not to the same degree, but I feel like it's sort of the same thing that Stranger Things does, where it's like, hey, what if more characters, even though we already have way too many?
Yeah. Anybody who like that fish fucker guy? Like little prissy fish fucker guy? What's wrong with you?
Oh, you know what, actually...
He did a Tate, you know? He did a Tate.
He was, actually, yeah, he is very Tate, actually. No, I forget what her name is, but, Kanaya? The one who cuts him in half with a chainsaw, I think that was very based of her.
Ah, Kakyoin.
Yeah, Kanaya. Also, I like how... No, I like how the character that is your favorite was the one that Sam was just ragging on.
Oh. Yeah, like I said, you mean the school shooter? Yeah. They killed my boy. They killed my boy.
They killed my boy. Also, hey, Kason, what's up?
Did Aridin become...
Oh,
Aridin
you hate
transfer gender?
Aridin. Okay.
I didn't finish it. I didn't know they changed their gender after doing that school shooting. That's so cool.
If only.
That's a very Who's the Sonichu fucker?
Christian?
It's very Christian arc. I don't know the story past a certain point.
I don't know the lore, yeah. I remember very little about the Homestuck characters.
Not the Sonichu. What the fuck am I thinking of? I think I'm just thinking of Tate again, actually.
Yeah. No, it's true. I'm gonna let this guy talk because we keep
That
cutting
alone
him off.
didn't seem to make sense. The place still made money for a time like any other Disney resort, but then it just abruptly closed and everyone seemingly
Yes.
forgot about it. As the writer makes his way through the abandoned resort though, bizarre occurrences begin to show themselves which slowly reveal the reasoning behind this abandonment. Meat hooks in a freezer seemingly swinging on their own, whispering voices being heard in empty rooms. And of course, the climax of the story, his eventual encounter with a photo-negative Mickey costume. The scene goes as follows. I reached for the headpiece of a Donald Duck
Are they gonna talk
costume
about the
and
snake they
carefully
found?
removed it so the thing wouldn't fall apart in my hands. As I looked into the face of the wide-eyed, moldering head, a loud clattering sound made me jump with fright. I looked down at my feet and there between my shoes was a human skull. It had fallen out of the mascot head and shattered into pieces at my feet. Only the empty face and lower jaw remained staring up at me. I dropped the duck head immediately, as you'd expect, and moved for the door. As I stood in the doorway, I looked back to the skull on the floor. I had to take a
You know, I will say points on him for actually drawing this stuff. It's very nice.
picture of it, you know?
'Cause, like,
I had to, for any number of reasons
'Cause
that
that
may
isn't-
seem silly.
They do
but
draw a lot
only
of
if you
teeth
don't
like that.
think it
I think it's
through.
literally just
I'd
like
need
the
proof
big
of what
smiley
happened,
teeth like that
especially if Disney
very,
was going to
um,
somehow make
that I'm kind of on.
It's
Like, no, that's a very
very-
like well done and shaded thing. It's kind of Scooby Doo.
It's very Nemesis, the like really long teeth.
Is it? Ah, that little critter.
this go away. I had
Anyways,
no doubt in my
no more
mind
Homestuck
right from the
talk.
start that even if it was just gross negligence, Disney was responsible for this. That's when Mickey, the photo negative opposite Mickey in the middle of the floor, started to get up. First sitting
Dark
up,
Mickey.
then climbing to its feet, the Mickey Mouse costume, or whoever was inside of it,
You see,
stood there at the center
this
of
is
the
also like a
room,
toothy
its
smile type
fake
thing, but
face
it's like
just
it's a
staring
different type.
directly at
Mhm.
me as I
know?
mumbled no over and over and over. With shaking hands, a violently thrashing heart, and legs that had once again turned to jelly, I managed to lift the camera and aim it at the opposite creature now quietly sizing me up. The digital camera screen displayed
Creature.
only dead pixels in the shape of the
Creature.
thing. It was a perfect silhouette of the Mickey costume. As the camera moved in my unsteady hands, the dead pixels spread, marring the screen wherever Mickey's outline moved to. Then the camera died, went blank and quiet and broken. I raised my eyes once again to the Mickey Mouse costume. It said in a hushed, perverted, but perfectly executed Mickey Mouse voice.
Wanna see my head come off?
That
It
is a
started
Mickey
to
Mouse
pull
voice.
at its own head, working its clumsy, glove-clad fingers around its neck with clawing, impatient movements similar to a wound.
He's full of Sorry, the way
Nacho cheese.
I paused that made it sound like he just said ooh woo.
Also,
No,
Laz,
he's full
what's
of
that other video.
he's full of mustard like the tall man from Phantasm.
I think this is just a overview and review of Abandoned by Disney. What's that I rewrote Jeff the Killer peeking at me?
This one?
It is 2 hours. Never mind. I'll make dinner to that later.
I'll make dinner to this one later.
Make
But
sweet,
I
sweet
I
dinner.
want to
Said
hear
in a hushed, perverted,
I
but
want to hear his takes.
Did we
much
read Jeff the
blood.
Killer?
So much thick,
Um,
chunky yellow
Have you read
blood.
Jeff the Killer?
I know I
I
have.
turned away as I heard a sickening tearing of cloth and flesh.
I'm curious how
Only
somebody
cared
would
about
try to
getting
turn
away.
that around. Have you
Above
read
the
Jane the
doorway
Killer?
out of this room,
No.
I saw the final message clawed
She
into the
works
metal
at
with
IHOP.
bone or fingernails.
Based.
Abandoned by God. Now, I feel like it
I have a
goes
minor
without
complaint.
saying why a much younger version of myself would have been
That font?
absolutely traumatized.
Hang on. No.
We have to fully go back for this one, for the font.
No, I'm just putting him on 1.3.
By this moment. But why do I find it scary nowadays? Well, there is the obvious answer of the scene's more
I was gonna
overt
do a bit where
horror,
it's like,
what with the graphic
the E's backwards, actually. He's like, no.
depictions
That's
of
all I had in there.
self-mutilation and the implications of human corpses inside the costumes, but I feel like the real horror of this moment is found in its more subtle details. Take, for example, the description of the Mickey costume itself. I feel like if the scene were done with a regular mascot costume, sure, it would still be effective to a degree, but a large part of the horror would be lost. Making this suit a regular costume would allow the reader to at least partially understand what it is they're looking at. After all, this moment takes place in a room full of suits which are implied to have bodies stored away inside of them. It would be so easy to simply see the living suit as some kind of reanimated corpse given new life. Something which could be scary, yes, but wouldn't be as striking as what we get in the actual story. By making the suit an inverted color palette, it immediately stands out. It doesn't fit in with anything else in the room, it feels alien. Something that could have easily been explained with
it
the
does
prior
have a
context the story
supernatural element
establishes
to
is
it.
now a complete mystery.
Yeah.
And that unknown factor is
Did
what
it
makes
always
this
look
thing
like that,
so
or was it just-
horrifying
no, the
before it
camera
even
made it
does anything. And then there's the iconic
pixel
moment
out,
where it
right?
removes its own head.
I think so,
This moment
yeah.
always stood out to me so much because of how the act of self-mutilation this thing commits is described. Rather than pulling off its head like a mascot entertainer would, it's described clawing at its own throat like a wounded man. It struggles to tear any flesh or fabric as a result of its large, clumsy gloves, making this moment seem slow and excruciating. And then there's the blood. When I first read this story years ago, it was the description of the blood which stood out to me the most.
I'm glad
Yellow,
we both locked
chunky
onto that.
blood.
Yeah.
I feel like upon hearing this description,
I'm
most
telling you,
people who first
nacho
read this
cheese,
story
it's got the
assume
pepper
that it's
bits in it.
describing photonegative blood. I mean, everything about this costume is inverted, so it would only make sense that the blood would be as well. But the thing is, that isn't the case. The color red when
I will
put-
say chunky blood is very nice.
Chunky blood.
That's a very good.
Yeah,
the,
tasty.
the mental image of that is very
through
nice.
a negative filter turns
Soup.
blue. You can see just as much when looking at Mickey's
Soupy.
pants, which have turned to a bright turquoise color. So what the hell is pouring out of this thing's throat? Because whatever it isn't blood.
The fun
And to add
juice.
even further onto that, there's the fact that it's described
what's
as
the
being
photonegative of
chunky, as if
yellow?
the liquid
Brown?
gushing from this thing's open wound is thick or curdled in some way. Everything about this moment and this costume feels so,
So like a-
viscerally
a
wrong.
dried
The way it
irony
looks, the way it
blood would be
behaves,
more
the environment
brownish.
it finds itself
Yeah.
in. All of it
Right?
feels so familiar, and yet the differences at
And
play
that would
make it go
result
from
in
something
yellow.
innocent
Instead of
and
like the
comforting
bright
like the
red,
brand
like
it
fresh,
represents
would be
to
more like a
something so
bluey thing.
extremely
Yeah.
haunting.
Purpley?
And then there's that last message right at the
I guess it would
Sorry,
be
I'm,
like.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for saying bluey. I don't want to get you banned.
I was gonna say you gotta be careful. They're gonna come for me again.
So true.
They're gonna come get me.
end, which acts as the cherry on top to this moment. Abandoned by God. This line in particular stuck with me for so long, perfectly encapsulating
Wait.
just how wrong everything
They
about
rewrote
it
that. He
feels.
wasn't backwards
And that
anymore.
perfectly summarizes why I
Yeah.
feel
I did a
Abandoned by
bit about
Disney
it.
is one of, if not
Well,
the scariest
I've
creepy
used that word.
I will
before,
say I think
but-
that the abandoned by God thing is very funny. Like I see what I see what the point he's making, but like it does feel very creepypasta in that way of like going just a step too far and being like
Yeah.
it feels like
Abandoned
overkill.
by Disney, abandoned by God.
Yeah.
Because it feels like
creepypasta ever made.
Disney was the god to them. I was props to this though, because it is very like it is reminiscent of like the creepypastas of the era, you know.
Yeah.
But points for just not immediately lunging at you. Like it does like a little weird fucked up thing that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. No, I would
Yeah.
agree.
made. The entire story is veiled in mystery, using real and recognizable characters and events to establish itself and twisting them to the point that they're nearly unrecognizable. It horrified me as a kid for that, but I also feel like that's why I kept going back to it. That mystery enthralled me. I wanted to understand it. I wanted to know what it all
Mystery.
meant, why this costume
Mystery.
existed, what it wanted, why its blood was such a vile color and texture. But as hard as I looked, I could never find an answer, leading to the story being an unsolved mystery. or at least that's what I thought.
Mystery.
Now by this point, you're probably
Aw.
confused. It seems like the entire subject of the video has passed, and yet we're only just at the start. And you see, there's a very good reason for this. At first, this video was intended to simply be an analysis of the original Abandoned by Disney story, but as I did my research for it, I found myself slowly becoming invested in the other works created by Slime Beast, the original story's author. There are 3 other stories, all of which are
Oh, what
canon
do
to
you
the
do?
events and universe
Twist.
of Abandoned by
Midsection
Disney.
twist.
And these stories
Wait,
add
are they-
so much
There
to
was
the
a-
context
Wait,
and
there's
horror
a-
that original
It was a
story
series?
There's an Abandoned by Disney Cinematic Universe. Is that what you're telling
wanted
me?
to talk about them so badly. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. During this section of the video, I plan on going in depth on the other 3 creepypastas which make
Wow.
up the Abandoned by Disney mythos, going over what they add to the story,
The
what I like
lore.
about them, and eventually using the information provided
Also,
by
what-
all of them to create
Okay,
my
can we go
own
back to
theory
normal
about
speed?
the identity
Yes.
I was like, what music are they playing? Is that Is that
of
the Caretakers?
photo-negative Mickey. So, I hope you're strapped in, because we're only just getting started.
I think so, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
I think that was the Caretakers.
The first of these additional
Like
stories I
the
want to
Dimension
talk about
album.
is a few
Dimension,
suggestions.
yeah, sure.
I
Dimension
bring this one
album.
up first
Oh,
because unlike
yeah,
the
yeah,
other
yeah.
2 that follow it, this story is actually a prequel to the original Abandoned by Disney, which gives us a glimpse at what Mowgli's palace was like
Prequel.
before its abandonment.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
true.
must say that
I
other
forgot,
than the
it was like one of
original
those, like,
story it was
did you
based
know?
on, this particular creepypasta is easily my
a lot of these
favorite, both for what it
creepypastas
establishes,
started
as
with,
well
like-
as how insanely
Did you know there's like this like a very playground? Did you know there's this secret thing, or like, oh, there's this hidden episode of such and such TV show that creator of TV show hid? Did you know? Like, here's like a trivia fact we're gonna like kind of twist around to be kind of creepy. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, Mowgli's palace didn't actually exist. People thought it did. And it was like a like a Bernstein like bears like mass hallucination thing.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
Yeah.
but no, they actually built it in my hometown, and this is what happened to it.
Also, yes, Sid, it does definitely feel like they've got the tism passion, which I can appreciate.
The Tismo.
The Tismo, yeah.
creative it is. A few
Like, what was the
suggestions
TXT really
isn't structured.
specifically?
Hmm?
I think specifically it was like when you were watching this and like getting like kind of like iffy about it is the FNAF thing that didn't get into Scott Cawthon's recent activities despite being a newer video. And,
Yeah, I mean, well, and that's definitely, it's not just a this guy thing. It's like people who talk about
A lot of
FNAF
people
do
do
this
that.
all the time, where they don't really talk about how Scott is like a ghoul.
No.
But I think the thing that I thought was a little bit like, I felt like glazing to me was like saying that the writing of FNAF 3 is like a master class in narrative, and it's like, I'm glad you feel that way. I don't agree with you. Like,
No, very I think it was like nostalgia goggles for like this thing a little bit.
yeah, no,
Like you said,
it-
glazing.
It does. It feels like a lot of, and that's why I said like it feels like they're somebody who at the age was at the age where FNAF was a really like seminal foundational thing for them, because it does feel like there's a nostalgia influence there in terms of like
Which might
saying
happen
how
sometimes, you know.
good it is, which like, you know, it's fair. I don't agree, but that's fine. Like,
Well, it's one of, if you're like this into like the FNAF, you'd probably know about the creator a bit, right? And like what they get up to sometimes.
that is my kind of my issue, is like, I wish that people were not just I get
It's hard to talk about. I get why some people are like, I don't want to touch that. I just want to enjoy the thing I enjoy. But at the same time, you know, it's like,
Yeah, it feels like one of those things where it's like the FNAF content creators who talk about Scott. It's very much a I pretend I do not see it kind of thing.
I do
At
not see
least that's how I feel.
Who messaged me? Oh, okay, there it is. The full no one sent me the full PFP, but yes.
Yes.
Homestuck. Oh, did you get it too?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I saw the Homestuck.
Structured like your typical creepypasta story. Rather than being a third-person
Creepypasta.
account of some
I am.
horrific
You
event
know what
or a blog
always
post,
works out
this
well in
story takes the form
creepypastas?
What's that?
Making a series out of it. Always, always goes well. Always goes great. You add an extra part to that story. Never went wrong before, ever. Never retroactively fucked over a story. No. Mm-mm.
It always
It's got
works
me-
out fucking great.
It's got
That's
me
true.
wondering. Because speaking of Baraska, that is another thing of like. I feel like the second part, the fifth, is it the fifth part of that? Fourth or fifth? It made way after the fact is it feels like it's made out of spite, I will say.
Which one?
Baraska. Fifth, yeah, the fifth part.
Baraska.
It's got like a. It's got some stuff.
It's got some
It gets
stuff.
very shoot. It gets very shoot bang a little bit.
Hmm.
Bonkers. A little the Joker baby. A little.
Yes.
We want to talk about like addiction and stuff, but like are doing a kind of shit job about it.
Yeah.
If you're like,
No,
I was traumatized by this thing, and now I hate everybody. I'm gonna be an asshole to this person because the drugs.
Just
It loses itself.
yeah. I think I know the kind of vibe you're talking about.
It's strange.
The deal. Anyway, please
It
continue.
gets very
From a
Stephen
suggestion
King, and
board
not
that
in a good way.
existed-
Sorry. Yes, I'm done.
How so?
I'm done. The whole town's in on it,
Oh.
and we gotta get him. We gotta get him and make several fucking stupid decisions on the way there. Anyways,
Go.
when Mowgli's palace was still active. We are essentially reading over all of the staff's different suggestion cards for the resort, getting small glimpses into the inner workings of the
what do you think
attraction,
about Mowgli's
while
Palace?
also piecing together multiple
I think
ongoing
it's
narratives.
a croc.
Throughout the story, we jump perspective a lot. There
There
are
is
a
a
few
snake,
cards which
but
are
not a croc.
completely one-off, but for the most part, we actually see several
Sam
staff
Miller,
members
so
time and time again
funny.
updating the reader about whatever issues they're dealing with at the resort. There are some more tame suggestion cards that are ongoing like you would expect. A staff member complaining
see,
about the
I did the
vending
opposite.
machines, someone being
I did a
bothered by
very
the music
expressive
at one of the
face.
attractions.
when I did that,
The inverse.
I had a very expressive, happy face and slightly amused laughter that does not amount to it.
You were joyful. You were full of joy.
Attractions, someone complaining about vandalism and the park's need for better security measures. However, as the story goes, we begin seeing cards from staff members who are experiencing a bit more of a twisted narrative. The first of these more notable cards comes from someone who is
My dark,
extremely
twisted
upset
mind.
over a man named Frank
My
who
dark
keeps
and twisted
cheating at
cards.
solitaire. At first, this just seems like some kind of joke card, until later on where he starts going into detail about how he intends on murdering Frank by drowning him in one of the resort's toilets. The second, and
Same
even
dog.
more off-putting of these
Yeah.
notable cards, is a staff member who keeps complaining about faceless children being admitted into the resort. As his story goes on, he complains about the fact that he has to kill them, with the other children becoming angrier and harder to control when he does so. And just when you thought those two were as strange as the story would get, we start seeing suggestion cards being written by a mysterious staff member whose dialogue goes as follows.
I'm sure this will be great.
Is this going to be like?
Costumes sticking to the swords.
Oh, so fucked up.
Too hard to write with these gloves on.
Oh, it's that Mickey Mouse?
I'm a mouse.
Yeah.
No,
Keep
I'm a
sinking
mouse.
to the floor. Or maybe it's just that I feel like it. I can't get my head off. 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 Ignore last card. It was my real head. I forgot. The costume is sticking to my sores. And there are more sores. All alive.
My vast
Bitch.
mind craves nothing but sores.
And if I don't match its
Ooh.
movements, I can't get any air. Please. Help. Costumes
Yeah,
are
more sores.
heavy with
So many
paint
sores
inside,
hound.
And there's no hook.
I liked it when they said I'm a mouse. I felt that.
No, that was really good. I really enjoyed that.
It would seem as
One
though
thing I
our
was-
good
Just
friend
just like
Photo
in
Negative
case you weren't sure what the implication was.
Mickey got his hands on the
one
suggestion
thing
cards, and as
I
well as
look
having
forward to every
extremely
day.
disturbing dialogue, he's also begun
Sour
messing
cream
with
Crisp,
people
the
at the park.
salty crisp.
We see multiple employees
the
complaining
sour
about
cream and
suggestion
onion
cards
treat.
being stolen, only to turn up with nonsense being written on all of them. The person complaining about the music brings up how it's begun distorting and playing backwards. And at the very end of the story, we see the staff member who is complaining about security bring up how there appears to be more mascots at the park than they have on their payroll. At some point, this inverted
That's
mascot
kind of, you know,
just
I'll give him that.
appeared
That is
at-
actually kind of creepy. That's a decent thing. That is kind of creepy.
More mascots.
The
just showing up,
idea
you're
that
like, hey.
there's more of them there than the people who are actually employed, that is kind of creepy. That's a decent plot point.
He has a sore. I would have a sore if I had to wear a mouse suit.
Yeah, if I had to be mouse.
at the park and began
I have
causing
true.
disturbances
sores right now,
until
and I-
eventually we
it's
reach
just 'cause
its
I have to
final
wear
line
poop.
of dialogue, which
Yeah.
reveals that it has begun murdering other entertainers and hanging their corpses in the mascot's only room. I love this story both
Oh my
for the way
God.
it conveys its horror as well as it giving us some legitimate context as to the events which transpired before the park's abandonment.
Mm-hmm.
Reading the messages from Photo Negative Mickey, seeing how a staff member suffered as they slowly became one with a costume they can't escape from is a genuinely terrifying image.
Wasn't there a
And
Godzilla
some of the more
like,
specific
creepypasta
lines
about
in that
that too?
sequence
I think?
really
I think there was, yeah.
I remember there being a story of like I became part of the costume and I really felt like I was it. Like not the Godzilla nest, but like about the suit itself.
Mm-hmm.
Or like a monster thing like it. Or am I was that a Magnus Archive bit?
Oh, I think it might have been, yeah. That might have been a Magnus.
Yeah. I think so. Well, there was also like the monster, like the spider monster movie, but I don't think.
Yes.
I think no. I think
that
the becoming one with the costume. I think was part of like looking for that one, like a follow up on the spider thing, but not really finding anything, but finding this instead.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah.
I could be wrong. I
You
could
could
always be
be.
wrong.
I mean, it's hard to remember these things when it's like over 200 episodes of Magnus.
Yeah.
It's a lot of content.
stuck with me for a while, like the story going into detail about how the supposed entertainer trapped in the costume had to sync their breathing with it to avoid being completely suffocated. It makes this thing's very existence seem miserable, adding further to the
Same.
moment in the original story where it commits a
Okay.
violent act
Nah,
of
I should have saved it. You're right.
self-mutilation.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck.
There is now proper characterization at play with this monster, and rather than detracting from the mystery of that original story, it instead adds on to it, making Photo Negative Mickey feel more
Like, we
out of
do learn
place
more
than it
about
ever was before,
suit.
based purely on its
Yeah.
behavior and very existence. This story shows when it showed up and gave us little tidbits about what it's going through, but it leaves so much unanswered still. We don't know where it came from, what it wants, why it begins killing its fellow staff. We're given a small piece of a much bigger puzzle here, and those other pieces can quickly be found when exploring the next two stories that make up the larger universe. So let's go take a look
There's
at
more.
those next.
And then there was more.
And then she lunged at me.
She lunged at me.
Out of all the sequel stories I have talked about and will talk about in this video, I feel like Room Zero is without a doubt the most well-known and popular one. And I feel like that is for a very good reason. As well as being a good follow-up to the original Abandoned by Disney story, Room Zero is just a very well-crafted creepypasta on its own,
Room
stringing together a
Zero.
new and unique narrative which very effectively plays into what we can now
Makes
see
me think
is
of,
the
like,
series'
Channel
main
Zero.
overarching theme of
I was gonna
corruption
say, I feel
within
like I've heard Room
corporations like
Zero.
Disney
Not
that
like
are so
Channel Zero,
big
but
they
Room Zero
continue to get
specifically.
away with it.
Yeah.
Sure, Room Zero has supernatural elements at play, but I feel like what makes this story so disturbing to me is all the stuff that happens independently of that. Stories about horribly treated workers living through traumatic situations because it was their job. People being stalked for finding
was
out
Room
too
Zero the
much about
last story?
Disney's shady background. Secret locations.
This is Room Zero. This one.
Okay, third story. Third story.
Yeah.
Which have been sealed away like we saw at Mowgli's palace. All of these elements make this story so much more immersive, feeling like they really could have happened alongside all the supernatural horror it also delves into. Actually, looking at the story itself, Room Zero is a direct continuation of Abandoned by Disney, presumably taking place either months or years after the original story was posted. Our blog writer since then has become paranoid, both because of what he witnessed
people
at
still make
Mowgli's
blogs?
palace, but also because it appears as though he's being
Blogs?
stalked. He notices people off the corner of his eye watching him. He
I mean-
sees suspicious characters asking him oddly specific questions when he
I
leaves his house.
guess if you're still on Tumblr, I guess. You know.
I guess that is technically a blog. It's more like people just writing. People kind of wrote those more like social media posts, though. Like, not
Yeah.
like full drawn out like blogs. You know.
Yeah, I guess not really. Not much in the actual like old style format.
Blog is just long posting.
Yeah, it kind of is.
I think
And perhaps the
specifically
most
Twitter came
obvious sign
about
that he's being
to
watched
put a
happens when
character
he
limit
sees a
on it
chalk drawing
and then make it briefer.
Yeah.
But like I think all posts are kind of like that, unless it's very specifically going for something. You know.
Yeah. No, I would agree.
next to his car,
I'm a
depicting
mouse.
what he can assume is
You're a
photo
mouse.
negative Mickey with writing beneath it reading
We're
retract.
all mouse.
These signs of him being
Lance, what
stalked,
if you're
as
a
well as
mouse?
his desire to expose
Oh,
Disney's
God.
wrongdoings, has led our writer down
I'm
a
sorry.
rabbit
I could be
hole,
a
getting in
biker mouse,
contact with
actually.
multiple
Maybe that's okay.
anonymous Disney staff and
Yeah, the little
researchers to try
antennae.
and dig up as much dirt on the company as possible. And that's what takes up the entirety of the story.
Gonna drink some
Accounts
root
from
beer?
several
hot dog?
different characters explaining their own morbid experiences working for
Maybe not
and
the- you
or
don't- you're not a soda
investigating
person.
Disney.
No, I'm not.
Our
really.
first new character is a man who simply goes by the name Researcher.
I drink like Dr. Pepper sometimes. Yeah, his name is
Oh, sorry.
Researcher Zam.
Yes. I guess.
What?
I don't. I feel like if someone's like hiding their identity, they'd be like more initial usually, right?
Yeah, you'd think so, but it's very
Like
strange.
researcher initial. I don't know.
He's
Anyways.
obsessed with hunting for a group of mysterious Disney guests he refers to as Gascots. These bizarre customers are described as being
Gascots?
people who move like wounded animals and are
Gascots.
often spotted at Disney resorts wearing Mickey Mouse themed
What are they,
gas masks
um,
with so much
what?
condensation around their eyes they wouldn't be able to see. Multiple characters have their own
one
accounts
of
of these
those.
strange people
Yeah,
being
me too.
spotted around Disney resorts, with them
That
never
does feel like they
seemingly
learned that
posing a threat.
exists, and we're like, I
And
gotta
if you
fucking
thought they
slip
were
that
weird,
in.
the Gascots
Yeah.
are only the beginning of the bizarre accounts given by the people in this story. Our
It
second
is a
new
striking
character is
visual,
one who goes
to
by
be
the name
fair.
Lifeguard, who
Yeah,
describes
it
his
is.
own unsettling experiences when working at one
And this
of
person, they're
Disney's
named after
water
like their
parks.
fucking
He talked about an
positions.
experience where a child went down one
Yeah.
of the slides and seemingly vanished without a trace, only to come out the other end moments later appearing pale and sickly. All the kid could talk about afterwards was his encounter with a group of faceless children. The same faceless children we had
Oh, the
described
children,
to
yes.
us in a few
The
suggestions.
children.
This phenomena apparently continued afterwards
The
as
spooky
well,
children.
with children coming out of the slide in the wrong order and
Children
many
are
children
spooky
coming
enough.
out seemingly
They are.
shocked by
They don't need to be
whatever it
dead.
was they saw.
Okay,
When the
probably
writer
worse
asked for
alive,
Lifeguard
actually.
to give more details,
Yeah.
he refused, leaving it a complete
Yeah.
mystery.
They're worse
The
alive.
next and most disturbing of these accounts to me comes from a
Well,
mascot
not all
performer who
kids.
goes by the name Snow White.
Some of
She
them, though.
describes
Oh
not
my
a
God.
supernatural experience at one of the parks, but
Some
rather
kids are
a
just mean.
mandate that
Yeah,
all
they are.
mascot entertainers
Like
had
really
to follow.
fucking mean.
Yeah.
That being a rule regarding any of the mascots dying while in costume. Say, for example, someone in costume suddenly suffers a fatal stroke while out taking photos. Disney would force another entertainer to go where it happened and sit there with the body, continuing to take photos until someone arrived to dispose of it. This
don't think that
particular part of the story
is
got
true.
to me
Sorry.
a lot because it was the only account
Wait. Go back.
Yeah, you get to take.
a rule regarding any of the
get to
mascots
take pictures with them on the
dying while
ground.
in costume. Say, for example, someone in costume suddenly suffers a fatal stroke while out taking photos. Disney would force another entertainer to go where it happened and sit there with the body, continuing to take photos
Yeah,
until
Disney would do this,
someone
though.
arrived to dispose of it. This particular part of the story got to me
Wait,
a
but-
lot because it was the only
But what would that solve though? Like,
Well, people can still take pictures with the mascot.
I suppose I don't know. I guess I would find it weird for them to still want to do that when there's like a dead body on the floor. But whatever.
Well, it solves the loss of time use, you know?
Yeah, that's
People in
fair.
pictures with
account
Mickey.
that wasn't
Yeah.
based on anything supernatural, but rather a legitimately traumatizing experience brought about for the sake of not ruining the magic of Disney World. Just imagine
feel like
being in the
if-
position of
if he's
both
sleepy-
parties involved here, either being an entertainer forced to sit next to
Sleepy? What?
This is it. What, me?
No, you said you were going to say something.
Oh, yeah. I was like, was this made up for the story, or is this like a real thing they have to do?
No, I think this is an in the story thing. Although it's very telling that
Yeah,
we're
I-
not sure.
Because it'd be like, oh, you just be like, oh, Mickey Mouse is sleepy, but you can take a picture of him while he sleeps, I guess.
Yeah, pose with the dead body children.
He's tired right now.
He's
so.
just so sleepy.
to a corpse of a colleague while trying to keep your composure,
So
or being
sleepy.
a customer seemingly taking a photo with Mickey Mouse only to find out later it was a dead body.
I mean, it's a fucked up concept,
Regardless of
but
whose
like,
perspective
Yeah.
you have in this part of the story, it is bone
It is
chilling.
kinda
And I
silly.
absolutely adore
Yeah.
this moment for that exact reason. The next and final accounts come from a pair of people called Janitor and Hammer, who give their accounts discussing their work both cleaning for and building multiple locations at several Disney resorts. They bring up places
feel
like
like-
Club 22, a hidden location built explicitly for
Unless
the
that's the
purpose
point
of
of, like,
illegal and adult
anonymity.
activities at their parks.
These feel like
They
placeholder
talk about the
names that didn't get
utility
changed.
tunnels, which were
Yeah,
built
they do.
under the parks for workers to travel between. And eventually, Hammer discusses a bizarre room he finds, which was sealed over completely in concrete.
Sealed.
At first, he isn't told much about it, but upon doing some investigating, he's able to get in contact with an old woman named Ida who tells him what the room originally was. The room was a bomb shelter called Room Zero. It was designed in a time where
name.
tensions were high and the risk of domestic attacks were very likely, and Disney didn't want to take any chances.
What?
Alongside the room, they provided customers with Mickey Mouse themed gas masks for protection and to stop any children from being
There we
afraid in the
go.
event of an attack taking place.
Also,
The
can we take
room
5?
went unused
Little
for a
Dog's room?
long
Sorry.
What?
Oh, yeah, I'd be like, oh, sorry to pause, but it's piss time.
Oh yeah. Actually, let's take a break because I can actually also use a venture
Hell, yes.
to the dog's room. I'm going to hit you poor suffering bitches with some ads. I'm so very sorry. They make me do it. And then I have to do it to you. It's kind of a chain of suffering, you know what I mean? Except I don't have to deal with most of it. Anyway. Be back in just a minute.
You know, I'm realizing
Yar.
we always seem to return to mouse on these, don't we?
What do you mean?
Well, Charles Entertainment Cheese, and now the Mickey Mouse House himself.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I'm never wrong. Ever.
I don't know
Ever,
about that
ever.
one, but you know.
I don't know. Hound is right, though. He is a sore and not a mouse at this point.
He's nothing but a
Fuck,
sore.
That's why he's in Kingdom Hearts. Because Sora.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. Bazillion IQ galaxy realization.
Bazillion IQ play. We figured it out. Crazy stuff.
I wish I could pull the director of Kingdom Hearts off the top of my head. But he is a genius.
I don't know his name. Yeah, I've never played a Kingdom Hearts.
The Square Enix.
Yeah. You know, our favorite director, Square Enix, that guy.
Queenix, yeah.
Until
Squeenix.
one day an alarm was set off by someone or something. Hundreds of people piled
mouse.
down into room 0, wearing
Not a
their
creature was stirring,
mascot-themed gas
not
masks
even a
and waiting for something,
Mouse
anything to
stuck.
happen. At first it was quiet, but then the first signs
were
of mass
all
hysteria set in.
Doing
One man
drugs.
cried out that someone was pinching him, and soon after the room devolved into chaos. People arguing and fighting one another, all the while cramped in an empty concrete
Lunging at each
room.
other.
And then the lights went out. And with that, the chaos
Like
reached
Pringles in a
its
can.
climax. Everyone inside the small bomb shelter screaming out in a
Pringles in a can. They lunged at each other.
Like packed in like Pringles in a can. Chaos broke out as they lunged at each other.
Piling on top of each other.
cacophony of panic and violence, with only a select few Disney staff managing to escape the chaos. And what they found when they finally left Room Zero wasn't a destroyed park or an ongoing attack. Instead, everything was perfectly intact. There was never an attack to begin with. Meanwhile, down in the bomb shelter, the chaos continued, with the panic only seeming to get worse.
Oh, I thought they like flashed
I think it's
stuff on screen in the video.
I think it's like a Mickey face from the game or something.
Until suddenly, everything
Yeah,
stopped.
there it is.
The room fell silent, deafeningly silent. Ida, who was one of the staff that escaped the bomb shelter, went down to
Inside,
see
it's
what
fun
happened.
inside.
And upon opening the door, she was met with a dark,
So
empty
fun.
room. At first, it had seemed like everyone vanished without a trace. But then a voice rang out. A voice which echoed out in such a way where it was impossible to tell whether it came from deep within the room or right in front of her face. The voice, hushed and raspy, simply said,
Raspy.
Shut the door, dear.
I mean, it's really...
Now, I don't want to sound like a broken record when I say this, but
That
this
is very go
moment
to
is
sleep.
one of the most chilling
Yeah,
things
no, it is.
I've ever read. Not quite to the degree of the original story, but it certainly competes with it. There's just so much going on that there are proper layers to the horror
Do
here.
you see what I
And this-
mean about like I'm not trying to be mean to them, but like do you see what I mean about
I don't want to be mean, but it is very person who's only seen Hotel for Dogs energy.
that is exactly what I was
anyways.
gonna say, yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, no. I don't know. If it's hitting your vibes just right, then like hell yeah. I guess I don't know. My tastes are a little different because I liked creepypastas, but like I've kind of like, you know, I've seen like other horror media outside creepypasta, web horror, and you know the stuff.
I don't know, I feel like it's just
Like this is fun, but like I wouldn't say
Yeah.
this is like the creepiest thing I've ever fucking read. Like no, it's like I do think like I do enjoy creepypastas and stuff because there is usually a certain element of silliness to it that I quite enjoy. But they don't like legitimately like skis me out to this day. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's like a specific brand of stuff because like Chess Kids like spooked me out the first time because like the certain vibes and stuff and like it was hitting just right. But like I have watched it back and like oh yeah, a lot of this was just the audio design and like not knowing what happens next. But like you know,
Yeah, but it's when it's effective, it's effective. You know.
I don't know because like the spooky one liner doesn't get to me as much nowadays. You know,
No, I think like it does strike
getting out the
me
cold.
again, trying not to be mean, but like it does strike me as someone who has primarily only really interacted with this kind of media and doesn't have necessarily as much experience with like broader horror stuff. Cause like, I don't know, it's not that scary. Like, obviously that's subjective, and I'm not trying to make the it's not scary argument, because obviously I fucking hate that. But like, it's
I mean,
it feels like over exaggerating how scary that is. Like, sure, it's creepy, but I wouldn't say it's like horrifying.
I don't know. Like if Faye is right, it's kind of like McDonald's fanatic gets a diner burger and goes, "This is peak cuisine."
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. I think it to me it sort of feels like it indicates a sort of a lack of broader experience with the genre, maybe.
Yeah, but I don't know. Fuck me. Maybe burger's your favorite food, and like you've tried other stuff. And like,
Yeah,
in that
no,
case,
I
like,
mean,
hell yeah, go for it. I don't want to yuck people's yums.
no, I mean the fact that they're getting this out of it, like I think that's great. It just doesn't hit for me in the same way. And I feel like it's perhaps a bit much. That's just me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mystery of who or what set off the alarm, the mass hysteria that devolved into chaos only to suddenly stop as everyone disappeared without a trace, the supposed origin of our Gascots brought up earlier in the story, and of course the mysterious voice at the end. There's just so much that happens within the span of this very short section that I feel like it could deserve an entire video on its own. And after this moment ends, we're only left with more questions. Ida explains that they sealed up Room Zero after the fact, acting like the entire thing never happened, much like what happened with Mowgli's palace. And after her part of the story is done, Room Zero comes to an end as it's explained that Ida died shortly after giving her account, with her body being found in her home, which was described as being covered in Mickey Mouse silhouettes. A haunting ending to a haunting story.
That's extremely fucking silly.
Can we get one more again?
Like what bombs to an end as it's explained that Ida died shortly after giving her account, with her body being found in her home, which was described as being covered in Mickey Mouse silhouettes. A haunting ending.
Okay, yes.
What does that what does that mean? Like,
I don't know. Is it no? I don't think some people are about that life. Like I said, like, and you brought up a good point. I'm glad they get all this out of like the creepypasta space because I enjoy it. Like in passing, I can recognize like, oh, I like this bit of writing here, this bit of stuff there, and like I also appreciate like, oh, this is kind of fucking silly and very like camp at times, whether it is meant to be or not. But like, if you're genuinely affected by a lot of this stuff, then like, fuck yeah. At the same time, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
I mean, I feel like I said, what this feels like to me, because when did they make this? 2 years ago.
2 years.
Like,
did it say 2 million views?
Yeah, 2.3 million views.
Oh no, fuck them. They can take it. No, that's not true.
get your fucking rocks out.
Get your rocks out. No, that's fine.
No. I mean, like I said, I'm glad that they can get this kind of takeaway from it, but it's just I do feel like it does indicate to me what feels like kind of a lack of broader experience with the genre, which, to be honest, a lot of their stuff feels like that, especially like I think I told you they have a video about Halloween 3 that it feels to me like they're missing a lot about.
Wasn't like the best Halloween or something?
Yeah, they said it's the best one, and also like the original Halloween isn't about Halloween, and it's like I think, honey, I think you're missing the point. I think you need to go back and watch the movie again. But
I like that. We watched that movie. I liked it, but yeah, no.
no, like I think are you talking about the first one or 3?
3, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I like 3. I think it's not perfect, but I think it has some fun stuff going on. But like, I think them saying the original Halloween isn't about Halloween, it's like, I think you're missing the point.
But it isn't. It just happens to be on Halloween.
It just
you know?
happens to be, you know. Yeah. I mean, I do think, yeah, I feel like if they
Well,
sort
no,
of...
it is about Halloween, though.
Yeah, it is about Halloween. That's my point. It's like, it's...
Like, that's why he gets away with like the mask stuff, because like multiple people are wearing that on Halloween.
Yeah.
It's just like a costume he finds at a store on sale that everybody's kind of wearing. Sorry, but go on.
No, I was just gonna say it. Like I said, if anything, I hope that they like have or will kind of diversify their experience with the genre, because it does feel like they're drawing from a very specific like online web horror and like certain games like FNAF as like a point of reference for their stuff, and like obviously it's a much broader thing than just that.
Yeah, no, there's lots of facets to horror.
Yeah,
and like I don't know, I'm no expert either. Like I haven't seen all this shit, but like we're pretty steeped at least, you know.
I mean, at this point, you've seen a lot of stuff. I feel like.
Yeah, they could take it. Listen, you know what ad revenue like for like millions of views is like? That's like you could probably buy a car off this video, right? Am I wrong? Yes, no?
Probably.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, if you are getting ad revenue, which I mean creepypasta, right? So like whatever. I don't know, because maybe it's for the genuine creepypasta lovers. And if you ain't one, then this video won't hit as hard.
Genuine creepypasta. Yeah. I don't. I see what you mean, Sid. I sort of hesitate to use the word cringe, but like, it does have a little bit of that vibe of like being a little bit overly passionate about something that isn't necessarily that deep of a thing.
I mean, hey, you know.
Yeah.
You just gotta get your fucking special interest out there. I do feel like people respond well to like talking about something passionately that you care about, you know. So,
Yeah, no, I think they do.
plus like, oh, the voice narration and like the art and stuff. I feel like this kind of hits that same crowd though, who's like, I fucking love creepypasta. It's the scariest thing. This person thinks so too. Let's go. I'm gonna watch this 2-hour video. Fuck yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's
And
the
I'm
thing
gonna
where
love it.
I think if you have similar like, you know, if you have similar feelings about this stuff and similar like being in a similar position where a lot of the stuff they're talking about is your main frame of reference for these things, I think that it definitely will hit in an effective way. I think it's just I guess it's watching it as someone who definitely has a broader experience and like understanding of the genre and the content like this, that I feel like it's a bit removed and deriving from one smaller part of a much larger picture, I guess, is my point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway.
Story.
This is
Like
the
I
best
said at the
slice
start
in
of
the
this
CC's
creepypasta, I
pizzeria.
feel like Room Zero stands out a lot both for its use of supernatural elements we've come to expect, but also because of its more realistic
I like mac and
depictions of
cheese.
corruption within Disney.
Mac and
For every
cheese out
bizarre,
the microwave.
unexplainable
You do-
experience someone
you
has,
do too.
there's something more
Don't lie.
grounded in
I know you
reality
do.
which
I do.
accompanies it. Mascot entertainers dying on site, Club 22, our protagonist literally being
God,
stalked. Room Zero, despite it dealing
This is completely off topic, but I used to get these, like, fucking massive mac and cheese dinner things. And
Oh, yeah?
I would, like, eat them in one sitting, and I don't know why I did that, because it was fucking awful.
Were they like not even that good?
No, they were actually pretty good, but it was, like, too much food.
I don't know, like the one that was like a 4 serving things.
Yeah, like a family size thing.
Honestly, sometimes you just want a fucking treat. Okay.
Well, of course you would, Faye. Of course you would.
Of course you would. Oh, you and your fucking burger towel of Babel.
You and your
burger tower of Babel.
You and your pickle cup.
Your pickle cup, trying to reach the gods, you will be smacked down one day and scattered across the land. I hope you know this.
Pulled apart like soft bread.
Oh, danger. That is what people say when they get told to make the pickle cup. Oh, danger.
Yeah, no, Sid, I totally agree. Like, I think that's a perfect way of describing it. It's like a...
I think you just... Yeah.
Part of a larger thing.
Oh, I thought we were still talking about the mac and cheese. I was like, yeah.
The mac and cheese is a very big part of the journey, you know? It's a stepping stone on the way of life. That's what they say.
Oh, so true.
So it is written.
dealing with such an otherworldly event near the end feels the most grounded in reality, and for that reason, I find it very uniquely scary compared to all the other stories it was made alongside.
Faye, I did not mean to attack you with the pickle cup remark. I just wanted to talk about the pickle cup.
How many views has Faye got?
I'm very sorry
How
if
many views has Faye got?
What?
Faye got 1 million views? Ah, fuck him.
Fuck him.
Fuck him. Fuck him. Pickle cup.
Well,
Yeah.
Faye, I'm sorry. I think the people have spoken. I can't help you now.
I also find myself enjoying the story a lot purely for
Look,
the
I
world building.
like pickles too. I think they're nice. You know? I get it. I understand.
Can't you just... A jar at home has many pickles.
I have a jar, yeah. That's what I do. Just fucking... I should make burgers again. That was nice. I should do that again.
Building
I
it
haven't
provides
heard
to
you
the
to make a burger.
universe of
I thought you
Abandoned
didn't
by
like meat.
Disney.
No,
It should-
I used to... Well, no, they were like veggie burgers, but also like...
Mm.
I'm not... Well, they were like tofu or whatever. Like soy or
Yeah, I
some
bet.
fucking shit. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I live in California.
Oh, I live in California.
I live in California. I
I'll
make
have you
healthy
know.
decisions. Ugh.
I'll have you know that I got fucking ground beef in my burrito yesterday, you dumb bitch.
Oh my god. You're so brave for that. No.
Laz, you are so brave for that.
I can't even get it out straight.
I can't even do it.
Your worker does not want to use the pickle cup button.
No pickle cup button. It's not happening.
Nobody wants to touch that many pickles at once but you.
It's true. No, I just say that to be like I've kind of given up on the vegetarian thing. Like,
I mean, you need to eat more in general, so I approve of you
don't
eating
attack
more
me.
proteins and stuff.
Yeah, no, I do.
Whatever.
No, you are right. I do need to eat more. I don't eat enough.
Leslie.
Leslie doesn't eat enough. It's this. Oh, everybody knows this.
Chooses to stray away from what we know, giving us
You don't
glimpses
eat
at
often
other
enough. You
bizarre.
forget is the thing. Like you do eat like good quality foods.
It's
when you
not
do.
so much that I forget, it's that I get preoccupied with something and then I don't treat it as a priority. Like, I get caught up with something and I just focus on that thing. I don't take time to feed myself.
True.
Yeah.
Entities and events that happened in universe, showing us that Photonegative Mickey isn't the only active threat in this world. It builds even further upon the mystery that we've been following up to this point, making it all the more satisfying when all our questions are eventually answered. And speaking of that, I think it's finally time that we discuss the last and easily most important entry in the entire Abandoned by Disney series, Corruptus. So let's do that next.
Let's.
This sounds very, Corruptus is a name of all time.
I wonder what it does.
I forgot that credit
And
card is
so
still on
we
the screen.
arrive at the final story in this surprisingly lengthy series of creepypastas, Corruptus.
Credit card.
As I said before,
Credit
this is
card.
without a doubt the most important story we'll be talking about today. While the others exist to build up the world of Abandoned by Disney and establish its main overarching themes and mystery, Corruptus exists to finally give us the answers that we've been seeking since the start. And this much is apparent from the very first sentence we read in the story.
Oh, we're getting hype over this
If you
one.
really believe in something, it can be yours. A statement which at first seems like a small motivational quote that you will soon realize symbolizes the entirety of Abandoned by Disney once we finish this final entry. Corruptus begins in a similar manner to that of Room Zero, with our blog writer giving us another update as to what has happened to him since his previous post. Since that previous story had gone up, his stalking situation had only gotten worse. Groups of bizarre characters in suits had begun following him, writing down notes on clipboards that were nothing but nonsense. He believes these people to have been sent after him
Childish
for the
sleep
purpose
talk.
of spiking his paranoia, hopefully scaring him
talk.
enough to finally drop his investigation and leave everything from the previous stories behind. Of course, he doesn't fall for this trap, continuing his research and trying to get into contact with whoever he could to expose more of Disney's wrongdoings. And it's during this research that he uncovered an email that led to the creation of the blog post this story is centered around. An email simply titled Corruptus. Now, when this email was first uncovered, whoever wrote it swiftly tried to take it back, with both it and our author's account being deleted. But he was able to open it moments before that happened and managed to download a file that was attached to it. A file which contained a text document that seemingly explains
The
what a
Pleasures of Saria.
Corruptus is. At first,
My
the story
God.
leaves it very vague, with us being given a list of different characters we've seen throughout the stories, now each being labeled as a Corruptus. We hear mention of the Gascots from Room Zero, the faceless children mentioned in multiple stories, several Corruptus we've never heard of, and of course, our one and only Photonegative Mickey. After thoroughly going through the list of known Corruptus and their current statuses, our writer finally puts two and two together and is able to figure out just what has been going on.
I will say, this does feel like a series of some of the not the best episodes of Magnus in a way. Like, I could see
Yeah, well-
I could see these being episodes of Magnus.
Actually, if somehow this person finds this, you should check out some Magnus. It's pretty good.
You should, yeah. Also,
I like it. It's got a lot of short form story. The people in the chat, why am I fucking talking to this person who's gonna click on this?
you never know. They might see it. If they do see it,
You never know.
I'm very sorry if we hurt your feelings. I swear, it's not a personal attack whatsoever. It's we're just watching your video. I don't have any ill will
Listen
or
to-
anything.
Listen to the voices. It's personal. Listen to the voices.
It's
personal.
very
Listen to the
personal.
voices.
It's very personal.
voices,
It's a
personal.
very personal
Oh
attack.
fuck!
What?
Wait, what if this gets caught for like their footage being on screen for so long, and they do in fact see it flagged? and they
I
can look at it?
would be surprised if
Oh,
that was the
shit.
case because of
Oh, no.
the filter on the TV and everything. Like, you can't really see the video very
Ah.
well. So
You do have a lot of bullshit in the way.
I do, yeah.
I mean, it's good bullshit. You know.
Also, you can play somebody's video I think generally the policy is
No.
as long as you're not like just letting it play, as long as you're giving like adding to it, then
fair.
that's fine. That's my understanding. Which we have been, because we've been yapping and stopping constantly and going on tangents about Homestuck and whatever the fuck else. So
And like whatever.
and Yarnaby and other
stuff.
bullshit. Yeah.
We love Yarnaby.
We do.
I haven't played the Yarnaby's game, but I love Yarnaby.
I love Yarnaby. I think Yarnaby is fucking great. Look at this guy. Look at this
I want to
fucking
get to know
guy.
him.
I want to know Yarnaby.
I want the Yarnaby t-shirt.
I actually really like this shirt. It's very nice.
It's a pretty good shirt.
It's a pretty good shirt.
Nice. Good job.
I like that. I enjoy Yarnaby. Oh, look at him skedaddle.
Ooh. Ooh.
I shouldn't scroll down too far. It's probably porn.
Easily.
On in all of the stories leading up to this point. A
Let me see that.
corruptus is a
Gotta see that
manifestation of a
Yarnussi.
group
Oh,
of
God.
people's collective
Never say that again.
belief in something. Beings born
Okay.
from the minds
I'm
of
sorry.
humans, complete with
It's
all their
okay.
flaws and all their blemishes.
I'll be better.
Disney had become so big,
You fucking better be.
so iconic that their brand and
Oh, yeah.
characters became known to millions
Anyways,
across
yeah,
the
Magnus
world.
is pretty
and this
fucking good. And it's full of a bunch of
iconography
little
gave
short
way to
stories.
these
No, yeah,
corrupt-
no,
Like a meta-narrative that ties it all together.
Magnus is great. I think it's really good. I haven't actually. I don't know
Like,
if Magnus Protocol has been done anything recently, but
I haven't caught up with like anything recent.
no, I don't know if
Anyways.
they have actually. We should see about that.
You know, they went on hiatus and stuff.
Yeah, they went on hiatus.
The feed drop is pretty active, but it's usually active with other shows that they're probably okay. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't really listened to much of their other stuff.
Well, because it's more like platformed through them, not really touched usually.
Yeah.
Or do you mean like the when they play games like tabletop?
No, I mean like their other series and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, no, I think they're more like like a record label, but like for podcasts now to be like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
we like this horror thing. Sure, get on the network.
Yeah, it looks like they haven't done
Who
anything
the fuck is a
in
React Bro?
in a while.
No.
Hmm.
Pickle Cup Gaming is gonna get on our ass.
I'll look into that later. Anyway.
Pickle Cup Gaming?
No, Magnus.
corruptus being born. Manifestations of a large population's belief in these characters. But because of the flaws seen within these characters and
So
ideas
it's like a
to the
tulpa.
people who believe in them, the corruptus came out flawed. They represent these ideas, but they're twisted versions of them, and that's what makes Disney afraid of them. The author even goes as
Disney
far
is
as
afraid of
saying that
tulpas.
Disney was aware of these beings
true.
and even wanted to create them to bring life to their characters, with lines like
Tulpas and
clap
gays.
your hands and believe hard enough, and Tinkerbell will live. When you wish
True.
upon a star, anything your heart desires, being used to show their true intention. But as Disney tried creating these entities, more and more failures began appearing. These failures were dubbed as corruptus, and anytime one appeared, it was either terminated or the location it appeared at was abandoned. The story ends with our writer stating that he now understands why Disney has been trying so desperately to silence his research. They're afraid of the knowledge of corruptus spreading, of people knowing what they've done and what these things are capable of. And with that, the story of Abandoned by Disney truly comes to a close, with the future of our writer being left ambiguous and the knowledge he's gained now being left for all to see and learn. As I said before, this story tells us everything we need to know to understand the many supernatural occurrences within these stories, as well as the identity of many of its monsters. Each of the Corruptus that we see in these stories now
Lore.
has some kind of traceable origin to them, which is reflected by the stories themselves. The mass hysteria seen in Room Zero happens as a result of the collective dread over an attack which never happens. The Gascots appear as a result of the Room Zero incident, with them sprouting up more and more
I forgot
as
they were
people
called
begin
Gascots.
looking for them due to the now
It's a
collective
very-
belief that they do in fact exist.
It's a name of all
And of
time.
course, this
I'll say that.
explanation also tells us the origin of our photo-negative
I will
Mickey.
say
Cooking with
when
this one.
I will say when I hear the name Gascots, I don't think about gas masks. It could go somewhere
Yeah,
else.
no, I think of Crushing Force.
Yeah, no, I was literally gonna say, yeah, that's where my brain goes.
being a Corruptus which appeared at Mowgli's palace. Now, with all that in mind, you must be wondering what there
Mowgli's
is to
palace.
theorize about. Corruptus gave us a pretty straightforward answer as to the origins and identities of these
Oh.
creatures,
Theory
so there
people-
wouldn't really be much to try and
straightforward answer
theorize
does
about
not
in
matter to
regards
theory
to
people.
photo-negative Mickey,
No.
right? Well, here's where that comes into play. Corruptus
it shouldn't. You
explains
should have your
what
fun.
these creatures are and gives us an idea of why they appear, but the nature of photo-negative Mickey and what it represents is still partially left up to the reader to decide. We know that he is a Corruptus, but what he is supposed to be a Corruptus of is partially left up in the air. And that is what I intend on discussing in this final section of the video. Now that we've gone over all the stories within the Abandoned by Disney universe, I'd like to now take a look at all the information they provided us and use it to create a theory as to what photo-negative Mickey is supposed to be. We'll work our way through the stories backwards as I feel we get more definitive information in all the later entries in the series, and we'll see how each of these creepypastas
Photo-negative
provides
Mickey
evidence
is a
to
metaphor
support what
for
I
depression.
believe is really going on here.
Oh, fuck. It's just like all those indie games.
And elevated horror movies.
Oh, yeah. This is just like Undertale. Also,
So
that is
what
the
is
just
my
everywhere at the end of the
theory?
time right there.
What do I believe to be the
Is that what it's
identity
called?
of photo-negative Mickey? Well, it is my personal belief that this bizarre entity is meant to be a physical manifestation of what I'll be calling the dark side of Disney. Every little flaw, every blemish, every sign of corruption and trauma brought about by Disney is manifested in the Abandoned by Disney universe as an inverted Mickey Mouse costume. Now, allow me to
You really
explain.
fit all that in one?
Looking closer at Corruptus as a story,
Really
we can
cram it in
immediately
there.
see signs of this being the case with
I
the
love how
very
there's not
few
much
pieces of
footage to
dialogue
use
our
for
author
this, so
has
it's just a lot of
regarding
the
Mowgli's
game.
palace.
Looking back
Yeah,
and forth.
here's the thing. Like, as someone who's been trying to figure out how I want to edit my video, I say I understand, but also like
Same.
you could do a little more than
They already did like full animatic sequences by hand. Like, what else do you want?
I don't know.
Like legitimately, well, not legitimate. Like, oh, what else do you want from them? But more like they put in some work.
No,
with
they
that shit,
totally
you know?
they totally did. I just more so mean like it would be nice to have something that's not just like gameplay. But I know they're
that's
I
why
know
you
they're
use your own
making
little
an
yappy
effort.
face.
I know they're making an effort. I understand.
Be nice. Be nice.
Be nice to them now.
Alice and the photo-negative Mickey costume. When he begins theorizing about how multiple Corruptus came to be, in regards to this character, he states, "Did everyone in Emerald Isle harbor such a negative impression of Mowgli's palace?" And as well as this, later on,
Yes.
he further elaborates, saying, "How many
All of
children
my
have been
homies hate
disappointed,
it.
confused, or scarred for
Well,
life
didn't
when
everybody-
they saw Mickey
from what I
without
remember
his head?" Both of these
Of the
excerpts
story,
are
the community hated the fact that Disney was coming around. They didn't want anything to do with it.
I think
That, like
so.
a big park was getting built. From like the story, from what I remember at least.
Yeah.
Like nobody really wanted it, and it kind of just went under. You know.
Yeah, I think that's roughly what it was. I haven't read the story in a long ass time.
It's something along those lines.
Yeah, something like that, you know, some shit like that.
Stated as his way of rationalizing what it was he saw when he went to Mowgli's palace. And right away, they both give us a lot of info which immediately supports my theory. When we originally heard about Mowgli's palace at the beginning of the original story, we're told a
Immediately
lot
supports
about the
your theory.
sheer amount of controversy which surrounded the resort. It was hated both for its racist depictions of Native Americans at the time, as well as the amount of people who were evicted and had their homes razed to make the park.
Yeah, there
It
you
would
go, see.
only make sense
Yeah.
that this would create a large enough
There.
amount of hatred within the population of that area, which would lead to the creation of one such Corruptus. And then there's that other line discussing the idea of the trauma a young child would experience upon watching a beloved cartoon character's head come off only to reveal it was an actor underneath. When reading the original story, the moment where photonegative Mickey pulls off his head always felt jarring due to the nature of what he was doing. It was seen as a violent act of self-mutilation that didn't have much meaning behind it. But now that we have the context provided by Corruptus, this moment is given
Maybe-
a whole new meaning. We're not witnessing a horror sequence
Maybe-
put together purely to shock the reader.
That was posts. I don't know, I'm just saying. Maybe it wasn't that at first, and it just became that. Not unlike a Five Night Freddy. Oh my god.
Like a Five Night Freddy.
Peppy Bat Bear.
Cookie is a bear.
Show me the bear. Oh, Cookie is a bear.
She is.
You know,
We're
as for
seeing
dreams,
a twisted
she has
interpretation
enough.
of the trauma
has
a
more
child
to spare.
experiences on the off
So many.
chance that a mascot's head falls off, ruining the magic of Disney World for them. One could even say that the brutality of the scene itself is meant to show what that kind of situation feels like in the mind of a child who doesn't know any better, seeing the head of a very real cartoon character get torn off rather than it simply being a costume losing its mask. Now, these two pieces of evidence are probably the most obvious tidbits that support my theory out of everything I'll be discussing here. It feels like they were deliberately chosen to put the idea of what I'm saying into the reader's mind, with everything else in the stories prior being left up to interpretation. And speaking of prior stories, moving along to Room Zero, there isn't as much in it that feels as direct as Corruptus was, but I definitely feel like there are a few moments here which contribute to my theory. For the most part, Room Zero is very disconnected from the events that happened at Mowgli's palace, with it having a stronger focus on Disney's corruption as a whole, as well as the other Corruptus that appear in the series. However, I do feel like there is one specific portion of this story which almost perfectly
Corruptus is still a
parallels
very
things we've
Homestuck
seen
name.
both from Abandoned by Disney,
Yeah,
as well as
no,
a
it
few
is.
suggestions.
I would agree.
And that is the moment where we have it described to us what mascot entertainers are forced to do in the event that someone dies in costume. This moment stood out to me a lot, because it was one of the only moments in the entire story where we plainly saw Disney's corruption and poor treatment of its staff shown to us with nothing supernatural involved. And when we look at this moment closer, we start to see a lot of similarities to both it and what
Investigate.
we see from photonegative Mickey's behavior. In Room
Zach, do
Zero,
you
it
see
is
that?
explicitly stated that if someone had experienced a
MK
fatal stroke
and
or
the
a heart
coffee.
attack, any actors who were present when this happened were forced to sit alongside the body, taking photos with it and acting like everything is okay. Now compare that to what we see photonegative Mickey doing in a few suggestions. At the end of the story, we see it explicitly state through one of these suggestion cards,
Costumes are
How explicit.
heavy with people inside, and there's no hook left for me.
which implies that it had begun killing entertainers while they were still in costume, hanging their corpses on hooks. I feel this set of events in parallel with Room Zero can very well be seen as a reflection of the kind of trauma an actor would experience being in that kind of situation. And even if they haven't gone through it themselves, the fear that they may have to at some point. After all, Corruptus states that elements of this thing's behavior did come from trauma related to Disney. Children seeing Mickey's head come off, people losing their homes. These are elements
Yeah,
which
Faye, I think
Look at that, man.
this is kind of my issue with people like MatPat, and I'm not as bothered by what the point he's making as I am by like somebody like MatPat, but like what I don't particularly like about this kind of theorizing and analysis is that it's more like I guess to use terms that we've used before, like it's more
Let's go.
it's more Watsonian than Doyleist, I guess is my point.
Yeah, Well, I guess it's like a reading, which a personal reading is valid, but like a reading imposed as like theory and like the answer, you know? Because that's the cool thing about art is that like
Yeah.
a lot of people can get a lot of different things about it. Like I don't know. There's like it's solid. Like I can see where they're coming from, but like I can also see it going in other directions, and that's just what makes stuff cool in general, right?
Yeah, I think that my like it's not that I think that the point they're making is wrong per se, or like I think, oh, this theory is incorrect. It's more like it's kind of what I was saying about like the Five Nights at Freddy's stuff earlier. It's like the conclusion that's being made here isn't super interesting to me. Like it's more of an in-universe. There's not really a lot of like deeper commentary being focused on. At least I don't feel like that's what's being focused on.
I mean, like the evil of Disney as a whole,
Yeah,
which they are not a nice company.
it's true, but also
This
I
is
feel
true.
like he's focusing more on the whole idea of like
The Tulpas side.
the whole like, oh, it's representative of like child seeing the actor, the mascot without their head on kind of thing.
Hmm.
It feels like I kind of I wish that it was a little bit more leaning into that kind of examining how you could look at this as like a representation of the large, because like he said, the everything bad about Disney, but it feels like we're not really talking about that much per se.
I mean, we're talking about the fictional thing that they made up for it.
Yeah.
But like the whole like, oh, you have to stay by a mascot if they die. Like focusing on that as like a non-supernatural thing instead of like maybe what they've really done.
Yeah,
in
like
the world.
I think
I don't know.
that's kind of my thing is like, because he even said it's like the main thing that we see that is fucked up that they're doing that isn't supernatural or like related to that at all. I wish that there was more focus on that kind of stuff. It feels like that would more back up this idea of like it's a representation of the bad parts of Disney as a entity.
I guess so. Well, because creepypasta and stuff like that, I think that's kind of one of the only like. Well, because there's also like, it brought up as a detail, but they did like to build Mowgli's palace, evict a bunch of people from the land and like build it without like the support of the community and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, and then just kind of left it to rot after it didn't do well. Like, that is a legit thing to be upset about.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah.
But it got brought up, but kind of like, I don't know, pushed on the side. It's not as, I don't know, the creepypasta loves to focus on like supernatural and the monster and like the spooky stuff and less about the people,
Yeah,
as like a
I
whole.
feel like that's a very common creepypasta thing where it's like we're not really talking about a lot of like broader, more complex issues and stuff that like often, well, could or and often I would argue kind of do factor into the actual stories. It feels like it's more preoccupied with just talking about like, and then then the thing was made of people, or they got murdered, or there was a spooky critter outside, or something like
Because
that.
that feels like what the first entry to this thing was. That's like what the Abandoned by Disney kind of was, and
Yeah.
the meaning was brought back to it in like prequels and like explanation things to make that lore almost like the Five Nights at Freddy. I think I said, or like
Yeah, no, I would agree.
there's this feeling of like depth being retrofitted into sequels, and I think a lot of creepypasta sequels don't do that well because that is what they try to do to explain things or like reason it or give it meaning when really it was just a spooky story to be spooky.
Yeah, well, because that's my thing is something I've been kind of thinking about as we've been watching this video is like, sure, it's interesting that there's these other three things that kind of give some insight on this stuff, but also, like, do we need this other stuff to kind of like add context to this? Like, I don't know.
Because I
yeah.
don't know. Whenever I'm reading stuff, unless I get like a vibe of like, oh, people really like the sequels too, it's usually like, here's the thing, and then there's like supplementary material if you're still hungry for more.
Yeah. Like, I feel like it's kind of that thing of like, how much do you want to explain about the thing that's meant to be scary? And part of me does feel like, I don't know, like, do we need this explanation for what the thing is to, like, is it more of a positive or a negative that we are being given this information? You know what I mean?
Kind of makes it more scary. Think about Disney as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that it's more like, I don't have like a conclusion on that. It's just a thing I've been thinking about, like, as we've been watching it.
Oh, I mean, just like thinking about like Disney practices in general.
Yeah.
And like the way they treat their mascots and shit. That's pretty spooky.
No, you're not wrong. Yeah.
You think they get water breaks? Probably not.
No, God, no. Not gonna give them water. Madness.
We know for a fact are reflected by photonegative Mickey's behavior. So it is very possible that the similarities between its behavior in a few suggestions and Room Zero's mascot mandates are not a coincidence. Hell, if you wanted to explore these similarities even further, we can also look at the fact that when photonegative Mickey is first encountered by our author in the original story, it is described as, quote, lying on its back in the center of the floor like a murder victim. The fur on the costume was rotting and shedding, creating bare patches. Anytime photonegative Mickey is described in its original encounter, the author always made a point of making it sound like a reanimated corpse, even further adding on to the idea that it is meant to be a reflection of many mascot entertainers' trauma when they are either told about or are forced to act upon the inhumane mandates that are forced upon them. And we can see even more ideas like this at play when we look at a few suggestions. Now with this story, I imagine you must be confused. Earlier on in the video, I talk about photonegative Mickey's role in the story as being a mascot entertainer who gets trapped in his own costume. And while I feel like this is what many people assume is going on when they initially read this story, the context given by Corruptus and my theory completely changed the way we view it. Photonegative Mickey isn't an entertainer who was driven mad when it was trapped inside of its own costume. It is a living suit that believes itself to be human. Or at least it did for a time. That is why it's shown desperately trying to escape its own costume only to have it sticking to its skin. That's why when it tries to remove its own head at first, it comes to the realization that it was never trying to remove a mask, but rather its own real head. And that is why at the end of the story, we hear one of the staff members say, "As far as I can tell, there are more mascots on the grounds than we have on payroll. Security says it doesn't make sense, but I think we have one extra." As we read in a few suggestions, we are quite literally seeing this new Corruptus being born and coming to grips with the fact that it is not human. It tries to escape its own skin at first, but realizes that it can't. And once it realizes this, realizes that it is just a costume, it begins killing other staff members and hanging them up because it starts viewing its fellow mascots like itself. And as well as this, there's also something else this story explains, but not in the way that I've seen many people say it does. That being the yellow blood. See, earlier in the story, there was a suggestion card from one of Mowgli's Palace's employees, which says, please give the mascots more break time or allow them to take short breathers
dried
during
blood turns
work.
yellow when negative?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh, that's what I assume at least. But maybe there's something else to it.
I think you're right.
Hours. Sweat and body odor are one thing, but now we keep getting the same suit full of vomit. A lot of people point to this line of dialogue as being the explanation for what the yellow blood is, stating that the costume is photonegative Mickey and the vomit is what the blood actually is. And while I do feel this moment is supposed to give us an idea of what the yellow blood is, I don't think it's as literal as many people have been led to believe. If this suit actually were a photonegative Mickey, not only would that not make sense since we know later on in the story that the suit is either alive or it's stuck to its wearer, but I feel like the person who wrote that suggestion card would take note of the fact that the suit is the wrong colors. What feels more likely to me is that the
What?
yellow blood isn't actually the vomit from that suit, but is instead a reflection of the staff's experience being forced to deal with such harsh working conditions. If it's such a
Yellow?
recurring
What?
event that the staff are given such little break time that someone has been actively throwing up inside their costume, I feel like that alone
Oh.
would be both a horrible experience for the person experiencing it, as well as the person who is forced
Is it
to
because they say
clean
it's
it at the
chunky?
end of
They
every
think it's
shift.
actually like throw up?
Considering this happens
It's like vomit because they all get like. Why would they vomit inside the suit and then like?
I'm confused about the conclusion they're trying to draw here.
Aha! I've got it. Urethra. It must be vomit.
Hang on, hit me with this one again, buddy. I'm a little confused about what
Because
the
like
point
they're
is.
getting so overworked that they're
or it's
throwing
stuck
up in
to
the
its
suit.
wearer, but I
Multiple
feel
of
like the
them.
person who wrote that suggestion card would take note of the fact that the suit is the wrong colors. What feels more likely to me is that the yellow blood isn't actually the vomit from that suit, but is instead a reflection of the staff's experience being forced to deal with such
I thought it
harsh
really is
working
like
conditions. If it's
because
such
the
a
picture they used
recurring
for it was like a Mickey Mouse suit with the colors inverted, right?
Yeah.
Like, they just like did that in like Photoshop or something.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
event that the staff are given such little break
That's my
time that someone has
understanding,
been actively throwing up inside their costume, I feel like that alone would be
I
both a
think
horrible
old blood
experience
is
for the person
more likely
experiencing
than
it, as well as the
multiple
person
staff
who's
members
forced to
throwing up in this one Mickey suit, or I guess like the representation of it through the tulpa.
Yeah, Faye, I also I find it a little bit weird, the whole like symbolic vomit idea.
I mean, I don't mind.
I don't know.
clean it at the end of every shift. Considering this happened at Mowgli's palace and this card was written before we see photonegative Mickey appear, it could very well be possible that the collective suffering brought about by such a vile experience could be reflected by the suit's blood sharing a similar appearance to puke. After all, the blood is described as having
Yeah,
a
I guess
gross
like
yellow
symbolic,
coloration.
not like they're actually like throwing up in the suit.
Yeah, well, but he did say throwing like puking in the suit earlier.
Like with
So,
the mask on.
yeah,
Can't take it off.
yeah. Exactly.
Being chunky, something that much better fits the description of vomit rather than
Funky.
blood. And considering the fact that we see
Chunky.
other elements of these entertainers'
said,
stress
old
and
blood,
trauma
though.
reflected by photonegative Mickey, makes it all the more likely that this is what
I
the
see his point, but also I think chunky blood is far more gross than just vomit. Like
I mean,
it's
I don't know, vomit's
nasty.
pretty icky.
No, it is, but like chunky blood visually is very gross. I like that.
You like it when it's chunky.
I do. I like when things are fucking
I like
nasty.
chunky. I like grilled.
Yeah. The Chicken Brothers.
story is trying
The
to
Chunky
tell
Brothers.
us. And finally,
Chunky
moving on to the
Brothers.
original story, we have more general elements of the series and photonegative Mickey as a character that I feel supports my theory to end things off. The first, and overall most obvious clue about this thing being a reflection of the dark side of Disney, is the actual design of the suit itself. Right from the get-go, our author makes a point of telling us that this suit looks wrong. Its entire color palette is completely inverted, making this thing look like it's meant to be the opposite of Mickey Mouse, the opposite of what Disney wants us to see this character as. And this extends to its mannerisms. Rather than being on a hook like the other suits, it lies on the ground like a corpse. Rather than removing its head like a mask, it claws at it as if the very fabric of its suit is flesh. Everything about this suit is purposely designed to feel wrong, like it is everything Mickey Mouse, and by extension Disney, shouldn't be. The second of these more general elements that I feel support my theory is simply
Mannerisms?
seen from the overall theme of the story here and how this particular character reflects it. The entirety of these 4 creepypastas are all
Are you
themed
spelling
around
that
the idea of
mannerisms?
corruption within massive
I keep on thinking
corporations
that's
like
your
Disney.
mouse going back and
Every
forth
single one of
with
them
all
has
its things.
elements
Nah.
sprinkled in to allude to that. Mowgli's palace and his mistreatment of staff, as well as its
My mouse is right here. Haha.
That's your mouse.
That's
That's your
my
mouse.
mouse.
I
That's
see it.
my right here. It's my mouse.
racist
long do we
depictions
have?
of native people,
Like
Um, Oh, okay,
4
not too long, okay.
minutes. Yeah, no,
I was like, man, this has felt long, but it's also because we keep on pausing.
It's because we keep on yapping. I'm gonna put him on.
The entirety of Room Zero and all the stories from anonymous sources, Corruptus and Disney's obsession with creating a false god of their own characters. In all of these stories, this theme is present. And considering the fact that a lot of these elements are seen in photonegative Mickey, and the fact that it's the face of these stories, it would only make sense that it exists to represent Disney's corruption as a single character. And adding even further onto that, it would also explain that final line
The
of
game has
dialogue
Donald
which was
Duck,
read at
though.
the end of the original story, abandoned by God.
Hmm.
The game has Donald Duck though, not just Mickey.
Donald is the key to all of this.
In Corruptus, our protagonist explains that he feels God had
where's
abandoned
Goofy?
humanity out of fear of them creating false gods through their collective worship. And right at the end of that first story, after meeting the character that I feel represents everything wrong with Disney, that single line appears which confirms our author's suspicions. Every detail at play in these stories points back to this single entity. This Corruptus, which exists purely as a stain on Disney's image, the culmination of all their corruption, all their flaws, every wrongdoing they've ever committed, and it wears the face of their most beloved character and mascot. That is my theory, and that is the end of this discussion about my favorite set of creepypastas ever made. If you agree with this theory, then that is wonderful, as putting it together was an insane amount of fun on my end. And if not, then that's even better. I've said in the past that I'm always one who loves discussion about media I enjoy, so if you disagree with me or have your own theory, please let me know in the comments so I can see some other unique perspectives about these stories. I love Abandoned by Disney to death, and being able to talk about it at such length,
theory
talking about its horror,
videos.
its storytelling, and everything else surrounding it has
That
been
must be
such a
great for
ridiculous amount of
engagement,
fun
let me
for me.
tell ya.
If you made it this far into the video, thank you. It means a lot to see that you stuck around through
I'm gathering my rocks and going into the comments section
this
now.
massive video and made it to the end. This was easily the most work I have ever put into one of these uploads, so it means a
I have
lot
a
this time
sock
around
full
to
of
see that you
pebbles,
stuck through to the very
and
end of
they're
it.
going
Anyways
places.
though, with all that said, that'll be all from me for now. I
I
hope
have
you all
a
enjoyed watching this
sock
video
full
even
of
half as much as I enjoyed
nuts
making
and
it. I hope to
bolts.
see you here again for whatever my next project
And
ends up
chunky
being.
blood.
Goodbye for now.
Chunky blood. What's all this?
What's all this chunky blood?
What's all this chunky blood around here? Okay. You know, I heard this story is fake and dumb. Oh, that's
Who said that?
that's by Slime Beast who wrote it. Good on him.
Oh, like the author.
Yeah, the author.
I see. Well,
What a
shit.
what a fucking thing to say.
On your own fucking video.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I mean,
All
you
stories
know,
are kind of fake and dumb.
all stories are fake and dumb. Zam, they
Think
have an
about it.
episode called The Scariest Episode of the Walton Files. Imagine that.
Oh fuck.
The Walton Files. We love the Walton
Is
Files.
the ball lamb in there?
I don't know. Horrifying FNAF creepypastas you didn't read. Oh my god, that's so fucking scary.
There must be so many.
What else? What other videos do you have, buddy? We're gonna end in just a second. I just want to look at their videos.
Oh yes.
Got Art the Clown, Cosmic Horror. They have one about Sonic.exe. Why Smile Dog is the perfect creepypasta.
You love Smile Dog.
Everybody knows Laz loves Smile Dog.
Although I am very curious on how they would rewrite Jeff the Killer, and the issues they take and the path that they go to make it better. I wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why they love FNAF Security Breach. I wonder if it's because Roxy and Monty.
Springtrap?
Yeah, do that too.
Roxy Monty.
Roxy Monty. Okay.
Who's the other one? There's more
Hmm?
than Roxy and Monty. There's also a Freddy, right? Was there?
Yeah,
4?
but I don't wanna fuck Freddy, so.
Yeah, but was there?
There's Freddy
4?
and there's like a
Oh, there's
Chica,
like a Chica.
there's like a Chica variant, but I couldn't fucking care less about that.
No, White Chica. Yeah.
Chica doesn't do anything for me, I'll be honest. It
Why?
just don't hit. Just don't hit. It's not, doesn't do it for me.
Why?
I don't know.
Why not, like-
I'll make a fucking essay about it. Jesus Christ.
Okay, make an essay about it.
All right. Who are we going to? Oh, Hound is streaming. We don't do that often.
Hound. Attack them.
I think we will attack them.
They're doing bedtime ASMR, so if y'all ass is sleepy, get ready for the double down.
Oh, yeah. No, that's so true.
Hound.
They've only been, oh, they've
Hound
been up
milk.
for 49 minutes. Yeah. No, we'll go to
Wow,
them.
that's you're coming close to the end of a Hound stream. Let's go. I'm just kidding. I don't actually know how long they go for. I don't think they go for like 5 or 6 hours usually.
Yeah.
Maybe. I could be wrong. They have what I'd call a more balanced life,
Yeah.
from what I've seen,
Yeah.
anyways.
From what we've all seen. All right.
Okay. Oh, legitimately, they usually go for like 15 minutes for the lo-fi sessions. All right, catch the end of this ASMR. Let's go. Go, go, go.
We're going. All right. Bye, everybody. Goodbye. Go. Go.